No. Frogs, good matchup.
Like our last encounter was in 2008, so like Monarchs weren't like heavy right then and there, but he's a sharp player, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see an impressive performance from him here.
Yeah, it's a great thing about going to the tournaments like this. You can remember from the past, and then you remember facing this guy at this time, and here's the cards they drew, and here's how they came out on top. And then you
Copy.
get these storylines, like you became friends, or maybe you become enemies, and so you get a rival where you want to try to take them down next time.
Yeah, it's funny how that works because like he's a Pennsylvania player and like Maryland never had any like beef with Pennsylvania or New York or anything like that. But when we go against each other, we kind of know.
Hmm.
But yeah, we were cool before our match, and then after that, it was like it's a friendly rivalry. Although we never had to play each other again, but it's weird. You had that one match with someone, even if you just met them, then all of a sudden you're just curious. Hey, what's your record?
Hmm.
Every other
Yeah,
round
root for
afterwards, you're
each
like, "What's your record?
other.
What's your record?" Even if it's not for tiebreakers, you're just
Hmm.
curious. Like you had a good match with that person, and you want to know, like, hey, like, how is that person doing? Like, that person beat me, or I beat that person, but
Hmm.
we had a great interaction. Like, I'd like to keep up with how that person progresses.
Yeah, you keep up with each other, you learn from each other.
Shit was
Oh wow, use that tech card in there. Like that really took me down. A lot of times I'll get feedback like that. Like you beat me. I felt like I was in control, but then you flipped that, and I was like, that took me down.
it,
So I let people know what worked, and sometimes I'll let them know like use that card, and I felt kind of confident against it because I had this kind of answer. Or here's how you could use this differently. I'm always looking for feedback like that when I play too.
yeah, and then something like Dueling Book, like if we had Dueling Book way back then, it'd be much easier to keep in touch with people like that. But yeah, you can definitely keep tabs on people in such a way with stuff like Dueling Book.
Yeah, playing some games you can play at your own house on the browser of your computer. Play it on your phone. Have you ever played a dueling book game? I've
It's
done that
such a
before. Oh,
struggle. I can never like
really?
the
Try to.
number of times I've accidentally had to restart or like I kicked myself out the window for like zooming out or something like that. It's like
Hmm.
nah. And then like the whole little iPhone screen lock thing, like you
Hmm.
gotta go in the settings and turn that shit off just to make sure it doesn't
Yeah.
close you out. You have to reopen your phone, and now you're logging back into Dueling Book just to restart your game. I'll
Hmm.
spectate from my phone, but I would never play a Dueling Book game from my phone. I would never. Can't do
Yeah.
it.
Nowadays they're getting bigger, so it's more convenient. You can play it on the computer
Yeah,
and
you can.
test a lot. Some people play private matches, specific thing matchups, or you could play with on the ranked ladder. Now that was really cool. It was what years before they put in the Edison ranked ladder. You had to go custom like Edison and hope that people played the right cards. Now it's all set up. There's the ban list, certain card pool,
Woo!
and here,
Nick is playing against Indy. This will be good. This will be real good. Real good. Indy is a repeat offender of top aiding our monthly tournament.
wow,
Nicholas Nunes is definitely an OG from the
we're starting
Pennsylvania
off strong
area.
here.
I'm sorry.
We're starting off strong.
Well,
Swap
yeah,
frog comes
frog
in,
players love
secret
the open
rares.
swap. We had a little bit of background on Nick, very strong Pennsylvania player from way back when. I don't think he's on anything. I don't think he's on anything in current. I think he only plays retro formats, but I put my money on a solid performance from him today. If he tops, I wouldn't be surprised. Standard frog open as swap, send pass. Let's see how Andy proceeds. Just going to get some early damage in while he can, or
Or just set
guess
up this
not.
Raikou. He has the Dimensional Prison and the Compulse. So intuitively, you'd expect to set all your trap cards. Why would he only set the Dimensional Prison here and keep the Compulse in his hand? What do you think he's thinking of?
Guess he doesn't want to get punished by heavy.
There's Heavy Storm, which could blow out both of his cards.
I think that's one of the few reasons that Machina decks play the draw traps.
Yeah, there it
Now,
is. Just
I don't
destroy all spell and trap cards on the field.
I don't think he's I don't think Indy's on draw traps if you base it on his last list, but I mean he's had 3.5 to 4 weeks to change that up. So with that being said, I don't know. Maybe later on, Nick will end up heavy storming or MST or Rakeki breaking a legacy or a jar. I doubt it though.
And here, this is where it's.
Yeah,
We talked about this
the
in game
thinning.
one or match one. The dupe lock so consistent. Here, it
Yeah.
only took 2 cards instead of 3. Last time, he used 1 for 1 in order to special summon on the same turn. Here, he just was more patient, waited till turn 2, and he's going to get rewarded
Ooh.
because the back row is, as we saw, Dimensional Prison, which he's just not attacking into. He's just setting up defensive monsters.
Yeah, and I like that. I'm watching Nick shuffle through his deck, and I'm noticing that he's not on the Hero Frog build. It's actually the prefer. It's actually my
Traditional
preferred
Monarchs
style
with
of.
some Jar of Greed, some
Yeah,
draw
it's
cards.
just Frog Monarchs. I actually like that more than the Hero Frog.
It definitely has advantages. Be more consistent to just do its thing, summon Monarchs. It's a very classic strategy, like you said, a classic player. Makes sense. You
Yeah,
don't see the value in a strategy like this.
more consistent. Yes, more fragile. Yes, it
Hmm.
is more fragile, but he only has to worry about that in games 2 or 3.
So we got Dupe Frog
I like the
on the
opening
board.
now. The most
The
commonly set monster in Edison is Raikou. So expect one of those do frogs to not resolve, but that's still something you're okay with. You use the resource that's coming back to make it anyway. Treeborn Frog will be back next turn. Well, if it can convert, that is. The mills weren't favorable, but at least he got 2 monsters out of it. Only favorable mills being Machina Fortress and Plague Spreader Zombie. And most Machina builds, that is. And let's be real, as far as the favor, like Monarchs have a great Machina matchup. Well, Machina doesn't have a favorite Monarch matchup. I'll put it that way. Like the investment that he has to use, like that he has to spend just to punch through the Dupe Frog,
Yep, he punches through,
knowing that he's just gonna get a swap back, like
gets
that's
it
got to be
back.
annoying. But it's something that you have to do. But at the same time, you know he's just getting back a Swap Frog. The Swap Frog isn't. It's not really a threat until it starts recycling Monarchs.
Here he's wondering whether attack for 200 with his Raikou directly. It's almost more trouble than it's worth, right?
Yeah, that's that. The juice ain't worth the squeeze for that one. Like I'm not
Yes.
trading 200 to get 2,500 on a crackback.
So now he has both of his cards set. He thinks it's probably safe. If his opponent had the Heavy Storm, he would have used it. He sets additional monster, only down to 1 card in his hand. And
And that's something that a frog player would probably be okay with seeing. The
yeah, this
fact that he's
is
low on in-hand resources.
prime frog position. They want to go late, see a bunch of defensive monsters and trap cards.
As the Monarch deck does a great job at bleeding on-field resources from the
Hmm.
opponent.
Every turn
A
that
simple
Treeborn Frog's going to
Kais
get
is going to get
value.
at least 1 monster and probably trade with a back row as well. I like personally, I like this feature match. It's 2 really good players. One proven from the community already. Indy's topped numerous events here. And Nick, I just know personally as a very, very, very sharp player. That Riser puts him back a turn. Doesn't help that he only has 1 card in hand too. So
Just trying to win the resource advantage. It's tempting to use that on the Machina Fortress. That would set him back the same way, but then Machina Fortress's ability
yeah, gets to pick a
fights
card
back.
off of him.
But
But I mean,
it
who?
looks like Nick's playing more patient. He's
Well, yeah,
willing to
and you saw
lose.
that coming. Like if it wasn't a
Hmm.
bottomless, it was going to be a deep prison. He made that play knowing it could happen.
I wonder if he has one of these Gores, Tragodia, even Battle Fader. I feel like Frog Monarchs is going to have these cards a lot more often than even the other Frog decks.
Quite possible. Well, minor delay. I guess making sure we don't trip over a cord or roll over something. Might have just been adjusting his chair for comfort. All right, resuming play.
So his Ryza gets banished, and he's looking to. He already used his normal summon.
Yeah, what's going on here? That's
Looking to
special in the
discard
swap.
to special summon it. And then he can just bounce it back for free. So if you have 2 swap frogs, why not?
Well, that means he doesn't
kept-
have the gores or the
Hmm.
battle fader that you were thinking about.
Yeah, interesting. He left it on the board in defensive mode.
Well, I mean, he doesn't want to get good gamed. Like, I mean, let's be real here. This is Nick hasn't
explosive
played in
deck.
this monthly before. This could be a Machina player that's actually playing limiter removal. Who knows?
Yeah, there's a lot of
There's
explosive
an armory
cards.
arm, another machine monster. Now, don't get me wrong. He's probably not playing limiter, but any damage is bad damage when you
Yeah.
don't have gores or track or battle fader. So he had to put the swap out for defense. Yeah, I'm not surprised that Nick had to read Armory Arm.
It's a weird card. Could turn into an equip
It's
spell.
It's not that it's not played in many decks, but it's not oftenly used. Okay, so he did have the fader.
Yep, he holds on. Slowly trying to get
Okay,
his
now
advantage
I'm
back.
really curious as to what's going on here. Yeah, I don't think I would have. Oh shit! I'm not counting Light and Darkness Dragon.
It's a possibility.
Well, I mean, no, it's like it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was dropped now. Like after he dropped the fader with the swap frog thing, it didn't make sense. But now I am reading Light and Darkness Dragon.
That could be a really sweet card.
Okay, now both players have read Armory Arm. What are we
He's reading his own
missing?
card.
What are you and I missing, Rob? What are we missing?
Uh,
Like what's going on? Maybe they see something as the players that we don't see as the commentators or the spectators. I'm not gonna catch everything, that's for sure. So where are we? What are we doing? Yeah, an MST with that board.
and
you
his
gotta
last
be
card we know is
dropping lead.
Compulse. It's
Like-
compulsory evacuation device. So he's wondering whether to put the Treeborn Frog back to the hand, which why not? And you could also just banish the Battle Fader. So there's 2 different options here.
Oh, okay. Q just let me know that he took 1,000 from the armory on, but he's not supposed to. It only happens when it's equipped. But yeah, that's why they both kept reading it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Goes to show you that armory arm is in several extra decks, but it's not commonly used because the pilot nor the bystander knew what it did. Like, let's be real.
So he decides to put the Treeborn Frog back to the hand,
Have to.
which shuts that off
But
a
showing
little
them
bit.
the hand is well worth it.
And now Machina Fortress effect,
gosh.
very strange. It reveals your hand, and you get to discard 1 card of your choice.
It's a beautiful exchange, though. I'd be perfectly fine with this. Knowledge goes a long fucking way.
It does,
in
but Indy
Yu-Gi-Oh,
has so
but-
few resources.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that he chose Ryza instead of Thestalos,
Means that he plans to empty his hand for the rest of the game.
well, yeah, that. Plus, it's like maybe the card that I have in my hand is useful. I can't afford to discard it. Like, if it was a fortress in his hand, of course he'd be able to discard it, and he would let him Thestalos him the next turn.
He's got his Raikou. He
So he
gets
has to
Machina
have a
Fortress, but that's just gonna be Thestalos fodder. He's gonna set his Raikou. Thestalos comes out, burns the fortress, and the game's over. So maybe Indy's best choice actually involves waiting, but I think it's actually Machina Force. It's some kind of big machine they can't empty out of his hand. Nick just took advantage of this game really early.
At the cost of exposing his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Which, hey, I mean, the object of the game is to get your opponent to 0. So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you got to make trades that are unfavorable to get there.
How does Indy just not go to game 2? Great
Yo,
point, Arya plays. Thanks for the
Barry,
for being here and chatting in the chat. That is very true. This game was locked down really early on. There are still answers that Indy can theoretically draw, but it looks like it'll be a tough one.
going back to Barry's question of what was the point of swap, I'm confused too. I thought he was setting up a possible lad or just afraid of taking like dumb damage,
But then
but
he had the Battle Fader all along, so he was
yeah,
going to stop any damage anyway.
that swap could have been safe for like Monarch recycling. But I mean, Nick hasn't played here before. Indy could be that Machina dude that's actually using limiter removal for all he knows. Like, I guess he was on a better safe than sorry approach there, but nah, I get
He
it.
has a Battle Fader in his hand, but he doesn't want to stop this damage.
No, your life points are a resource. Like, I
He
probably wouldn't have
takes him
dropped it
out,
there
and he
either.
has no Treeborn Frog anymore. It now went to his hand and then banished. So
There's one.
it's back.
Remember, he did the dupe cycle. Like he ran the whole dupe train. So
Yep. So last turn he could have brought that out and discarded his opponent's last card with Estalos.
fair trade. Well, the thing is, the Monarch deck top deck's a lot better. So
So he's happy to just go late.
now the
Indy
set
just
card
top
makes
decked
that
this
a little.
card for the Plague, so he knows it's not going to help him.
Ooh, okay.
Just cycles to a different card.
Well, see, I was gonna say like they're both top decking, but the set card kind of changes that. But it was a legacy, so.
That's those
Oh
again.
shit! Here we. Ooh, for
Burns.
1,000.
The Firestorm Monarch, a very classic strategy to play all the Monarchs.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little dark. Has to top deck a fortress to stay in this. I'm sorry, he has to top deck a force to stay in this. Does he have a live? No, it got banished.
Yep. It got banished by the
Yeah,
Caius.
like it's yeah. Ooh. Unless he topped the average just now. Huh.
Yeah, he needs a lot of card advantage very fast, where Monarchs keep getting this Treeborn Frog every turn. You can banish one, but you can't banish two.
Wait, what were life points prior?
24.
I guess he did the math correct, yeah.
Oh,
shit.
Gores. Good way to come back into
Hella
it.
top deck. Love it.
So card advantage, he gets 2 monsters for the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
price of 1. And one of them is big, but now Soul Exchange, Tribute, and... Oh, no, he can't Soul Exchange main phase 2, right? Because it's... He already used his battle phase,
Yeah.
right?
It's illegal activation,
Yeah,
so
so
yeah.
he's got to just tribute his own frog. He knows it. Top. Yeah, Pot of Avarice, top deck that Pot of Avarice to get a bunch of cards. We all saw that coming.
I'll say, yeah, I think Indy's last list ran 3, so I'm not surprised to see him actually top 1 and activate it.
Gives him 2 cards.
He still has a lot of ground to cover, though. Like,
Yeah,
224
no
is...
brain control already in the graveyard. 5,600
Yeah.
life points is a lot to...
He has to at least board a fortress to stand a chance.
Machina deck really relies on that Machina Fortress, getting it on the board. It runs over all these Monarchs. 25 over 24 attack stat. Sometimes you get what you want, but is it what he needs? Is the question here. Card Trooper, it's not going to be strong enough to run
Wishful
over
thinking.
anything.
Oh, shit. So he has a
But-
force in hand? Yep.
And there's
Yep,
the
yep.
force.
We
in
got a game. We got a game.
A bit. It's
Now, the only problem is that card trooper is a liability.
yeah. It's,
But, I mean, don't get me wrong. You still had to do it, though. Like, that's really a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh moment right there. Like, but any Monarch would just be game, though. Like, but the turn was played
How
correctly. It's as
much
simple as that.
attack does that token have?
2,400.
Doesn't it trade with that monarch you just ran into?
Yeah.
So that gets destroyed as well.
See.
Now, like you said, if he has something that he needs, how much?
All right.
2,400 would deal 2,000.
Watch this. Would you have actually crashed the trooper first and played the odds, hoping that he didn't? Like. Actually, no. He doesn't have a spell trap to bluff with, so no, never mind. But him milling that fortress was amazing, bro.
Yeah, the top decking into a cart that mills.
Milling that fortress was amazing.
2,500.
Yo, that would be so hot to.
Jar of Greed, and then probably Battle Fader here.
It's amazing, though, because for him to get deeper into his deck would still make it so that, like, Card Trooper is like all he needs is a Monarch.
Yeah, any Monarch can attack
any
that
Monarch
Card
is game.
Trooper.
Like, Card Trooper did its job.
Now it should go into
still
defense
a liability.
mode, maybe.
I like that he milled that shit because it just made the game so it gave him a fighting chance.
Absolutely.
He was definitely losing.
This turned into a very dynamic game. Any card that contribute.
Because he was gonna lose if he didn't get the fortress, yo. I love this game. Ladies and gentlemen, what did he draw?
Exchange. He has. What's that enemy controller? The enemy controller can steal the fortress and attack for a game, right?
He doesn't have Econ in hand, does he?
No, I guess not.
I thought I saw 2 soul.
2 soul exchanges?
Yeah.
He has so many answers, but he just can't find them.
Yeah. And oof.
But
the
Indy,
suspense is building. Play a card.
Does he keep this card trooper in attack position or defense?
I think he's just going to continue pressing the attack and oh, shit.
Fortress.
Does he have another machine in hand?
His last card.
He does.
Goes wide with machines. That's 5,000 damage.
Damn, that's crazy.
It has to be any kind of hand trap.
That's crazy. Woo!
Battle Fader. Once again, this card trooper, like you said, a liability. It's the only way that he can get through this board is because of that card trooper.
But the pressure is on.
I would have considered putting in defense mode because here Battle Fader would have stopped all the damage anyway.
And in this situation, he didn't actually have. He could have went Fortress Gear Frame. And
Fortress attacks. It's not a lethal line.
Fortress for game. But Trooper and Fortress for the last 2 attacks would have did game. With that being said, based on attack order, that Trooper doesn't have to be in attack mode right now. It could have been switched.
He could have to switch the order. And done it the same way.
If he attacked in the uncommon order, he'd be able to shift that shit to defense mode. Like, so the misplay, the misplay might not get punished.
Yeah, it goes in both ways. Every little
everything counts. Everything counts.
And there's Ryza.
Game.
And that's gonna be able to take out the card trooper.
Love to see it.
And if he had put it in defense mode,
I think look at this. Look at Indy's. I think Indy knows. I think Indy's sharp enough to catch it. I think Indy's sharp enough to catch it right after it happens. So
it's just you're always used to attacking with the lowest attack first.
People are so used to doing that shit that they do it. Yeah, they don't take the total into consideration. I guarantee I'm willing to bet a drink. Well, we don't have to. I'm making those, but I honestly believe that when we get Indy back here for post game interview, win or lose, he's going to mention that he noticed it right afterwards.
Yeah, if he used the other 2 to attack, Battle Fader comes out, moves it to defense mode. The Ryza comes. It would have to be Soul Exchange, Ryza.
Yeah, Barry
would still clear both Soul Exchange using Ryza.
My bad, bro. Look at Barry saying like win control. Any Monarch, lad, Econ, Braid, like,
and that's what he got. He got one of his.
Yeah, like he got a Monarch. Like Trooper was the liability, but I'm not. I'm not condemning the use of Trooper. Like he had to
Hmm.
do. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
It milled the fortress to put him back in the game,
Yep.
but you eventually got to a point to where you needed to shift it to defense mode, and his last turn was that turn, and he didn't do it, and it cost him.
Close. And even if he's shifted to defense mode, Soul Exchange comes down on one fortress, takes it out. Second fortress gets spun to the top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, at least he
And he's,
survives. Like,
yeah, it gets,
at least it's not an immediate loss.
yep. Then he
But
draws
no,
a dead fortress, moves everything to defense mode. Nick slowly tries to chip away at it.
now here's where it gets good because frogs typically have the favor in game one, but games two
Yes.
and three, and we're in a format right now in which case the siding is extremely hatefully favored against frogs.
Yep.
Everyone hates frogs. Everyone hates frogs except for the
Hmm.
people that use them.
Because they're good.
No, they are. They
They're
are.
strong.
But naturally, people side accordingly. So they have a tough game two and three.
Absolutely. I expect to see Cyber Dragon, especially from a veteran like Nick.
Yeah.
You bring a card like this out. Try to
But no,
steal
that
his
was a pretty
opponent's
good game
machines.
one. Incoming power filter and third DD Grow. Yeah, power filter's probably coming in. Like I think Indy played that last event too, but yeah. Hopefully Nick is like kind of hopefully Nick is aware that people use shit like that.
Yeah, you
Like
saw those DD Crows in the main. That was really unique.
and that wasn't just for this event.
Yeah.
Indy Main did last event too, last month. I'm not sure if you watched the top
Mhm.
8 deck list format or whatever.
Yeah,
Well, you played, so you probably did look at them.
top 8 player.
Like he and McCutcheon both actually
Mhm.
main deck their crows. I think McCutcheon did.
If
Yeah,
you're gonna
both of them made
it's,
that crows.
if you're
in their
gonna side
Machina
deck
builds.
it in every match, then why not just main it? At some point,
For
like
yeah,
you can get a little advantage.
that's a beautiful way of looking at it. Like it's common as fuck for people to
Mhm.
end up siding them in games 2 and 3 because two of the big three fall to DD Crow. May as well
Yep.
just play the
Everything's
odds and
gonna
go
use
ahead
the
and main deck
graveyard
it.
somehow. It
Yeah.
lowers your game plan a little bit, but we got Mr. Panda
You got
cheering
Panda
on
in the
Indy.
chat
Let's
rooting
at
for
least get to
Indy.
game 3, so I'm cheering him on too. Going first, he has an option here. He has Raikou, and I see Machina Gear Frame.
Well, he's definitely
Two
not gonna
excellent
open
starters.
Raikou. Yeah, he's not open at Raikou. Ain't no fucking way.
Yep, he puts on the pressure a bit faster with the Gear Frame.
No reason not to. Only difference here is those classic Frog Monarch builds. Well, oh shit. Oh, okay. I don't know why him slamming into the table made me think he was summoning it. Like
Ooh, do you see that card in his hand? Let me see if I can bring it up.
I've yet
Needle
to see it.
Ceiling. A new side deck kind of choice. It's always been around, I guess. This is in his hand.
Oh shit.
If there are 4 more
Okay.
monsters on the field,
Needle ceiling.
destroy
Yeah,
everything.
Needle ceiling is starting to pop up in more sides.
So he's not setting it yet.
It breaks the dupe block, but
Yes, because he wants
properly
to wait
activated,
until there's some
it
kind
can
of
make
dupe
the
block.
dupes miss timing too.
Yes, because everything hits the graveyard at the same time. Beautiful mat. I agree, Jenkins. The Spellgrounds is the
Nah,
classic.
Yeah, those mats are pretty
So
fucking
smooth, so iconic. Two great players. Machines versus frogs. Nick,
dope. Yo, I
slower
like
kind of start, just puts the Treeborn in the graveyard.
to be so naked against Machina is weird.
Oh, look
Like,
at that DD Crow. That's going to become
Oh shit.
huge for Indy.
Yeah, he's definitely
Removing
getting
that
a,
frog
yeah,
just shuts Nick back the whole turn.
yeah.
He's got a handful of monarchs, something like that. He can't get anything going
Not
without
to
that
mention
Treeborn.
the easy 1800 to 36 coming through.
Yeah, big damage machines.
Might be going to game 3 sooner than you think.
I think he's thinking a bit smarter. How much do I commit to this board? If I attack with this, does it force a Battle Fader? Does it force a Tragodia?
Now track is something you don't see often in Frog Monarch. Well, in Frog Monarch you actually do, but in Hero Frogs you never see it.
Yes.
So with that being said, like you're not used to people dropping track on you with frogs.
It's big enough to stop him in his tracks. And now he's got
I
a
like
needle
that.
ceiling and an MS. What spell
I
card is
like that. It's
that?
funny. Say that again.
What spell card is that in his hand?
Looks like an MST from here.
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Wondering what to set. Sets them both. That MST, even though frogs
I'm not sure. I
don't
thought
want
it
to
was.
have
It
any
looked.
spell and
It looks like
traps,
an MST. I
we've
don't.
seen Nick having those Legacy of Yatagrasu's, Jar of Greed,
True.
so you can just
Yeah,
shut
he
that
definitely
down.
did play a legacy last. He actually played a legacy last game.
hmm
He didn't expose. He didn't play a jar, but I think I saw him shuffling and like.
And now he's wondering whether to equip his gear frames to each other. Not necessary in general,
I
unless he
actually
wants to
wouldn't do
play
that
around
here.
his own needle ceiling. Could activate, destroy all
Well, he will
monsters.
water down his he'd reduce the chances of him getting needle
Yes,
sealing off if he equipped gear frame. Yeah.
exactly. It reduces the
So there's no
chances, but it also
yeah.
protects it. Very interesting
And now he
decision.
can do it, but he might not want to.
hmm
Well, fucking
He
matter
shuts
now.
down the
That shit got growed.
Treeborn. And what are we working with here? We got a Dust Tornado, which is probably just going to trade with MST. And we knew he had that Swap Frog from turn 1. Very important for him to get Treeborn Frog. Frog Monarchs, very, like you said, fragile, and that they really rely on this.
Yeah, like the classic Frog Monarchs build have to have frog.
You have to.
Anything else, and you're just hoping that you drop faders favorably.
That's it. And now
Is it
every
so
card he
bad?
commits to the board lowers the damage of that Trigodia. Just kind of awkward in general.
And you mentioned the needle sealing. The
hmm
needle sealing still isn't even favorable here.
Yeah,
That's the
he is
funny
still,
part.
both players going to be really patient here. Indy doesn't want to commit his Machina Fortress into his own needle ceiling. And Nick doesn't want to reduce his hand too much. We know the MST is going to trade with the Dust Tornado.
Ooh.
Just not much happening there.
Ah. Okay, so it was MST we saw. Okay.
The pressure, how much does he want to commit to into this wall? Tragodia probably has 5 cards in hand.
Now the needle sealing is good for breaking the dew block,
Yep.
but
And the Lightning
needle
Vortex now.
sealing making the dew frogs miss timing would have to include like a draw trap or something like that.
Indy has the Raikou from turn 1 that he could commit, but nope, he just vortexes that
We about to
Tragodia
see
down.
some
Very smart play.
damage.
Now, yes, how much
That
does
was a
he
good
commit here?
vortex, especially with Plague being the discard. I like it.
His last cards are Raikou, Fortress, and a second Fortress. So I think you just play it. You just
Yeah.
commit the Fortress.
Yeah,
main phase
one fader's
2,
already gone.
main
I
phase
mean,
2
my bad. One
equip.
track is already gone. Like one battle stopper's already gone.
Maybe he's thinking about whether he wants to bring the Plague out in additional. How much damage can he get? 25 plus 28 from Goyo plus 18. That would be enough to win, but he's more patient.
Yeah.
He holds off. He respects Nick's hand. He doesn't want to overcommit into another Battle Fader or another Gores. He's going to wait.
I guess what I'm wondering is how bad can it get
Mm-hmm.
if he actually dropped the fader or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't want to get Cyber Dragon and Fortress.
Yep, he doesn't want to give Cyber Dragon too much value. It's a real tricky game here. Nick obviously lower in life points, which is common for the player going second to be on the back foot. Can he get out of this game?
All right, so
If he can,
we have a Yarded Frog that can be used.
even a card like Ryza, target the needle ceiling to the back top of the deck, take out a gear frame. That Fortress
'cause you
fights
don't,
over
like,
everything.
Who the fuck is really spinning a fucking gear frame? Like you,
Yeah.
you don't want to.
Yes,
Most
you
people don't
wanna
rise
spin
to the
that.
back row, but most people don't rise to Orkai's the back row.
Yep.
But
Will he
you're not
know
trying to do that
that's
shit
the
to
right
gear
play
frame,
here?
so
What does he got?
yeah, can't really tell.
It's a mystery.
Guess Nick likes to make his audience wait, which is good. I like the suspense. I'm a fan before a commentator, so I'll just wait and see what he plays. What we got? What we got? What we got? Make it happen. Boom.
There's the
Where
Ryza.
we going? Where we going? You
Is he
think
going
we
to
going to the
target
back
the
row?
back row is the right choice.
Yep.
He does. He
Yep.
finds it. He finds the
Old
line,
school.
puts the
Old
needle
school.
ceiling to the top. Now, Indy will be able to fortress, trade over this Ryza, and attack for 18 directly.
That's definitely going to happen. That's definitely
And
going to happen.
then it's just whether Indy chooses to bring out this Plague Spreader and go for game, or if he, I think he once again is going to stay patient. Bring out the fortress, set the needle ceiling.
I like
Game
that.
phase
Swap.
2. Nick
Yeah.
committing more to the board.
Well, yeah, to defend. I mean, he got 2,600. We know that fortress in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both players know the Machina Fortress came to the hand, 2 of them from 2 gear frames. So Nick has a really good read on 2 of the 3
I was about to
cards.
say, it's an open book.
Yeah, in
Shit.
Indy's hand. He doesn't know about the Ryko, but he knows that the back row is some kind of battle trap, something that doesn't activate on summon. Is he gonna bring the Ryza back to the hand?
Hell no. He saw him search 2 fortress.
Yeah, but
He can't afford to.
he can't afford to.
Yeah. Even with that back row, he can't afford to. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. If I'm not mistaken, is that a 3rd fortress?
It's got to be 2, and he drew the needle ceiling for turn.
Oh, I
2
didn't see the
fortress,
needle.
Ryko.
Okay. Ooh, yeah, that's definitely not good.
Indy
There's 2
just
fortress Ryko needle.
wondering how much to commit. He can bring that Plague Spreader back anytime, synchro into a level 6, which is one of the most powerful combinations. Goyo Guardian and Brionic both can make a play for lethal here.
It'd be a decent way to bait the back row.
Yeah, so he has ways to bait the back row. He wants to use these resources.
Now,
When you're
depending
in
on
this kind of spot where you're winning the game, what are you thinking? Are you trying to be like a boa constrictor, slowly securing the game? Or do you want to just set up a lethal and make them have it?
for Indy,
Yeah, for Indy's perspective here.
yeah, so a Frog Monarch deck that mained double threatening roar just won Edison Worlds. So yeah, that has to be taken into consideration for games 2 and 3. Those were main decked, by the way. So for him to not be as aggressive and wanting to commit entirely to a game push would make sense. Not only that, but you don't win Edison Worlds by accident. Like, the dude is pretty fucking sharp. Sonny, I believe, is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Really heavy on Edison contributions when it comes to content and schooling people to the game. But I say that to say that back row can be anything, especially games 2 and 3. So the commitment might get punished. And Indy's taking that into consideration.
And because of that, he waits, plays it a bit more patient. This is playing right into Nick's plan, though.
Oddly enough, like, the more he presses on, the more watered down his needle ceiling becomes.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how that works, right?
Yes, they're exchanging resources.
Even
So
if he
there's
wanted to
less.
have a favorable needle ceiling, he would actually have to equip his gear frame for it to be favorable, or else he would lose out.
And he sets the Ryko, empties his whole hand. The needle ceiling is done,
Oh, shit.
which is a great read
losing
by
the hand
Nick.
is crazy.
Nick had that MST when he used the Ryza.
He literally just put himself on top deck mode.
That-
Like, top
yeah.
decking against Frost is crazy.
I'm just thinking it was a great read by Nick. He could have used the MST on that back row, but instead used Ryza and then MST'd it, which essentially gave him an extra turn.
Damn.
And then the Ryza gives him another
shit.
turn. That fortress is still the biggest monster on the board.
It is, but you know what's coming back next turn. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. They both
This
empty their hands.
Yu-Gi-Oh! And I only think this is funny because this deck, top deck's better than Machina.
Yep, and
And
we
he's
all know
already
what's coming.
he has a frog online, so
Yep, Treeborn Frog is
yeah,
going
he
to
has
be
a
a
tree
card
born
every
online.
turn.
It's crazy. I just played it from the top. It's like, yeah, set
Didn't
it.
even
Yeah,
look at
like,
it.
damn.
Wow. Every little bit of value. Yeah, just attack into it.
Yeah, of course.
Ryza to just
Barry says,
spin it
imagine
again.
top decking Ryza here. Yeah, that
Again.
shit would be crazy. Like,
He has to just pass his turn. He does have that plague, so he will be able to scale up. And
actually, yeah.
it's awkward for Nick because most monarchs require targeting something, and now there's nothing to target.
Oh shit. Ryza? I
Plague.
mean, not Ryza, but
Fortress. That's
ooh,
lethal.
per game. Unless he has a fader.
It has to be specifically Battle
Game
Fader,
3.
exact lethal line. Nick drew Dust Tornado.
Game 3. I like this. That was close too.
That was
That
extremely
was
close.
close.
Indy did have a lot of great top decks there. You could draw Pot of
Yeah.
Avarice. You could draw something like Card Trooper, put on pressure.
This is what we like in our streamed matches. The heat is on. I don't think I saw any questionable moves from either player.
There was a lot of questions, but the moves I think were the right ones.
Yeah.
A lot of tough decisions. Indy could have done 5 extra things every single turn, but he held back, put on pressure.
Patience pays, and knowing when to pull your punches and when to empty the clip matters.
So now going into game 3, looking at the little tech cards, I would be thinking I saw a lot of Dust Tornado from both players.
Yeah,
So it's almost like maybe you take out a lot of the trap cards in general. We saw Nick lose the game at the end, drawing a Dust Tornado that he couldn't use on anything.
yeah, only thing is Nick is going first this time, so the Dust Tornadoes may actually be in his favor.
Yeah, it can shut down. What kind of traps have we really seen? We saw that needle sealing, and it was pretty
Yeah,
important to take
I
that
don't
out.
I don't think most Machina decks are pressed to side mask restrict, but against the classic frog match, against standard frog monarchs, like mask restrict is lethal.
Yeah, Mask of
I think
Restrict,
Nick
pulling the
has to keep
rug.
the
There's a
Dust
lot of
Tornadoes in.
options. I
But he's also
appreciate
going
the
first too,
feedback,
so
Jenkins. You
But-
see here? Do you see the chat?
I'm sorry.
You got a compliment.
Well, this channel does the best commentary on YouTube, by the way. They should hire you guys for more events. Commentating retro Yu-Gi-Oh. Now, thanks Jenkins. Commentating retro Yu-Gi-Oh isn't easy, but it's what I'm used to. I stopped playing in 2012. Shit, my highlights are from 2006 to 2008, so it's kind of all I know. But yeah, oddly enough, my commentary started as a volunteering thing, but no, we are definitely compensated well. We're definitely compensated well. And we try our best to just bring you more features every single month.
It's a commentary and it's the players. This is 2-0 in the last monthly of the tournament. We have one of the best regions in terms of players of this game that still play this 2010 format.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking at the most recent lists, trying
Yeah.
to innovate. You see a lot of innovations here, even to some old decks. Machina, Frog, Monarch.
Or you have advanced players or players who play advanced that just happen to
Yep, every Friday here
migrate
at Xanadu Games, there's
they migrate into Edison. Like prime
there's a
example,
local tournament.
the person who won our last monthly undefeated is an advanced player. Like he plays modern, but a couple of friends hit them to Edison, and in a month and some change, he came in undefeated a tournament. But no, we appreciate the compliment on our commentary, and we're only trying to grow the Edison community, and we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, I want to see this grow with how accessible Dueling Book is, with how long Yu-Gi-Oh has been in the public zeitgeist, and then this is the sweet spot between too slow and too fast that Yu-Gi-Oh became over the years. Here, he's able to set up his Treeborn Frog, put his Swap Frog back to his hand. Nothing too crazy, just a consistent +1. That's all he's trying to do on turn 1. it feels like Indy can battle back from this,
Yeah, only to be
which is a
punished.
great feeling in Edison. You hate to feel like you're dead on turn 1, which happens a lot in different card games.
No, it really does. But this opening from Nick is only to be punished by a crow or a kaiku, and we
Ooh,
won't really
Kaiku the
know about
Ghost
the crow
Destroyer.
until
That would be
next
an
turn.
excellent
But
card here.
leaving a naked field against Machina, it can be scary. But I mean, hey, Frogs just got to do what they got to do. At least he doesn't have to worry about limiter removal. Most Machina decks do not use it, so Gear Frame and Fortress swinging for 8,000 is probably not gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of options in
very much so. Even securing more than
Machina.
4,000. I mean, it's half of the opponent's life points. Like, I would not blame. Oh,
There's the
shit.
power filter.
That
You
blocks the
called
battle
it.
fader.
Yeah, you can read that. Super bizarre card.
I like this.
Prevents
I like
the
this.
summon of weak monsters. You see the Ojamas featured on the card art. Anything with less than 1,000 attack cannot be special summoned. So that includes Treeborn Frog and Swap Frog. They can't be special summoned anymore.
Yeah, this makes the matchup a lot more difficult.
You know who else that targets?
Those dust tornadoes. You said what?
You know who else that targets, though? It targets Battle Fader. You can't special summon Battle Fader.
No, that's the reason he activated it prior to attacking. Yeah, he's not fadering. Yeah,
And that's the reason why Nick is siding in the Dust Tornadoes, like you said.
yeah.
A card like this
Bestie just keeps him in,
shuts off.
especially when he went first. Like, yeah, but you still got to draw it though, and it might be it might be a quick game 3, man. Like, I hate to see it. Like, for two players like this, I would love to see them go back and forward. I really would.
Yeah,
They're both
we saw
good.
Lightning Vortex from Nick before. Indy had the option to equip his Machina Fortress and play around a Lightning Vortex, which he opted not to. There's answers here, like
that's
like they're saying
that's a
with
good
Magical
point, yeah.
Cylinder. Great way to get around this
It's not looking good.
damage, threatening more, like you said. Could buy him extra turn, but here
that power filter might have just sealed the game for real, man.
it just
probably did.
he needs to summon 2 cards in a turn somehow.
At least I see a little bit of purple in his hand.
Yeah,
though,
some trap
so,
cards.
Yeah.
Gores.
I hate doing that. I don't like doing that, but in this case,
Regeki
I'm
break
doing it right now.
So he has an answer to the power filter.
Oh shit, you see that? Okay. Like,
Is that Lightning Vortex?
is
Please be
dangerous.
Lightning Vortex.
Oh,
I'm not rooting for anybody. I just want to see.
you mentioned that because it's in his hand.
I remember from last game, it was the only way to get around.
Oh, he did play Lightning Vortex. You're correct.
I think
He did
so.
play
I remember
Lightning
one of
Vortex,
them played
well, shit,
Lightning
he just played it
Vortex.
again. But yeah.
This is a card that's been seeing a lot of play in side decks. A lot for the Phoenix-Cian Cluster Amaryllis strategy involves using Titanial.
Yeah, I actually sided in my I sided Vortex in a couple of my decks actually. I side decked at least 2 of my Machina deck for that very matchup. Like,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, it's not like everyone plays Amaryllis, but
Titanial avoids
is a fucking game ender. Like,
yeah, the not being able to target it. Machina Fortress very similar. You can't really target him with monster effects. So use a card like that. The dupe lock, which he could face the mirror where he has to deal with that.
you mentioned the Regeki break, right? It's funny.
Now,
like,
what is he gonna
do I want to
target
Regeki
here?
break the fortress to protect the damage, or do I want to get rid of that fucking power filter? Like, yeah, there's a catch-22,
And
man.
take 2,500.
And then you don't discard a favorable either. Oh man, that's why you know he on the roast, man.
This card's the Vanity's Fiend. That means every card in his hand is better than Vanity's Fiend.
Yeah.
Just useful.
This Prime Yugi's right here, man. But
He's
he
gonna
did not get rid of the
stand
Okay,
by
that's why he
phase,
didn't get rid of it.
use
All right,
a Dust
cool.
Tornado,
So
clear both
he-
big threats, and now Nick is in the
Alright.
driver's seat.
is he gonna mount a comeback? Let's find out. Let's find out. And he still has 2 frogs in the grave too, so
Yep,
it takes at least 2 crows to keep him off his train.
so that turns any DD Crow into a bad top deck for
Might
Indy.
snowball into something serious, man.
That fortress is in Indy's graveyard that he can bring back anytime to go over top of a Monarch. Is it Thestalos?
Are we gonna see a? We've
The
yet to see
second Vanity's Fiend that shuts off Machina Fortress.
We got a game.
Now it's
We
Indy
got a
who can
game.
special
Love to
summon
see it,
his
man.
large monsters. Nick puts it all on the line, says you
Holy
need this
shit.
lightning vortex is once again the
Ooh,
card that both
speaking
players need.
of, damn. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Dude, it's turn 2 in time. Oh, I didn't see the fucking clock is right there. I didn't see that shit. Wow, we're in time. This was a fun match because I was not paying attention to time. I hate to see games end like, oh my god.
I think that 5 turns may be enough though.
But it's 4 and
Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3,
yeah,
4.
0 1 2 3. No,
Yeah,
0 1
2,
2 3.
3.
Yeah, 0's the turn is
Bottomless.
Oh. I would have loved to see
His
them
last
play
card
that.
was Dust Tornado.
Oh my gosh. Damn. Well, at the very least, Nick didn't lose to a bad player, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent game. Look at all these side
Indy's
deck
proven,
tech
but-
that Indy is sharing for the stream. Shout out to that.
Yeah.
And you can even see it on
Oh damn.
on
Barry
Nick's
was
side
there
too.
for it. Come on, Raza. Too bad.
That's
Indy has
that's some
vortex.
sportsmanship right there. I love doing that, especially for the stream, but even against my opponent, I'll say, here's some of what I'm looking to side against you, which makes a lot of sense
Oh.
why Nick would be looking for Dust Tornadoes, because all of those
Yeah.
power filters and needle sealing, 3 power filters.
Yeah, power filters fucking, yeah.
That's his choice, not Mask of Restrict.
I remember one day I was going through my eBay inventory and I was like, fucking powerful. I was in my spells book and I was like, fuck this card. Fuck this. But this is before I got into Edison though. And like then you get into Edison and you're like, oh my God, hold on. Like these
Wait.
cards are like people pay this much for a value and blah blah blah. Like
Mhm.
this was when I was detached from Yu-Gi-Oh! And then like someone got
Let's
me back
go,
into
Indy.
it. Yeah, but yeah, oh my God, I hate seeing matches end in time. But it was a great performance by both players to say the least. Like you can clearly tell that they think about what they're doing, and like cards aren't just being played as they're drawn. Like it's a situation in which the deck can do a lot of the work for you, but it's up to the pilot to make the deck work as best as possible for them, and that's what they displayed.
And
They did
each
a damn
player
good
got
job
a
of that
chance
shit,
to
too.
represent their own little flavor. Like you could easily those power filters could be Mask of Restricts, but it's
Yeah,
not
that
as
too,
strong
yeah.
at stopping a battle fader when you make that push. You can play
Nah.
power filter and push for lethal against battle fader. Like you said, battle fader isn't seeing as much play. It's
Nah, I think the focus thing is
the
yes.
focus. I was trying to
Oh,
fix the focus.
Yeah,
Yeah, just ways to represent your own strategy. Nick didn't get to draw any of his Cyber Dragons and make Chimera Tech
yeah.
Fortress Dragon.
I'm gonna ask him that post. I'm gonna ask him that in the player interview. Oh, Q, can you make sure they come back for the post game interview?
Yeah, we want to see the post game interview.
Yeah, from
I
both
wanna see
players
it.
too.
And
Like,
now we have the
Indy's
third
used to
headset
it.
that
Nick
can both
probably
stay.
doesn't know. I didn't tell Nick about the post game interview.
Yeah,
But,
you hate to lose and then come on, but I think everybody's a good sport here. We want to see how close he was, and
oh yeah, I just thought about that. We're in time. Yeah, like that ended in time. We don't have enough time for
super close.
that. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we talked to either one of them in the top 8.
Yeah, there should be a little bit of time
Well,
between
I mean,
rounds to
Indy's
set everything up.
damn near fucking shooing. Power filter is also
Hero
good against
Frogs?
Hero Frog. It is. Where Mask Restrict is
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Hero
yeah.
Frogs.
Damn, man. Like,
Evil Hero
McPherson,
Infernal
like-
Prodigy is a monster. Gets
McPherson be
special
coming
summoned a
in,
lot.
man. Like,
Less
sucks you
than
couldn't be
1,000
here
attack.
today, but we appreciate your inclusion all the same. It's like you're here, but you're not even here.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully everybody's having a
Yeah,
great.
McPherson, McPherson, like that's Justin McPherson. He's a repeat
Yeah,
top. He's a
big.
repeat offender for top 8 in here too.
Yeah, last month.
But damn, that time is crazy. Oh my God, like
They gotta
I
have
guess it's
it.
because it's 2 people I have history with, so I
Mhm.
really wanted to see them play that shit out. Like I really did. Like
It's just
Yeah,
yeah, you
nah,
gotta
we're
have a
not
sense
getting
of
any,
urgency. You're rewarded for going a bit faster with your plays.
well, yeah, but against frogs, that shit ain't easy. But
True.
in their defense, there were no dupe blocks established. It was really just
Mhm.
2 players thinking out their plays back and forth. It
Mhm.
went to a game 3. I wouldn't put slow playing on either one of them. It was a match that just honestly went into time.
Yeah. Went to the very last card a lot.
Yeah,
A lot
so
of hard decisions with the Plague Spreader Zombie in the Machine deck. Is that
fucking
common?
what?
I know the Machinas have have Raikou and I guess Card Trooper, but Plague Spreader Zombie feels like he's a bit out of place in terms of thematically. A zombie that comes back.
Thematically, yeah, but I mean, it's a deck that mills heavily, so I mean,
He's got the Lightning
you
Vortex.
never want to draw. You never want to draw Plague Spreader. It's why I actually leave it out of some of my Machina builds. I say some of my Machina builds because that deck probably has the most room for versatility and playing this and playing that. But no, yeah, some Machina builds actually don't use Plague, like because it's a terrible draw. You want to mill it. But no, yeah, it's common in most Machina builds because the deck thrives off mill and fortress. Like it thrives off the mill. Do you have to mill to win with it? No, but it does a lot of justice when you do.
That game, I remember he stacked it and then he tributed it for, was it Caius?
I mean, you could do that too. Like it just makes it so that it's a 1-for-1. Like Caius is a
Mm-hmm.
1-for-1. That's pretty much what it
And
turns
that's
it
how he got
into.
the win.
But banishing a card on 1-for-1 is not a for 1-for-1 exchange is not a bad thing either. Like it's actually kind of good depending on what it is. Like
Yeah, making synchro
if you get
plays.
to 1-for-1, banish a card and then do 1,000 damage and then remove like a valuable resource, yeah, sign me up. Of course, with it. Sheesh, man. And time is oh my gosh, man. I hate that happened in time. Oh, uh, I'm gonna go look at the parents real quick.
Yeah, pairings are already up. We might not have time for an interview, but we'll get them on at some point. They'll be around, especially if they finish this round fast. Somebody, if you see them, see if we can get the champion on here. He's now 3-0 Indy in our Feel Good Gaming monthly tournament. If you're in the Maryland area, I really recommend coming out here. It's really good vibes. Edison Format, if you're not that familiar with it, is very accessible nowadays. If you look online, you can buy all the cards for pretty cheap. Even though a lot of these cards were quite valuable when they were released in 2010, they've been reprinted a lot. Over 15 years, the cards are powerful, so Konami puts them in a new pack. That makes them more accessible. Second thing is they release more powerful cards than the ones that we're playing with today. So people looking for the most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh cards out of all time won't really look for these. So the demand is lower. That's our little niche community. I think there's a lot of potential here for it to grow. So many Kai's the Shadow Monarchs out there. It's like a $1 card, and it's one of the best. You build most any deck with $50 plus an extra deck. Or you could bling it out. All the foils. Holographic secret rares. Just all of them. I'm just rambling. I just love this game so much. I'm recommending anybody come out here if you're ever in this area, Maryland. I know there's a big scene in New York, big scenes on the West Coast, big scenes in Europe.
We actually
Dueling book on your laptop, load it up, check it out. Hopefully you'll find somebody nice.
I'll jump in real quick. We
Yeah.
actually have a pretty decent side event that fires off too. One of our founders actually has every single deck built imaginable, from top tier decks.
They call it the briefcase, right?
Yeah, the briefcase special. Yeah.
Yes.
And we fired that off like at the end of round 4, but it's pretty much 8-man single elimination tournament. The deck is picked at random, and then you get a 5-card side deck that you get to pick from. Big pool, but we may be able to get it featured on stream at the end of round 5, possibly, if that match ends early enough. But yeah, our side events are pretty fucking good too. Like as far as monthlies go, like we definitely go out of the way to make sure that y'all have something to see. And if it's not something to see, it's definitely something to do.
It is.
So, yeah.
People are traveling from North Carolina,
Pennsylvania,
from Pennsylvania down here,
5 hours
all around the
plus.
East Coast.
But
This
let's
is
not
2K. It's a place to play. It's a place to get your name out there. You can make a name for yourself. Because these lists will be published. they'll be used for the next tournament, wherever it is. We reference Feel Good Gaming hosted the really big Edison tournament in Maryland, part of a really big series of the
And we
World
got
Championships just finished.
and we got pretty good fucking door prizes too. Like we have
Door
these
prizes.
very beautiful custom wooden
We got
Yu-Gi-Oh
a
cards.
just beautiful racetrack out here.
Yeah.
There's food.
If it's in season, you get to see the horses run. They're actually, I guess they race horses in the cold too. But yeah,
Yeah,
we
year
actually have a
round.
horse race going on right now, like, which is fucking
Everybody's
weird.
nice. You see him smiling. These are players who are 3-0 going into round 4. Sasha versus Brandon. Machinas again against this time Frogs again.
So
This time with some heroes in the mix as opposed to the Monarchs.
to introduce the players, Brandon McCutcheon is our runner-up from last month's monthly. I'd expect him to top 8 again. Sasha, you usually see him active in our chat, but he's a very, very, very strong player. He's on Hero Frog today. If you see him on Dueling Book,
He's got some supporters in the chat. Let's go, Sasha.
Nah, yeah, I'm not surprised he does, but very strong on Dueling Book as well. You usually see him playing Vayu Turbo on Dueling Book as Eggera, I think, Eggera. But this is definitely gonna be a good fucking match. I had to handpick this one just to be sure we all had something to look. Main Event Mafia. Well, I mean, yeah, they both are no strangers to the stream, but
Yeah, up
with
here
that
you
being
see
said,
the
let's get
pace
it
of
going.
play. They're going
calling the
fast.
Stratos.
He's trying to get his Evil Hero Infernal Prodigy, of you would think. Or you go for Evil Hero Malicious Edge, if he already has that special summon. He also looked at Elemental Hero Ocean, so there's some options here.
Oh yeah, if he picks Ocean, he probably doesn't have any frogs in hand.
Yeah, he needs that water.
But I don't see him being that desperate for water this
Yeah.
early either.
Goes for it.
Yeah, better safe than sorry,
This
I
is a
suppose.
place where you got to use every edge you can get from Brandon's side. You try to think about what 5 cards your opponent can have if they choose Ocean over everything else. And try to get as much information as you can simply by process of elimination.
Okay, so we're going to see some
He
aggression
just trades
this
1 for
turn.
1, which opens up the board that he can either safely set his monster or go.
Seems like he set a hamster this turn. That's fair.
That would be best if he set his hamster.
Well, it wasn't. It's not a Raiko. But
Hamster
I
trades really well
only
with
say I don't
Stratos.
think it's a Raiko because he MST'd the back row.
Yeah, he could have set the back row, forced the Regeki break in the end phase, and got an extra card out of it.
Okay, so the hamster.
Sasha
Okay.
reads go over the hamster by playing his 1900 attack, Neos Alias.
That's beautiful. I didn't see that they made. I didn't know that they made Stratos an ultimate rare. I don't pay attention
Yeah,
to
they're
like
both
releases
ultimate
anymore
rare, very
though.
beautiful
so-
cards.
No, yeah, Stratos is the ultimate. It's sexy. It's dope that yeah. Good gosh. Mm-mm. So all monster mill, no
Neos
fortress.
Alias,
but
what do you think of this card in
but
Hero
Avarice
Frogs?
is live. Go figure. Wow. Main in 3, so I'm not surprised. Well, his last build ran 3, so
Pot of Avarice.
fucking man.
We saw that coming clutch for Indy last game. Machina is just a really fills up the graveyard fast.
All right, let's see where he gets him. Let's see where he gets him. It's a naked back row. I'm quite sure that feels good. With no aggressive follow up. Is that another hamster? Is the question. Ooh, okay, okay. Damage.
So you got heroes with no frogs.
Okay, so he might be running.
right
He might
side.
be running the same list from last event.
If it works, why fix it? Fiendish Chain,
Yeah.
a very unique card. Why would you choose this card over something like Compulsory Evacuation Device, Dimensional Prison, something that gets a little bit more value but is a little bit less versatile?
Stops that. Stops the mill from mirror matches. Like effect negation, if you have a good follow up, is actually pretty good, and you just neutralize it from there.
I see he's relying on his other cards to do the removing. In this case, Raiko.
Yeah, so Raiko in that case kind of negated the minus. It just, just neutralized it. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange when it's all said and done, but one in his favor.
He attacked for 200, fearless
Yeah, yeah.
against a card
Attacking
like
for
Gorz
200 is kind
Tragodia
of
this time.
crazy. Yeah, kind of crazy.
I just want to sleep on this character.
At least the third headset works, man. Like jump in. Hey.
Ocean takes the bottomless. That's 4 heroes: Stratos, Alias, Prodigy,
Are you counting hero
or
targets?
Malicious Edge, and Ocean. Is 4 hero monsters is all that Sasha's used, right?
Yeah.
Now Future Fusion,
Shit, what's left? Well, Prodigy. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Prodigy, and any
Because
water.
we already saw the other 3. So yeah.
I think hero players will often wonder how many heroes to play in their deck. In this case, 5. He went through all 5. So that Neos Alias turned out to be pretty important.
Okay.
Waiting until after the Raiko's used its effect so that maybe this... What do you think are chances this Absolute Zero actually comes off of this Future Fusion? And how much of it is just kind of to
Well, MST is
enable
already
this
gone.
miracle?
But the simple fact that he chose to send Substitute instead of Frog kind of lets you know that he was going to Miracle Fusion this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Ab Zero coming out,
And the main deck DD Crow again.
Well, yeah, I think I mentioned. Oh no, I mentioned that Indy was.
Yeah,
doing
Indy
it.
was playing it. Now
But
Brandon's playing it.
he and Indy made their decks together. But yeah, both of them do the main deck Crow thing.
And then the Trap Dust Shoot takes back the Gores. Imagine if that Gores was in his hand when that Raiko came in for 200.
Yeah,
How
right?
much value you could have gotten.
Punished. 200 wasn't worth it in my opinion, but I'm glad he didn't get punished for it. Just makes the game a little bit better.
Not a
Shit.
single frog yet from Sasha. Relying on that Absolute Zero. It's Caius, though. Just taking away so many options.
Damn. Whoa. I actually thought the Zero was gonna make it out. I mean, because MST was gone.
MST was gone. Raiko was flipped.
I mean, he would have to set a Raiko and then hope to flip it to hit the Miracle. Heavy would be left, but man, if you Heavy a Future, you need to do it. So.
But Brandon just putting on pressure,
Well, I mean, the fucking
dismantling this
the Gores
game.
is gone, so like,
yeah, if the Gores is back in the deck.
unless he drew it again. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
He's dueling book top deck the same card that goes back.
That's crazy. Oh shit.
And there's the Caius just.
God damn, 800.
Brandon just.
You'd almost be afraid to fucking attack.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was 800 after the fact. Okay. So
yes, he
so he's
must
just
have.
18. I thought he's getting.
He
hit
had
for
to use
1,000.
the token to absorb the second attack there, and then his Gores got banished. So now he has nothing.
Ropes. It's crazy to have so
The
many
enemy
cards and
controller
still not
is
be able to
live.
clap back. Damn. Desperation fraud.
Yeah, he's just in such a rough position here. He can enemy controller to put something in defense, absorb this attack with a swap frog, and top deck another turn with the Treeborn Frog.
You said absorb the attack? Or Econ now and attack one?
Or Econ now.
Which is kind of risky, but you know. I can't see everything in his hand.
Yeah, he revealed it for that Trap Dust Shoot really quick.
Oh, well,
But
there's
the
the
1
second
for
tree
1,
one right there.
he couldn't have done the dupe block here because the
Yeah,
1 for
sub into
1
it.
requires a monster to be discarded, which he had none left. He upgrades
That's
his
even
swap
better.
into a dupe, which will do the same thing. He's going to put one in defense mode, tank the hit. So
Yeah, so
Brandon
you're
needs a 1800 attack monster to
yeah,
win
you're
the game.
attacking with you're attacking. You're just gonna do it. Like there's no reason not to. Get the fuck out of here. Like
Yeah, frogs coming from the deck.
I'm bringing one back from the grave too, just to. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go. I would say just to make it seem like I have an option, but
Treeborn
man,
frog, and now
on
there's
the
not a lot of
ropes.
great answers here that Sasha can draw.
Damn, the fucking main deck crows is OD.
Two main deck rows, like you said.
Yeah, they both main deck too. He and Indy both main deck too.
Very efficient
Oh,
deck.
okay.
Miracle
All right,
Fusion.
that's good.
We'll pretty much trade with the whole
And it's coming
board.
out of 3K.
Having 7,900 life points is a pretty nice. Oh wait, he takes 600, so 74 left.
Oh, so he's
on the left
definitely putting
side.
that shit back. Has he milled brain control yet? Like, well, he doesn't have it, or he would have just fucking activated it. But yeah,
What happened to that? I guess he didn't have a swap frog on the board. Maybe it is
what
only
happened?
79.
He returned the swap frog to his hand.
He returned it to his hand. Got
Yeah, I
it. I was
mean,
like,
you're not
okay.
gonna take that.
It's
17
all
if
happening
you-
so
You're not gonna
fast.
take that 15 if you don't have to.
Yes. Put it back to his hand.
Ooh.
He can protect his fortress now.
I mean, yeah, and no
Equipping
at the
it.
same time. If he equips and rams, then he still loses the fortress.
Yeah, he still loses it.
But he loses it in his favor, though. You clear to 0, so.
Does this work? First
yeah,
one
because
attacks.
he's gonna attack there. It's gonna kill that one. He's gonna attack for game. Yeah, good
Very
game one.
dynamic game one there.
I like that it's a game one in favor of the deck that's unfavorable in that matchup because Machina
and he was
versus
going
Hero
second.
Frog is not favorable.
Sasha went first. Started with the e-call.
Go figure.
Had 5 heroes. No frogs whatsoever. Eventually got 2 Treeborns. Both got DD Crowed.
Yeah,
And
the
just
main
felt
deck
like
crows are so clutch. Man.
Everything
Like,
was getting banished
yeah.
by 2 Caiuses, the Raikou. Just a lot of 1-for-1s and just efficient play from Brandon. Nothing too fancy, nothing too huge, sweeping plays, just consistent monsters, good value. Pot of Avarice early on was kind of lucky. But you can tell he plays a lot of monsters. He barely had any trap cards set that whole game. Going into game 2, we already saw a very similar matchup to this and what the players are looking to side. Last time, Indy on the Machinas sided in 3 power
That's just my deck
filters
box, sorry.
to try to prevent cards like Treeborn Frog, Evil Hero, Infernal Prodigy from being special summoned. In this case, that card would be a bit less powerful against the hero version versus the Monarch version, but still a relevant card. Both players were siding in cards like Dust Tornadoes to take out key spell and trap cards that people are going to side in. And Lightning Vortex was an MVP of the last match. Both players using it every game. We saw it in second match in the Dragon Turbo Mirror. I wonder if we'll see that card again. But
Fine.
both
So,
players just
yeah,
shuffling up. McFear Me, giving some insight. Can you interpret this and help us out?
I'm sorry, say that again. Oh, and McPherson is so the side will look similar to Indy. They built, they built us together. 3 cards different last event. And first to play the chain. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier. You remember, like, I think you mentioned, like, why would someone use chain or Well, he and Indy, the dude from the last feature match, they built their Machina decks together. He uses multiple Phoenix chains. Indy uses multiple Book of Moons. Almost every other card, including the side deck, looks the exact same.
I'm
the
really
exact
interested to
fucking
see
same.
this match again.
Funny,
It's a great
actually, yeah,
matchup.
damn. Funny enough, yeah, it's the same
Frogs
match,
versus
yeah.
Machinas at the top tables. They must be doing something right if they're
Well,
both
yeah,
undefeated.
well, yeah. To be
Literally, but
undefeated,
they're
yeah,
probably two of the only
and they're
three
both
O's.
proven too. Like Sasha's definitely topped this event, topped this monthly multiple times. McCutcheon, Brandon has topped this event multiple times. He's actually the runner-up from last month, so wouldn't be surprised if he tops again, or I wouldn't be surprised if Sasha tops either.
Great players in a tournament filled with them. Somebody's got to win. And
Yeah.
here,
I actually like watching Sasha play. I lost to him in time at the RBT Maryland in Game 3. I hate time. I hate time losses, especially against frauds. Like it's so fucking weird. I mean, he wasn't like playing for time though. Like it just so happened to end up that way.
it's always tough. You need the pace of play. Tournaments have to run 6 rounds plus the top 8. It goes on pretty long. It's good that the rules don't benefit anyone for it to go into time in general. The
Yeah,
life
no,
points can be on any side
we
at
have a
any
pretty
given
good
time.
time rule.
So everybody's trying to get it done as fast as possible. I didn't even notice this clock in the bottom middle of the screen.
Yeah, last
30
round when
minutes
we
left.
went into time, like the tech team told us, and I was like, oh,
Yeah, I
whoa,
wasn't
we're
even
in
paying. I
time,
was so engrossed in the game.
and then you see the timer at the bottom. So, all right,
There's that Lightning Vortex.
let's
Royal
go.
Oppression, 2 Vortex. That's a card you really don't like to see in multiples.
What?
Lightning Vortex.
Yeah, no.
I feel like
But
I'm
you
saying
play
it all day
multiples
because
to
it's
make
such a
sure
key
that you
card.
draw it though. So,
Man, maybe nobody sees the second one coming.
ooh, love it,
Set, pass. Feels
love
bad
it.
in general. No pulling the
Well, that's
rug.
18 or a favorable card exchange, one or the other. Like,
Gear frame is one of the most powerful starters.
yeah, no one likes using a card to clear gear frame. Like they
Yeah,
don't.
you don't want to
Like
bottomless it. You got to save it
it
for
feel.
Fortress.
It's funny that it feels wasteful to spend a card on gear frame, but you usually use a card to bring out the card that it tutors out.
And now he's essentially going first. He can set this Royal Oppression and be able to shut down any kind of special summoning. He doesn't even attack. What do you think of that?
I don't like it, but I mean, I guess I'll ask later. Like I don't. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't attack. Hmm.
Felt like free damage. Felt like he could attack pretty safely there. Even if something gets flipped up,
That's what I mean. Like,
it doesn't even hurt
gear
you.
frame paid for itself already, so damn.
Mystical Space Typhoon takes out the Fiendish Chain, which I think I was
It's about to get
seeing
raw.
as Royal Oppression. Here's Swap Frog and then Miracle
Yeah, so I
Fusion.
really want to know why he chose not to attack.
We'll see if that
I
1800
mean, this
damage
outcome
matters.
would still occur, but at
Mhm.
least he'd be 18 in the hole, or
Yeah.
he would be a card shorter, minimum.
Really strong pressure from Sasha here, just
I li-
looking really strong on this play. The MST came in clutch, paved the way for a big
That's 4,500.
4,500.
Well, my
Plus
bad. Yeah,
yeah,
he
plus
cleared
500
the
extra
gear
from.
frame was in the way. My bad, but
Yeah, well, how much damage
my
is that?
God, what?
So I think that's right.
Now I want to know what the face down is. I really want to know what the face down is now.
Yeah, 22. That's right. Very interesting match here. Cards like Mystical Space Typhoon playing really well. He chose not to use Lightning Vortex here to clear this Absolute Zero, which is pretty interesting.
So
The
it
back row
was
is
a torrential.
torrential, so the
So the
1800
attack
would have
would've
been
walked.
free.
What the fuck? Was he worried about a chainable and not being able to clear gores?
Yeah, that's
weird. Like I wouldn't have I would have just been okay with that. Like not to say that he could beat Gores, but the odds of it being a chainable would have to be something like a Jar or a Legacy. Because his board he didn't have a face down yet.
Yep, just really respecting the capabilities that Sasha could have.
What, the possible chain dust shoot or something? Like, or the Jar Legacy? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta ask him that later. I gotta
Caius
ask him
comes
that.
out. Sasha left with not much. A Swap Frog and an Evil Hero Infernal Prodigy. He puts it all on this Caius. We know the Lightning Vortex there. Can Brandon get anything else on the board? Any monster is going to put this in a really favorable position for him. The Enlightening Vortex this turn. Then he just has to face endless Treeborn Frogs. Okay, we got a life point update here.
So the attack did happen.
So the attack did happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what I'm about to do.
This is why we rant
We're
about random
negating
things like that.
everything that I said about him not attacking because he clearly did attack. Made sense for him too. I'm glad that he did. On with the match.
Set pass.
That shit was up there because it was not making any fucking sense. Come on.
Set pass again. Brandon not wanting to use that Lightning Vortex. He's keeping it on the down low, trying to get a bit more value. But he knows
Probably
Sasha's
waiting
hand.
to break a dupe block.
There's not that much he can commit to.
Yeah.
With an Evil Hero Infernal Prodigy and a Swap Frog. Oh, the
And there it is.
Substitute.
Yeah, he wants to wait to break a dupe block with that
You were
vortex.
right about
probably.
that. You expected.
But he can also bounce the. Ooh, good.
So the way that works is Sasha's able to call priority.
Well, yeah.
on-
So he still gets the guys back, yeah. At least he ain't got to worry about dupe.
Yes. Torrential light. I guess he had the torrential, so he saved Lightning Vortex. Now he's set a card knowing that Caius is in his hand. So he sees this coming. Normal summon Swap Frog.
Get 1,000 in. As opposed to running in the bottomless, you know?
As opposed to running his. Very patient. Doesn't want to run his Caius in the bottomless.
Guaranteed 1,000, or you run the risk of Caius in the bottomless and not
Yep.
getting any damage in.
Guaranteed 1,000. But
Yeah.
Brandon's so low
Yeah,
from that
most
big
people aren't
absolute
deep
zero
prison in
hit.
a freaking swap. Like, it had to be game shot if you do that shit. Like,
And now his board is so impervious to Lightning Vortex.
Mm.
Patience.
yeah, I mean, hey. 1,000.
Didn't even use its effect to send something from the deck to the graveyard.
Here's the part that hurts, though, because he's going to fucking do it again, and now you actually have to use a card to clear the Swap Frog. The Swap Frog has just been shitting value this whole time. Like,
It was compulse.
damn, he doesn't even kill it. Like, god damn.
Interesting.
Damn. Yeah.
And his last card was Solemn. Dust Tornado. Interesting.
Yeah.
Were those ultimate rare Caiuses? Holy mackerel.
You said what else? Ulti guys?
Yeah, it looked like it to me, but maybe I'm just these guys are going so fast. He's hiding out those Lightning Vortex right away. I guess it's a going second card. The Lightning Vortex is coming out. It looks like he kept it for going second, I guess. Compulsory evacuation device didn't really work out for him there. Yep, going to
Yeah, I like sign up. What's that? Sounds crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dupe block keeps you from playing. Like
He might have sided in. I guess we'll see. Trap does shoot. I see that coming in.
The power filter between Brandon's head last game. So he was getting beat to death by some swap
yeah, I don't always look in the hand. Like I be playing spectator the whole time. Like it's something about that shit. I be wanting to like be in suspense too, but man, for him to have the power filter, it's crazy. So lift up this one. Yeah, I think I did lift up this one.
Yeah.
Oh, you can fucking tell. Okay, yeah. You could tell.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah. All right, so
Take that off.
you said when I take this one off, I just. God damn. I could do this. But yeah.
Little bit of a behind the scenes look as we go into game 3. This is a huge match. Winner of this match is 4-0. Do you think that's enough to make top 8?
It's not that it's enough to make top 8, but you feel good going into round 5 and round 6 knowing that, hey, like, I just have to win one more. You don't think, oh, man, I may end up losing 2. Whoever wins this shit is going to feel good going into rounds 5 and 6 both. Like, it's as simple as that.
Guaranteed
Well,
the
yeah,
point.
that, for
Good
the
point.
invitational sake, that matters too. I think he was.
Brandon, with his amazing performance last
I
month,
think we were discussing that
just needs
earlier.
one more point to get 8 points, which should put him into top 8 overall for these monthly circuits. And he's just one game away, but of course he's looking for
Can you guys hear
top
me?
8 and more.
No, we don't hear each
Oh,
other, but
oh.
Q hears everything.
Oh,
We just have to trust that, like.
Quentin, I hope you can hear me.
Shit, yeah.
Everybody can hear you. Welcome.
I mean, once the mic is up here, yeah, you good.
Oh,
Like,
true. I guess I'm involved now. Guess I gotta watch. I was falling asleep, but now I'm gonna watch now.
Of course, it's because you've been
Hey.
having a long day, not because the entertainment
Oh
isn't
no,
on
no.
point.
I
Like,
just
nah.
I had my birthday party last night at my house.
Oh,
Happy
shit,
birthday.
happy.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, it's actually next. My real birthday is during the week, but I had the party last night.
Oh, that's valid. So I'm not late. Good.
No, you're not.
Love
Oh.
to see that on opening. Like,
Yeah.
opening gear frame is godly.
That's the best move. So it seems to be the best move at FGG tournament. Really, is that?
Nah, 1800 is fucking solid.
Look at that.
Stratos
nice
for the plus
quarter
or
century,
Alias
bro.
for the Stratos for the plus.
Oh shit!
Funny how that works, yo.
Wow.
Venus Chain is funny. It's
That's
like
a broken card, bro.
a Venus Chain is it's a sleeper. It's a sleeper card.
He's like, oh, if I get bottomless, I still get a draw. I get a free draw, but oh no, you don't get that now.
Brandon's been making it look good.
It doesn't have the upside of a card like pulling the rug, but it always is useful. Or
Yeah.
like deprison if they're attacking, pulling the rug if they're trying to use a normal summon effect. Just more versatile.
Yeah. Now he's just gonna attack over it.
Yeah, and
get
he's just gonna attack
damage
over it
and get the free
anyway.
plus from the attack. So. Or not. Or maybe he's. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not looking good for Sasha, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. So he already has the fortress action going on.
This could be a lot of damage. You can't see his hand, but yeah.
This could be enough
Yeah, it
damage.
is a lot of
Like,
Attack, 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 attack.
that's crazy. I know he tight. Mm-mm.
6,800 damage, right?
But does he have
like
him?
that.
Yeah, he got him.
Wow, he
got him.
does. That's wild.
So he hit him with the early gore. So I'm glad he wasn't greedy enough to take a 2,500 token.
Yeah.
Gives him a fighting chance.
Hmm.
Still quite a bit of life for him. So
Yo, if he didn't have that Gores, he probably would have been packing it up early.
That Gores can just stay in defense. Nothing can
Yeah.
really get around it. Instead, he must have a better idea as he puts into attack.
There's
Starts putting pressure on.
Kai's, there's an opposing Vortex. There's plenty of ways.
Yeah, something to clear all these machine monsters. A Cyber Dragon, system down.
Oh, shit. Yo, a frog player setting 2 to 3 is crazy.
probably a Mirror Force.
Yep.
I couldn't see for sure, but I think I saw it.
I agree. Gear frame will protect. Last card,
Damn.
Karma Cuts.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Oh, Imperial
shit.
Iron
Wait for him to
Wall.
discard the card. Man, because it's for cost.
Yep, it does
yeah,
discard
he has
for
to
cost.
be careful with shit like that.
Could become relevant.
You get what I'm saying, though, right? Like, I might have changed my damn mind on what I was discarding, you know?
Got rid of
He,
Soul
you know,
Exchange.
sometimes people got that nice reaction. They're like, "No, you're not removing my card."
Yeah.
That's
shit
what
might
they do.
have
They
shit
do it
might
on
have cost
DB
him.
all day, bro.
Nah, yeah, for sure. It be small shit like that you gotta pay attention to.
Urgeki Break. Miracle Fusion
Sasha
was not going to
definitely
be
on the ropes,
live
though,
anyway
For sure.
because
Damn, his
Imperial
whole
Iron
deck is
Wall.
quarter century rares, bro.
So
Soon every card in
beautiful.
Yu-Gi-Oh is gonna be a quarter century rare. Then what are they gonna do?
is that like a hard rarity to obtain or no? That's the easy one, right? I'm thinking of the Starlight stuff. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm so detached from like rarities and stuff now.
Nah,
No
it looks like
favorable
Starlight.
mills.
It looks similar to Starlight.
That's weak then. That's so
It's
dumb.
like thicker.
Puts
it's
a lot
like
of
Hobby
pressure
League,
on,
but
and
not Hobby
now
League.
Sasha needs to
Oh,
get
no.
a big monster, which he got. Now
That's a
any
nice
Machina
draw there.
Fortress.
Card Trooper drawing.
be the
What a great
biggest.
feeling that is. You just
Yep.
get a draw off the guy.
You're drawing to something he can actually use. Let's find out. Like,
He has so many good outs. Machina Fortress on the board, a
yeah, but
Raikou
1900
set.
Oh shit.
Something to synchro with. Is that Plague?
Oh
there it
my
is.
God,
A callback
drawing
to
the
last
Plague.
match.
Oh wow.
Mind
Gotta
control
love it.
without
if
that
you're
many
Brandon.
tuners.
Now does he go Thought or Stardust?
I think he will go Stardust.
You said what? What you mean? He had a Raikou on the field too. Yeah. Nah, he had a Raikou on the field.
He had a Raikou, yeah.
Yeah.
Here, just
Now is
trying
he
to
gonna
play
count
around.
his Warriors? Because if he counts his Warriors and he's willing to risk the fader, then
Oh.
he could just game him now.
Oh yeah,
because
bring
there's
out
Alias
the
in the
Plague.
Stratos.
He can still.
But that's not enough, is it?
I see.
He puts him at a brain control range. Wow.
I see.
Ooh.
He went past brain control range. That's a
Yeah.
good point.
Wow. Brandon won.
Great
Wow.
game. Great
He,
match.
yo, he got second last time. and
No,
he-
yeah,
he's
yeah,
on
yeah.
the-
I was-
And
He's
now
on
he's
the-
4-0.
He's
He-
about to.
Now his top
Top.
performance, he's only getting better and better.
Yeah.
Like his top performances,
That's
like, he's
true.
getting better and better. He's climbing.
He told me, you know, he was talking to me, he was texting me before the event. You know, he was like, I really wanted to top and get into the invitational like really bad, and I'm like,
No,
bro,
we would-
you can do it. You just did it. You gotta just play and do it again.
Make sure he comes back for the. Actually, never mind, because he said he isn't doing that to the finals.
What?
Never mind.
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
We said we don't want him to come, or
No, Brandon doesn't want. He specifically said like, I'm not doing player interview until at least top cut.
Okay.
I
True.
like that shit. It's like
That's
they
the
know what
confidence.
they it's like they know what they want to do.
But
Like,
Sasha can come over here if he wants,
I mean, yeah.
or we
Q,
can run
can you
that,
get-
or we can run the ads.
Well, no, I want something. Like Sasha's good enough to hear from. Q, if possible, can you get Sasha to come back for player interview?
Looks like he just asked.
But
They're going over their side decks once
but no,
again. The
yeah,
power filters.
Brandon's
This
just
time
performing
Imperial Iron Wall.
amazingly though, man. Like,
Yes, he is.
All 3 power filters, Imperial Iron Wall, and that Lightning Vortex.
nah, I enjoyed that match. I enjoyed that match a lot.
Dandelion for that Future Fusion extra high roll potential to
And
get the
that Iron Wall
tokens.
came in. Man.
Dust Tornado. Trap Dust Shoot. He sides the Future Fusion. This is some advanced technology here. Unifrog. The Spiritual Art water card that sees your opponent's hand. And then he has the Soul Exchanges going second, I'm guessing.
I like how they discuss sides
Yeah, that's great
afterwards or
sportsmanship.
whatever.
I think that's really how you improve.
Lets you know there's no hard feelings. Like, I
Mhm.
thought I'd get you this way, but you got me that way. Like, that's really how the community grow and shit, man. Like, not making it personal. Like, we all just here to have fun. Like, it don't get no better than that.
That's how it grows, and how it grows is you guys in the chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Round 4 completed.
Y'all are here. We putting on that good stuff for you. Make sure you like, save, and share this. In fact,
Yeah.
like, save, and share it, and give yourself a reason to be on stream next month.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't
check-
decided the dates yet, but we're definitely popping off at the beginning of 2025 for sure.
We're gonna be at Chuck's store.
Oh, okay, cool. So there will be a venue change. We'll give you the exact address in the days to come. Shouldn't take
But,
us any more than 2 weeks to give that to you, but
In March, we're looking for to be back here, not at Xanadu, but in the ballroom for a big event. So look out for that. That should be kind of like the new FGG quarterly thing that we're gonna be doing. I'm trying to plan it right now, but it's gonna be if we can get it off in March, it's gonna be awesome.
all right. So for those unfamiliar with what he's discussing, the ballroom is actually where RBT Maryland was held. That venue held 262 players, and excuse me. No, I knew Brandon was gonna say, but he already said he wants to wait for top 8.
Yep, no player interview this time. 10 minutes left in the round, so a bit of time to stall, hang out, stretch. Think about the future.
All right,
Next
so we
year will
have
be a whole new circuit of tournaments.
pardon me. We have a backup feature that's about to get put on. But back to what's happening in March. Bossman just said that we're planning a quarterly event. What that's gonna be, we don't quite. Actually, he knows, but it's fair for him
do.
to keep it a secret. It's all good. You might have to earn your way into it, or you might just have to wait and see what we bring to you. But with that being said, the venue is gonna be the same venue that RBT Maryland was held at. That
We're
venue,
still gonna have the monthly events as well.
oh no, we're definitely doing a monthly, but
Yeah.
the
But then we're
quarterly
gonna
is-
every 3 months we're gonna have a big event, and potentially that may become the main event that we do, and we may travel and have them every month. We're gonna see how things go, and potentially we could travel and have them every week eventually if we can go to find enough venues across, the country. If we find 12 venues. Every 3 months, we just cycle through 1 week, and do an event every week in another place, and then every 3 months we cycle through and do it all cycle. So
And it's not often that you all hear people create these events in the making, so your participation will definitely increase the odds of us getting that mobilized as soon as possible.
yeah,
We want y'all here. Like, that's why we up the quality of our stream every month. That's why we try to get you involved in the chat. That's why we
The
do
merch.
backflips. No, I'm just kidding. We don't do backflips.
You see the
And
merch,
if-
the mats?
what's up?
Get them at feelgoodgaming.com, the website, feelgoodgaming.games, right?
yes, feelgoodgaming.games.
So yeah, we just changed the website name too, and we
Well,
also
yeah.
have.
You can actually go on to the feelgoodgaming.games now and make your own mat. If you're looking to make top 8 mats, top 16 mats, bigger quantity mats, you can now make them with our company, and it's cool, man. Like you can get some custom mats for an event if you're trying to run one. But yeah, just look on our site and you can check and see what that may look like on a mat, and then you can do some customizations as well. And send us an email with your inquiry, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
And
So
it's and as far as FGG being the new ARG, uh, I mean, he's pretty much telling you that if the growth is well enough, then yeah, we can start a circuit series. He just did the breakdown for you.
yes, I am willing to become the next ARG. I will probably not make a card game, but
No.
I will try to bring big events as many places as I can, and I just a lot of the things I like to do. I like to bring like new products and new creativity, and I like to grow my collection. So I think all those things will be really fun to do while traveling around and meeting new people and just having big events and just growing the brand. That's like what I'm trying to do, and I appreciate you guys for helping me do that.
For sure. And just so you all know, like my commentary started as a volunteering thing. Now I'm well compensated for doing so, but that just goes to show like how much we're trying to grow the Edison community. The more we grow this shit, the better. Like we even got good exclusive mats. Now this is a staff mat. Not sure if you can see the word staff on there. That glare is crazy. There we are. You actually have to earn one of these in the most exclusive way possible. You have to give us your life. But no, just kidding. But no, we have good exclusive mats. So
And
you
you've
can
seen
try your
all
hand
the
at the
different ones that people are showcasing. The black and white one, that's the main one on the feature match, is the Monster Mash mat.
We
First
have the
one that I remember
Monster Mash
seeing, and then
mat.
we've seen of various different colors go on top of that.
And there will be more to come, especially if the growth of the company is big enough to get to the audience like we want, and everybody finds out about the quality and everything about the mats that, and the just the brand grows. That's all we're looking for, and we're looking to make more products and looking to get
Damn near feels like velvet.
yeah. I really like the material. It
Yeah, I
you
love
know
the
I
texture. I do.
dude this is how I made the map. They sent us a mat. Oh, it looks like we got a new feature.
Yeah, there's
mat.
one right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Top
still
8.
mention it, but yeah,
Yeah.
autumn.
So
Great transition.
yeah, I made the mat by I sent so they sent us their original mat. I should bring it so you guys could see. It was like this really thin, paper thin type of, but it was still a type of cloth. They just did it by like my description that I asked them for. Then I was like, well, we need it thicker. We need this. I went to the furniture store and I took a video and like showed them what I was looking for on video. I was like, I wanted to be able to do this and this. Then we got the
That's
mat that you
smart.
see now.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
Like it took like probably like 4 or 5 months to get everything figured out. So
We also have the very elusive creative mat. Not too many of them can be obtained, and the criteria for that are
they're pretty tough.
they're pretty narrow to say the least. Uh, we'll probably try to get that. Is it possible for us to get that on the site, like the
The creative
criteria
mat?
for the creative
Oh,
mat?
oh,
Yeah, because
yeah.
it's something that we have to address almost every stream,
Yeah.
and although everyone
I had
should
a
tune into
video.
the stream,
I should have just put the video up on the site. There's a video that's been created for that.
all right, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, because it's been one of the most talked about topics of
Yeah.
FGG participants. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we want the creative map, but how do we get it? And if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, only one has been awarded so far, right?
2, but only one should have.
Oh yeah, the one
Yeah.
accidental. Yeah,
There
yeah.
was
I
one
heard
where
about
there was
that,
just
yeah.
miscommunication and we just gave
Yeah.
it anyway. But
They
it's
did the
okay.
right thing and still, yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's all right though.
with that being said, we got some nice backup feature for you. Looks like we have Blackwings versus Torrential Tribute deck. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You do see a banished Quackimero Drago in the graveyard and a Torrential Tribute. This might be a Trap Dragon deck, or could even be that Blizzard Dragon Turbo deck that people have been talking about lately. Wait. Okay. Disregard. This is a Dragon Turbo match against so it's Dragon Turbo versus Blackwings.
He's thinking about what level 8 synchro to make. There's that torrential tribute for us from the past. Here he's got Sirocco and Gale. He's going to go for the Stardust Dragon. Thinking, what are the chances of a deep prison versus a lightning vortex? Just where I've said so many times this entire night.
Well,
Just been a key card in every matchup.
anyone who recognizes the player on the right from the camera shift that we just did knows that the guy's on Dragon Turbo. He actually mentioned his inclusion of Mirror Force in the main, and in Torrential, I believe he was siding. Might not see a Dimensional Prison from him. I'm not sure, but if that Stardust attacks, it's probably going to walk. Where we at? Okay, good. Fader. Now, paying attention to Mike Kelly's feature match in the earlier rounds, you know that he was maining a Battle Fader. If he sides more, not sure, but saved his ass now. He still has 8,100 points to take from his opponent. Let's see how that turns out. Oddly enough, we cannot see what table they're sitting at. All right, Reckless has been drawn into a trade-in, but he's looking for the answers. If he got a red med in hand, he needs a dragon to make things happen. Oh, excuse my lack of awareness. These players are in time right now. With that being said, he has at least. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Damn.
Math,
Oh,
but
they're
he
in
has to- he
time,
has
and
to
look
get
at the
him-
life difference.
He has to get him
Holy-
to 2650.
Yeah, bro.
Minimum.
You got him to 26.99 and a half.
Yeah, it's that's quite the spread.
Yeah.
Considering
That's tough.
Stardust
And he's got
Dragon
a
is on
face
the
down that
field.
you can barely see on that color, but you can. So I didn't see it until just now. But
Yeah, no, so he has a trap to clear in the Stardust. So
when the glare came in,
the Lightning Vortex that Dragon Turbo uses will probably be off or not.
it's looking tough for Mike Kelly
He's
here.
gonna have to check the grave, see if Mirror Force or Torrential's there. Just put him on Better Have It. I mean, there could be an Icarus attack too. I mean, that is an arm wing up. So
Yep. Oh,
Guess we-
he's got to do even more.
I will say,
damage.
yeah, like
That's
you
I
digging
know
at
that
this
feeling with
point.
Upstart
Like,
Goblin.
He's got to do even
you're
more.
reaching at this point.
damage.
If you upstart in time,
Yo, if Michael Kelly wins this, I have to ban Dragon Turbo.
Yeah, just
Even in time, down 7,000 life or whatever
all he
he's
needs
down,
is
he's
like
still gonna
a
come back.
debris dragon.
Oh, I thought that was another
into
upstart, dude.
Red Med.
Mm,
They can attack
Oh,
over
man.
both monsters. If the back row isn't that live, a simple Giant True Nade Heavy Storm, Mystical Space Typhoon clear the way for something like that. So it's just a 2-card combo that the Dragon Turbo needs. Take over the board. The Blackwing player only has 2 cards in hand. If those, they could easily top deck Black Whirlwind or something like Blizzard.
I wonder what turn are they on? Do we know or not?
hopefully
Maybe
some
it's
no,
kind
I,
of
didn't, I was
judge
just told that it was in
is
time. We
watching
don't
this
know what
match.
turn
Yeah.
it's on.
It's big. It's on round 4. This could decide the tournament for either of these
He's
players.
drawn 2. He's drawn 2.
Even just normal summon any dragon, banish for Red Eyes Darkness Metal.
Still a hell of a deficit.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's turn 1.
This is turn 1? Oh, wow.
So each player gets a turn after this.
it
and-
That's
feels
probably
like
why
it's
he's
been
thinking
8
so
turns.
much.
Yeah, this is a long turn to say the least.
Once you're into time, might as well take it. There's no time for time. There are combinations of cards that could win the game for the Dragon Turbo player. There's the
Well,
Giant
True
True
Nade is activated. That
If
means
he
he
can get
got the push.
Ryanek and a Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon.
Oh.
Which
Okay,
includes
yeah,
this Debris
so
Dragon
Debris
and something
Dragon
like
means at
Instant
least-
Fusion.
At least one red met is gonna get played. Like,
But he has nothing for it to bring back from the
No, that I
graveyard, it
thought.
looks
I
like.
thought. Yeah, I didn't see the grave. I thought he was gonna bring
Yeah,
back a white stone or something.
yes,
For
that's
some
what I was
reason, I
thinking
thought he
too.
was gonna bring back Dandelion because I'm so tired. I'm like, oh, Dandelion's coming.
That would be if it was Amaryllis. Quick draw. With how decks are developing, you can mishmash all types of cards together. He just needs some way to fuel his graveyard a bit more, and it looks like he doesn't have it. Card destruction. So he's been thinking about the probabilities of what he could possibly draw and how many cards he needs to use from his hand versus what cards he'll draw, whether they're better. Might as well chain the DD Crow.
Card destruction's a funny one.
I think I saw a monster in there. Is there something that Red Eyes Darkness Metal can bring back?
Card destruction is funny. It's like, I hope I drop their gores, but shit, what if you draw them into their gores? Like, that's hilarious.
Yeah, if there's
But
answers
no, I would
the
still
Blackwing
do it.
players can have on his turn.
Whoa, look
The
at all those
crowd
people
has
watching, bro.
formed.
That's quite the crowd. I
Putting
mean,
the
it's clearly
pressure
one of the
on.
last games. Oh, they were at table 1. Well, at least we know they're undefeated.
Yeah, it says here, yeah, I guess it's the other feature match. This is the table 1. We saw Michael Kelly get that win in round 2. So he must have won round 3 as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're at table 1, like, you definitely won. You definitely won round 3.
I feel like they haven't really progressed at all.
There's no time rules during time.
He just keeps looking at his grave and looking at the guy, looking at his grave and looking at the guy.
It was a tough decision with that card destruction. And now he probably has 2 choices that he discarded. We didn't see what the 2
I
cards he
wonder what he's
discarded.
gonna do next.
Not sure, but it's Blackwing, so it can only be gores
Yeah.
that he would be worried about.
Yeah, there's no
True.
probably not gonna be
Nothing else
gores.
fits
He
in
could
that
worry
deck.
about Kalut if he's trying to attack over that armed wing. I can't tell if it's frozen or if he's just taking that long. Dragon Turbo. Third party, aka small businesses, for the win. I agree with that,
So
Curtis.
he's summoned a Blue Eyes White
Big
Dragon.
events. Woo.
Wait, what happened? Oh.
Camera froze.
Oh, the camera froze.
We went to the future where he got a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Wow.
And the Blackwing players just gonna
Just
try to
set a
stall to stay
card.
alive, set up monster, pass, no
Is he
back
gonna
rows.
be able to do it? Oh shit!
Second Reckless Greed,
The suspense is building.
3
Let's
plus
go.
1. So this is the last turn, right?
1, 2, 3,
That's it?
4, 3.
Yeah.
He was on turn 1. This will be turn 3.
This
That's
is the
it?
final turn.
So
Yeah.
he needs
Wow.
to
He was
get
just-
how
yeah,
much
he just
damage
sent it in.
here?
It's the
Wow,
final
they're
turn,
playing
yeah.
very fast. He was able to update you.
So he
It's
did
real time.
1,000 damage last turn with
This is crazy. So
That
he has to
really
do how
is.
much damage in one turn?
an 800 plus.
A lot. quite a bit.
54. I'm sorry, 5450.
Now 64.50.
Now, yep, the Flame Swordsman is out.
Oh,
Oh,
for Brionic.
That's
for game.
Brionic.
No way.
Just bounce
Yeah.
whatever that is. Attack. There's no
That's
gores.
Unreal,
crazy. Yo.
That's crazy, dude.
He
We're in
found a
time,
way-
so
he
we can't
found the
bring him
line
back
to
here for
summon
a player
the Red Eyes
interview,
Darkness
but
Metal,
that'll be
then
a
Card
second.
Destruction, the Blue Eyes, bring it back, and just attack over the monsters. Then use the Instant Fusion with Whitestone, which he's done so much in round 2 as well. Now he's just wondering how much more he can manufacture. Banish the Blue Eyes
Oh,
for the Red
damn.
Eyes. Joey Wheeler. Blue Eyes is back anyway.
Get the hell out of
Discard
here.
Future Fusion. Now
Oh, he still has multiple cards. He still had another card in his hand. Hey, that's a Gores.
That's a Gores.
Wait, what?
He had a Gores.
He
He
had a
stopped him with
Gores.
Gores?
He stopped
Yeah,
it
he
through
had a
Gores.
Gores.
Wait, so the Gores won the game.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was looking
He had
down like,
Gores for the save.
Was the Gores for the save? Was that enough?
Yeah, he can't do enough damage.
He had a lot of damage.
And
That's crazy. I can't believe that was Gores, bro.
Hate to see
Yeah,
it.
actually, I can't believe it either.
That's a
Hate
winner.
to see it, but
I
I'm
think
hey,
that's a winner.
That's our
right?
winner.
I
That's my
think
man. He plays poker at
Yes.
MGM. He was talking to me about it.
The
but
Gores,
yeah, I mean,
Blackwing,
Gores is used
tech.
for reasons just like that.
like you
Dude,
said, the card
anybody-
destruction. You called it card destruction into the Gores.
Oh shit! I
Oh,
definitely did. I
wow.
was like, yo, you do it to get rid of it, but what if you draw them
Wow.
into it? And yeah, he drew
That's
him into the
wild
Gores.
AF.
But at the same time, he probably used the card destruction because he needed to fuel his shit too.
Yeah, he did. He was probably
He
like, I'm
needed
not
to get
gonna
I
close
win.
to a
wonder.
win,
He
too, so.
synchroed into Brian. He had a face down monster. What if he synchroed into Flamevel or Aquizas, who does piercing damage? He could maybe get some more damage on a set monster
Yeah.
and then attack directly.
Wow. What a
He
Gores,
really drew
bro.
him into the Gores.
That's
with the
Gores
fucking-
was the MVP of the match.
Yeah,
for him.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
literally,
Gores just
like,
flipped that shit upside down in time.
Time Gores.
Let's go,
Now, if
Chris.
you win in time, like you love to see that shit. Like it's interesting. Oh yeah, Curtis, we ain't got time for a player interview though, sadly. But I mean, he 4-0 right now, so we'll probably get him for one later on. I mean, he only has to win one more to get in, so we'll be
Yeah,
talking to
2
Buddy
rounds to
soon.
win 1 match. Michael Kelly's still very much
maybe
alive.
not, but oh nah, Mike is top. He only has to win one more. Mike is good. He'll be fine. I mean, he only has to win 2 more. I think Mike got that. I mean, see how fucking close he was this time, only to lose the Gores. It's crazy. He really card destruction into his Gores. Like, damn, it's gotta be painful. But, damn. Yeah.
Blackwings,
That's a
the other,
comedic.
the
It was
other
a
part of the
comedic
victory.
finish.
Blackwings, Frogs, and
Oh, as far as like what's guaranteed or like what's going well so far.
Bio Turbo. Yeah, I wonder who else
Yeah,
is in.
Blackwings, Frogs, Machina.
And Bio Turbo. We saw Daniel from round 1.
Well, yeah, I doubt that he has more than one loss right now, if any.
He
Like,
just,
yeah,
he
we
just-
can't. Yeah, we can't get a player interview because there's no
Of
time.
course.
yeah, no,
They already
I
went into
explained
time,
that. Yeah,
yeah, my
anytime
bad.
we go into time, we're not
Legit,
gonna be
let's
able to get
go,
their
the
player
Gores.
interviews.
Mo-
Most likely,
Blackwings.
unless there's some type of break or something.
Yeah.
If there's like a lunch break and they don't care about eating for the day, we'll get them.
But really, that
Nah,
game
we
also,
encourage you to take advantage of our lunch
It was
break.
Gores, but it was also
do.
Some people they fast.
it was going to
Well,
time
yeah, that's fair. We don't exclude.
that won him the
Like,
game,
I
right?
fast.
Gores wouldn't
today.
have actually done anything if it wasn't in time, right?
Exactly.
Gores?
Yeah,
They
would've
the
just
game-
gotten run
They would have
over.
just continued.
Oh yeah,
playing.
for sure,
so
yeah. Like the
it
Gores
was-
would have just been delaying the inevitable, but nah, we're in time,
Nah,
dog.
Gores
Like,
is a time guy.
yo,
Gores
Man.
is the nuts.
hate
He's
to
the
see
ultimate
it.
turnaround card if it in time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Out of all the
Roadblock.
fucking things, I hate seeing time finishes, but
you
at
gotta
least
have
it was an iconic one though. Like
that-
Gores for the say, it was a fucking Yugi moment, man.
Yeah.
Like
I draw
your card, your card
Gores.
destruction led me into Gores.
Yo, have you guys seen those videos on YouTube where it's like Rick Sanchez versus like
versus Yugi.
Yeah.
For some odd reason, I've only skipped it because I never had time to watch it. But it keeps getting put in my fucking recommended.
Yeah. I watched it
Keeps getting
yesterday.
put in my
It's
recommendeds.
pretty funny. I mean, it's just chill. Like, it's like I love Rick and Morty and I love Yu-Gi-Oh when I was younger, so it just like hits the spot, you know.
Yeah, next
So
time it
much
pops
great
up, I'm gonna
fan
have to watch
content.
that shit
Yeah,
because it
it's
keeps
worth
popping up into
Oh,
my
we
recommended.
got a guy coming through. We got another guy
What
coming
up,
through.
Chuck?
Hello. You can sit closer if you want, bro.
Trident Dragon. I
No?
wonder if there's a
Okay.
way from to synchro into Trident Dragon there. Get multiple attacks. He had the Battle Faders, 1 star. Debris Dragon could be 4 stars. The Flame Swordsman is 5 stars. So if he needed an extra Debris Dragon there, I think all he had was White Stone plus Flame Swordsman. If he had Debris Dragon on top of that, he could make 10 stars. Trident Dragon. Trident Dragon blows up your whole board, but it attacks for every card. So he would have had like 3 or 4 monsters. I he has to attack the face down. Maybe yeah, he wouldn't have Brionic then. These are all the lines that Michael Kelly was thinking of, which is why it took him to like 15 minutes to play that turn. And you can tell the difference. I think Michael Kelly is known for his Flamevell Synchro Cat deck. Everybody knows that around these parts. So the fact he's playing the Dragon Turbo, I'm sure he's got a lot of experience on it. But there's definitely a benefit to being on your tried and true. Skill is a big factor in this game. A lot of decisions. All 5 of the feature matches we've seen today have had a lot of big decision points. What to main deck, what to side deck, when to use these cards. We saw a Stratos on turn 1 when he had 4 different heroes in his deck. Ocean, Alias, Infernal Prodigy, and Malicious Edge. And he has to think about when he takes these cards, what does he have in his hand, and what's he going to draw, and how are these cards going to interact together, what's the best probability to win, what your opponent's going to play. Or you just like take the best guy because he's the strongest card and do it fast, but some players can think ahead, and it does make an edge. There's a reason why players win multiple times. Winners are going to win. Anybody in the chat have a favorite type of deck that they like to play? They were here battling it out. Favorite kind of monster? Some people just love darks. Some people just love Lightsworns.
Okay.
Last month I was playing the Diva Hero deck. Pretty fun. Back in 2010, I was playing Machina Gadgets. I thought Gadgets had a lot of consistency. So just red gadget gets yellow gadget, keep it going. Diva Hero, let's go. I've been just trying to refine it a lot recently. I've tried versions with very little traps. Tried versions with a lot of traps. I was playing triple Jar of Greed, triple Reckless Greed, triple Upstart Goblin for a while, just like trying to turbo it out. I don't think that was correct. Cards like Tragodia, how does it fit into a deck like that? Full Gadget's Ultimate Offering, Solidarity, just pure machines, just rush people down with like 2,000 attack little dudes. People now are putting gadgets into like any archetype. So you can play Blackwings with gadgets. I know it's really bizarre, but like gadgets they'll just keep replacing themselves and put a little bit of pressure on with some good trap cards. It's like you said though, they're really normal summon reliant. So you need some way to special summon or like Ultimate Offering, get a lot of summons in a row. That's some good insight there. The Machina deck we've seen twice now, Indy and Brandon. It's kind of just a good cards deck. It plays Fortress, Force, and Gear Frame, but that's really all the machines that it plays. So usually a machine deck, you would think, I'm going to use Cyber Dragon and Contact Fusion to get some big sweep. Like you said, somebody said the system down. Even if you accomplish that once, it probably won't hit their whole board because they have Raikou, Hamster, Caius. We saw the DD Crows. We're in round 5. The video just started for anybody hanging around here. We got a 9 for Chris and a 10 for Rob S. I've got some allegiance to the Rob S crew. Same name. Dream Frogs against Dragons. Chris, our resident dragon player, plays it a bit differently than the Dragon Turbo deck. So you'll see some standard traps, some more control-based games. And here with the Dream Frogs, You got to be dreaming to believe it. It just has some more kind of technology in there, like junk synchron. We'll see what makes it the Dream Frogs. Red Eyes Wyvern for Red Eyes Darkness Metal, putting on the pressure right away. Summoning from the hand instead of the graveyard since nothing's there yet. Drago, like we said before, one of the best cards in this matchup where it turns off cards like Gore's, Tragodia, Battle Fader. It will not stop the special summon of Treeborn Frog, and it does require an upkeep to reveal this Prime Material Dragon. Very unique card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Fishborg Blaster, something that makes this the Dream Frogs. Are you familiar with either of these decks? They're both kind of special.
Oddly
unique
enough,
to
I'm
the
familiar
players
with
making
the
them.
Trap Dragon build because I helped the guy make some of it. So, yeah, well, actually, I only gave him like an idea for like 2 different cards, but like, yeah, I'm familiar with the guy on the left. Dream
Chris?
Frog, I'm familiar with the deck. I don't know the player though, but guy's clearly going into a dupe lock right now. Dream Frog has the. Oh, okay, that confused me. I thought he was about to start attacking. Dream Frog has the potential of like boarding multiple dupe frogs very easily. They can actually establish like a triple dupe lock. Super annoying, but it utilizes avarice too. Don't be surprised if he goes into a synchro play this turn either. Dream Frog is the deck that utilizes Fishborg Frog. Fishborg Blaster with Death Frog to create synchro plays. Well, I mean, shit, there's the Death Frog right there. And he's thumbing through his extra deck. To be honest, wouldn't be surprised if the Dream Frog player tries to go for a heavy push right now. I mean, once you see red med, you feel like you're on a clock anyway. So this might be Rob's chance to just OD on him. It is already a Fishborg in the grave. Let's see how far he takes this synchro spam.
Apparently, we have a YouTube short on Feel Good Gaming. If you're wondering why it's called Dream Frogs, we have a YouTube short by James Ark, where we go over the names. It's got Death Frog in there. Can you bring Death Frog up on the side of the screen? I don't even know what he does, to be honest. I know Quentin is, there he is. When this card's tribute summoned, you can special summon more Death Frogs from your hand.
Death Frog
to
is
the
actually just
tadpoles in
used
your
to extend the
graveyards.
synchro range.
It's a 5-star.
But it can also attack over Greffer, Gear Frame. Like it's utilized in certain matchups to actually attack over bodies, and then Substitute brings out the Dupe Frog after the battle phase is over.
So what synchro monster can he do? He's got 5, 6, 7.
With Fishborg, every
8.
material has to be water, but I mean, being able to add 5 stars to your synchro potential is fucking amazing.
This
so
deck requires some serious thinking, it looks like.
yeah, you actually can't substitute in like the wrong order, or you'd fuck up the loop. So
Yeah, I saw a Light and Darkness Dragon in there.
but they use avarice to like control the synchro and then the substitute feed, so that you can shit out more than one synchro monster per turn. Like imagine him using Fishborg and Death Frog to make a Goyo, and then avaricing to get rid of the second Dupe Frog if he still had a substitute on the bit on the field. Then he would discard to bring the Fishborg back and then synchro into another monster. So you really can't like do things in the wrong order. You actually do have to think about what you're doing.
Yep, you both are calling out the Goyo Guardian here. He puts in his hand Curtis, reflecting a common sentiment that this frog deck requires too much going on. Now he's got a Goyo, and the
Okay, so yeah, the
Goyo is
Goyo is there.
protected. He's
Is
got
he
no
gonna
dragon,
take
so it's
it?
just going to
Yeah.
destroy itself through maintenance cost at the end of the turn.
Unless he reveals a light and darkness dragon.
True. I did see that in his
He
deck.
probably won't do that, but if he does, so be it. Like,
So now,
funny thing is the lock is established though, so the
yeah,
red med can't actually crash with the it can't crash with
they
the
can bring the
Goyo.
Draco right back.
Well, it can
That's
do
about
that.
it. Then they can threaten to crash with the Goyo.
But if he brings that shit back, he might actually give him fodder for a tribute summon. So that's a that oh, you hate to see dragon players do that. Future fusion, resolving. Oh, oh, of course. So see, I knew he'd remember what you. Oh, you told him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
I was just shouting out the channel.
I miss players like that. Adele, man, good, good, good. Tell him I said hey.
And here, Future Fusion is a powerful card. Now that Draco is off the board, Future Fusion can legally be casted. His 5-headed dragon is a dark monster. So
You know, that's an interesting thing that you bring
the
up.
Draco
Can you
needed to
actually
be off the board.
reveal
I guess he.
five-headed if I actually don't know that ruling. Can
I think
you
so.
reveal?
I think it's a dark monster.
No, it is a dark monster. What I'm
Yeah.
asking is like, can you reveal it in an attempt to summon it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I will believe you. I would definitely believe you if you said
So
that. Yeah.
so that's a weird interaction. He must have top decked Future Fusion, or else he would have casted it last turn,
Hell
right?
yeah.
So
I
that's
like
such a
how you
strange
say
draw.
cast. You
He activated
you multi game players like always kind of spill the beans.
the lingo. He's broken the dupe lock with Book of Moon.
Book of Moon does a lot of justice, man. It's a versatile card. People look at it as a minus. How you follow up with it determines whether or not it neutralizes or pluses.
He got a lot of damage as well, because
Oh,
that
yeah, for
one
sure.
dupe frog was an attack position for
Now, to
some
be a
kind of
600
circumstance.
Pardon me. To be a 600 is scary. Going against something like dragons, it's almost like you can't afford to like attempt to attack.
Yep.
What's happened?
Floater Dragon. He already used the red med to attack the dupe frog.
Oh, I
was
thought he
pointing out.
tried to attack a red man and took it back. I was gonna say, damn, like I like Chris, but you can't really do that. But
Mhm.
okay, he definitely did attack that dude frog. Yeah.
Exploder Dragon takes no battle damage from any attacks he's involving this
No,
attacking
I was
card.
say he has to attack.
He has to
Like
attack.
so, if they run over him, hey, like fair game, buddy. I always like the art on this card. Like it's just implied what he's doing. You see how he has the bomb in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm bringing this over to you." Bow. Yeah, one person mentioned that, like, oh, he didn't switch the dupe to the fence. I love how engaged our chat is. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Keep doing that. Give us more reasons to keep the stream going. I mean, if y'all don't talk,
Yeah,
we're
I'm not
still
sure
gonna
why
do
that
it.
dupe
But
frog ended up in attack. I know there's certain cards that make it go to attack, like
that wasn't
Debris
the case,
Dragon.
though.
But I think that in this case, he may have
No,
been
that
able
was
to
just-
fix it.
That was just by choice. Like he just didn't fucking do it.
It can happen.
Unless I
like you
missed
said,
it
the
and it was during a
sequencing.
loop, in which case Swap did an extra normal summon, and he summoned it through Swap Frog's extra normal summon. Aside from that, I don't know how it happened. And okay, and see, and that's what Panda just said. He bounced the Swap to normal to do. That's the
So he
one
had to
situation in
normal
which it
summon
has to be
it.
in that position. Yeah, like if you swap into a normal dupe, then yeah.
I'm learning too, especially about this Dream Frogs deck. I'm not that familiar with this version of
Oddly
it.
enough, I'm familiar with the list, but I'm not familiar with the different lines. So if you handed me a Dream Frog deck, I'd probably fumble with it. I know the list, but I've yet to actually use it to
Once
learn it.
again, it has to end up in attack position.
What?
And he has a Dupe Frog in his hand to create another lock, but instead he's
Well, I
going to
mean, the
use
deck runs 3
Substitute.
dupes. One thing the Dream Frog deck does is abuse the fuck out of the dupe lock.
Yes, it's probably going to get this another Dupe Frog from the deck. Create another dupe block, like you said. Then end with the substitute, like you said, is the triple block here.
Well, I mean, they can end. They can actually end on 3 dupes. But remember, he still has the Fishborg online. Like he might be aiming for he might aim for a synchro.
Okay.
Like the Dream Frog deck has a great game 1.
It's doing a lot of things. He's synchroing with 3 cards. He's throwing away his Dupe
Pardon me.
Frogs to find a synchro monster. 5, 6, 7, 8 stars. He could go for Colossal Fighter to attack both Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragons because he has no warriors. No, he has a Goyo Guardian. So it actually is 2,900. And it's actually
I mean,
Too
there's also a
it's too powerful to
Colossal.
trade
Yeah, I would say
into all the
Colossal
red
can't.
meds.
Yeah, Colossal can't crash because of Goyo. I don't think the player noticed that though.
He
Unless he just wants to climb 1 pause, but
he can
yeah, I
get
mean there's one
he can
Goyo
get 2
to
more Dupe Frogs, have a Dupe Lock. And he's not going to be able to out the big guy. He can use Unifrog to take out. What's going on? What's his plan? There's too many options for this deck. I think I would not be able to succeed. Unifrog. This is only turn 1 of the Future Fusion, so he's not in a rush to take it out. Maybe he's looking if he can get the Fishborg Blaster one more time. What is Fishborg Blaster? Does it have some restriction? Or maybe
it can only single water monsters.
yeah, he doesn't quite have enough.
Oh, someone's thinking that he can do the arm, the colossal arm OTK?
So he can keep doing it
He can't
multiple times in the same turn.
unless what?
His Fishborg, he's gonna bring it out again.
Oh yeah. No, Panda was wondering if he could do the colossal arm thing, but he
So
can't
if he
because he only has
does,
600.
he puts 1,000 attack onto Red Eyes Darkness Metals. It's
Mhm.
3,800.
He would immediately.
He would need to
lose
have
attack.
his Colossal Fighter be at 3,800 as well.
Yeah. Nah.
So he doesn't have two Dupe Frogs are in the graveyard. I'm just talking through this like I'm with
Well,
you
I
guys.
mean, he doesn't
chat.
have avarice to create a second dupe lock, but he's soft locked in right now.
He
He's
knows
soft
that
locking
he
right
has
now.
the Goyo.
But soft lock
But
is kind of just as good.
there's
The
nothing.
soft lock is sub dupe, so like they have to attack dupe, but substitute prevents the frog monsters from being destroyed by battle
So yeah, what can he? He can bring back the Fishborg, right?
if he wants to.
Then that's 2, 3,
To
4,
no
5.
avail.
A 6-star monster. He can synchro into something.
But he would have to Brionic in that case.
Or a
But he has no card to discard to.
he can
Mount an offense.
still go
He could
into
go Yo
Armory
Crash.
Arm just to have the
Oh,
the
okay. You're saying
biggest
he could
card,
arm. Okay, he could arm to
right? To just his Colossal Fighter. Just
Wait,
to
no, he
make it
can't. He
bigger?
can't. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he could. He could armor him. You're right. I'm sorry. He could.
I mean, it's an option,
He's
right?
left completely naked if he does that.
He needs to take these attack position monsters and get rid of them at this point.
He did.
So at least now he has the
Yeah.
biggest attack monster, and he has a Dupe Frog. And
Yeah, he's
The
gonna have to do
sequencing
something
was
about that
pretty good. He was able
immediately.
to take out the future fusion.
Okay, so seems that we should be reading prior to making these moves. So he does take the 1,000 damage from the colossal. I mean, from the exploder dragon because armory arm is a thing.
Hmm.
I'll pay more attention.
His board is cleared. He's top decking, but he has a
It's a
torrential tribute.
interesting position to be in right now.
So he's got to
Okay,
force his opponent to summon something.
right now Swap is just thinning the deck to
And it can
make it.
enable his own torrential tribute next turn if Chris doesn't play anything.
Chris most likely won't play anything. Now, will he flip summon that monster? Maybe, but will he play something else from hand? No. In other words, he's gonna secure his. Whoa, a prime material, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. He special prime material dragon with the red eyes darkness metal. The torrential tribute will be negated when he attempts to
Yeah.
activate it. That's why he just immediately scoops game two. Game two. Forgive the lack of commentary, but we usually don't say anything when side decking occurs. We do our predictions on what may be coming in, what may be going out, but these are deck choices. With that being said, we have no real input. I'm not commenting on the Trap Dragon deck because I kind of helped like build it. Well, I only had input on 2 different cards, but even still, I choose to remain silent just to eliminate any sort of bias.
Yeah, frogs. We've seen how many matches featured frogs?
This will be the third, I believe.
The third.
Yeah, and if I'm wrong, I hate that I overlooked that, but yeah.
Yeah, round 1 was frogs against Fire Turbo. Round 3 was and 4 were frogs against Machinas. So this is the 4th out of 5 rounds featuring frogs.
Okay, so
the
frogs are
top
heavily
tables.
played today. Several variants. We had Nick Nunes with the
Monarchs.
we had Nick Nunes with Classic Frog Monarchs. We have Rob S currently on Dream Frog. We had
Nick in
Nick
round
D
1. Yeah.
round 1 with Hero Frogs. And with that being said, like
And
that's 3 different
Sasha.
variants.
Sasha was
And
on the Hero
Sasha with
Frogs.
Hero Frogs. We were able to see a more thorough performance with Sasha as opposed to Nick. If you don't draw engine, you don't draw engine. But we saw what we saw. But you saw 3 different frog variants. But when it's all said and done, it's still frogs, and it goes to show how consistent and how efficient that engine is.
It is
Game
really
2, people.
strong.
Let's go.
On turn 1, I see a swap frog they can special summon and a substitute. So right away, I'm thinking let's combine these 2 together and set up a dupe block. And I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to keep his deck face up and just cycle through it all. Normal summon. And we all see where this is going. Trap in general, trap cards are a lot weaker going second.
Oh,
where
yeah,
you
for
can't
sure.
set
But-
them up before your opponent gets to activate.
But with it being trap dragons, they definitely use them. Like it be like that sometimes,
I see a magic cylinder, some Kaiku
which
that goes
is
destroyers.
weird as hell.
Yeah,
And to be
but
honest,
some
like
tech.
I hate to bring personal interaction into this, but he and I didn't discuss Magic Cylinder, so I'm surprised to see that card. I know it's
You
in the
went
side
rogue.
deck. I know it's in the
Sometimes
side deck.
you
but-
go with a friend, you get 59 cards the same, and you're like, I'm just gonna throw in my favorite card, Magical Cylinder. Somebody shouted
might
it out
be
in the
it.
chat. It can come in same like the best card in the world sometimes. Just deals that damage right back. And to keep it in this matchup means he's expecting some heavy hitter
My life
attack
point,
power.
my odd life point damage card of choice is Ceasefire. Magic
Ceasefire.
Cylinder, like
That card is amazing in time.
Well, it's amazing in time, but I don't really use it in like a couple of my Machina decks, but it works well in conjunction with Fossil Dyna and Snowman Eater because when they're flip face up,
They don't have
they
not a flip
activate.
effect.
Yeah,
Don't
so
activate
I would
under
interrupt
Ceasefire.
special summon chains with Fossil Dyna or catch people trying to synchro summon with the Snowman Eater with a well-timed Ceasefire, but. Yeah, Magic Cylinder though, like, yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. But look at that. There's a dupe block. But in Dreamfrog, you're gonna see dupe blocks. It's as simple as that. Like, they main 3 dupes.
There's definitely a lot of sequencing with this particular frog deck. Most could
Yeah.
do the dupe block in maybe a minute, but this deck has more frogs with the Death Frog and the Fishwork Blaster being a water that sometimes you want to keep a card in your deck.
I was actually gonna after this round, but glad you're here now.
We're watching a T classic move from Chris. Probably setting the Magic Cylinder. I think we all saw this coming. That it's going to Unifrog's going to try to remove this back row. It turns out to be chainable. Not a big deal. There's not that many cards that would be relevant here from Chris. The back row instead
yo.
of this slot.
Hello.
Welcome to the channel.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
We've got Dream Frogs versus Trap Dragon. Is this a matchup you're familiar with?
Yes, I used to play Trap Dragon myself, so very familiar with this matchup.
How can Trap Dragons go second against a dupe lock? It feels like Lightning Vortex is relevant
Vortex is a
card.
thing.
Needle
Skill drain,
Sealing
But
would
it's
be
not
good.
like- it's
Skill
not like
Drain,
the-
just shut down all
Oh,
the...
And this
shit.
right here, Black Rose
A
Dragon.
Black Rose. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Can he do this? Is it going to resolve? This will be huge.
It may. No, don't get me wrong. It's huge. He'll get his swap frogs back, but the swap frogs are predictable. Like they recycle monarchs. That's all they do. So most of the time when people like do vortex and clear the dupes and they get the swap frogs back, it's not a big deal. I like that he chose the swap frog and death instead of swap frog. Swap frog. We got to hear on commentary.
That's good.
Special guest commentary was
Very.
special guest, but he doesn't know that he's locked in after top 8 starts. Like,
Yeah, I'll be back.
I would say, nah, he still has to play round 6, but we got you for the rest of the damn night.
Yep. Unless you know, sometimes I can sneak in there.
Hey, and
Get
now
lucky.
you might get that X2 blessed, man. You might.
Yep.
But in the
maybe.
meantime, we're discussing Dream Frog right now, and that 1900 goes a long way.
I see.
Like people treat Dust Frog as a vanilla, but it climbs Greffer, beats over
Wow.
Gear Frame. It can trade with Quacky Mare Drago. Not
Right.
that it matters in any other matchup, but this is Trap Dragons that he's playing against. And damn,
Interesting.
he summons Infernal.
So a really good play with this card he can do, Chris, if he has it, is he can attack, and
Yeah,
before the Darkfire gets popped during the end phase, he can flip up a
He could
deck depth.
DDV.
Can we
He
get
could,
this
he could
guy?
DDV if he has it set. but
100%.
Yeah, against Frogs, it's against Frogs is not.
Oh, it's
not
gone already.
Oh, look
Uh,
like
I-
they got hit
I,
with prison.
Don't even know what that card is, to be honest.
Infernal Dragon. It's a 2000 attack, 0 defense, Dark Monster.
Yes, it's a good option. It's a really easy deck devastation
It's so
strategy for
shiny that I
dragons.
couldn't tell. Once per turn.
Oh, shit,
Interesting.
my bad.
It's now gone.
It was already gone. I reset it. He put it back.
It died to Dimensional Prison, I guess. Was not able to do too much.
So for anyone curious, Infernal Dragon is just a 2000 attack Dark Monster. Yeah, it
Hmm.
kills itself if it attacks,
But it
but
comes right
it's
back.
also a good DDV fodder. So
I see.
with
Yeah,
that
it's
with
just
that
the
being
biggest
said,
guy.
like seeing it against Dream Frogs in games 2 and 3 shouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, it traded
Well,
really
actually,
effectively here.
it should be a surprise. No one plays that card, but here it is. We bring y'all different stuff at the monthly.
Blizzard
Jigsaw
Dragon.
Blizzard Dragon's coming down.
Some very
Dragon.
unique cards here.
Blizzard Dragon is something you're seeing a lot more in these Trap Dragon or
Change the
Dragon Beatdown
position
decks.
of certain
The card has no
cards.
downside.
Oh, it cannot change its battle position or declare an attack.
That's correct.
So yeah, typically
it
people
locks it
just
into
use
place.
Locks it down.
Right. Looks
Yeah.
like Chris had a translation under his calculator. Smooth place for
Foreign
Blizzard
Blizzard
translations.
Dragon.
Yeah.
This one, once again, removed. Dream Frogs has turned into a control deck, using a lot of trap cards. The 1-for-1 with Chris's threats. He doesn't even... Okay, he's going to go for the Treeborn Frog. Why not?
Now, what that Blizzard Dragon did effectively was buy Chris another turn.
Very true. The Regeki Break would have came down.
Yeah, Blizzard
and,
Dragon doesn't.
His Death Frog would have been able to attack.
Oh, wait, I gotta ask, what's going on back there? What's up with all that? That's you, big dog? Oh, shit. Okay.
Death Frog comes back to the hand as part of Swap Frog's cost. He tributes, get it back on the board. Attacks for 29. He didn't have 300 more damage, so he sets up. There's like a beatdown strategy in his Dream Frogs. He's got 2 more trap cards in his hand. Mind Crush. Torrential Tribute. Yeah, on the right here. Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer.
We see Chris scooping it up. He had Kaiku and 3 trap cards. Not enough.
The way he was able to make a Black Rose Dragon was pretty impressive to me. With the Rose Warrior of
Oh,
Revenge.
okay.
Why would a dragon deck use a 4-star Warrior Tuner? What do you think he's thinking with that card? Rose Warrior of Revenge. The 4-star. Just a normal she just normal summons her?
Yeah.
They have so many 4-star strong monsters they can protect. I know Chris is often using Fiendish Chain, Blizzard Dragon. You shut down your opponent's stuff,
Yeah.
and then you just get a big 4-star tuner. He runs Skill Drain. So it's really one of these, if you're used to really old school Yu-Gi-Oh, I could see this kind of deck reflecting that kind of play style where you kind of control the game through traps and big.
Yeah,
attack
traps
stats.
and big monsters can just get you there a lot of times. But the cool thing about Rose Warrior in this deck in particular is that everything besides Red Med is a level 4 or a 3, giving you access to like really good synchros. So last game you saw, it gave him access to Black Rose. It gives you access to Stardust Dragon. Like
I also see a mind control. You can take your opponent's monster, like a Raikou, flip it up, destroy something,
Right.
summon this. I'm wondering why you wouldn't use a card like Gale, Blackwing, that had halves attacks. It's
Gale, the problem
versatile.
with Gale is that like it only gets you access in Dragons. It would only get you access to 7s and 6s.
6s
All
and
the 8s
7s.
would be locked up.
I see. You really want that 8, that Stardust.
Right.
I guess 8 is a big breakpoint.
Right. I agree.
Very interesting balancing these things. He's balancing this beatdown deck with Royal Oppressions, and then he's trying to synchro. He's got some cards I've seen in my bulk pile, that Dragon's Breath card from when I was Dragon's Breath, this trap card that like I think it destroys spell and trap cards.
No, so I believe it destroys a monster or returns it.
Destroys a monster.
Burst Breath. It either destroys or targets a dragon monster you control. Defense less than that monster's attack.
I see.
Right,
So
yeah.
it's like a Regeki.
Yeah.
Burst Breath.
That's nice. Yeah.
You can search for Rose Warrior with Rhoda. That's a good point. I've seen DD Warrior Lady in these decks a lot. Hi, the Edison Club.
Oh, yes,
Welcome.
of course.
This is our
Rhoda can search
monthly,
Warrior Lady.
Big Feel Good Gaming Edison tournament. Big prizes, $2,000 plus. I'm sure it'll be plus with 56 players. It's some of the most players we've had since RBT Maryland in the summer. That one was huge, maybe double the size of this one because it was part of a bigger chain. This one is also part of a bigger circuit of tournaments. All the monthly tournaments, you accumulate points. Going X2 gets you 1 point. X1 gets you 2. Top 8 go get you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points to the winner or something like that. And that's what these players are playing for. They're both X1. Round
Darkness
5.
Metal to reborn a monster and chain Burst Breath to out block and make miss timing feels wild. That would be insane. Yeah.
That's with a name like the Edison Club, you have those advanced Edison technology missing timing.
Thank you so much, bro.
Daniel from round 1 was
Smells
getting
amazing.
similar ideas where you can summon Sirocco, use priority on Sirocco's effect to buff something up, but even if it's not that relevant, then use Torrential Tribute. Like you said, when it resolves backwards, the Torrential resolves killing everything. The Red Med in this case, or the Sirocco effect kind of lingers as that first chain link, preventing the Dupe Frogs from having timing. Here we got Drago. Stops dark monsters. I wouldn't expect a lot of those from Rob S. Do you think this is a good start from Chris with the dragons? Some traps?
No,
Some
I'm just
1900s?
laughing at the
Missed
missed
timing
time and
tech.
technology. Yes, that shit actually matters.
It's
Like
very
how
relevant.
you sequence the cards that you chain really matters. Like
Absolutely. We see a Draco facing down, a Swap Frog, bouncing back to the hand. Are we going to see an additional summon by Mr. Rob? No, 2 back row and a pass. Okay. Do we know what card Chris revealed for Draco?
I don't.
I see a Rose Warrior Revenge again.
There we go. His ace card back on the board. I believe this card inflicts damage. It does an additional 300 burn.
300, yep.
If it attacks, so it can get a
or
lot of
if it
damage.
does,
Here
if
we
it
know
inflicts
Rob
damage,
S has the
yeah.
Regeki break. So he's wondering, should I pop this Regeki break if a Stardust is coming down?
Right.
Or can I wait and hold it because
he's
Stardust isn't coming?
If he's sharp enough, he will just do it now so that he cannot make a Stardust Dragon.
100%.
If he properly synchro summons a Stardust Dragon, this game is going to be fucking ugly.
Oh, beautiful
Trap
trap
stun.
stun.
Just a
Making
nice
Rob
1 for
S
1,
go a
plus
hard
the
-1.
Yeah, -1 because of the discard. Trap Dragons going first. Trap cards are great when you have
Beautiful.
the initiative. Fearlessly attacking now the Trap Stun's activated.
Okay,
Means
that
that he's gonna
MST
be
on
able
the
to go
attack
through this.
is
However, Gores cannot come down.
well,
even
it
if he has
can't. Yeah, so
no-
it's
Not on
interesting
that
how that
attack.
worked, but
Okay.
And Drago's out.
Huh.
That's a total.
Interesting.
I'm kind of
Rob
curious as to
used-
why.
Why he even used
Yeah,
that
I'm,
MST, right?
I'm curious as to why he chose to do that. Like, if anything, just wait in the draw phase, like to
Right.
do it. Even if you're desperate and it's something he could have chained going into his own draw phase, he could still attempt to destroy it. Like, yeah, I don't know why he chose to do that. Like, maybe it was a
Mm.
brain fart and he has the Gores and he just forgot last minute.
It could
Like,
be if he was suspecting it to be a draw trap, since he is locked under his own trap stun. He figured, why not? Let me hit it now. You know.
true. He would still be able to activate it with no he would still be able to activate his MST though. Like if he activated his well, you're saying if Chris had a draw trap?
Right. If Chris had a draw trap.
would still be
What
able to chain
about
MST.
MST versus Stardust Dragon here?
Oh, true. He
Could
wanted to
negate
get
it.
it out before main phase 2. Before he went Stardust Dragon. That makes sense.
Oh,
Right.
okay, okay,
All right,
okay.
good play by
got you,
Rob.
Got you.
Yeah, he's
Took
thinking
some
ahead.
time
Yeah,
for
look
us to
right
piece it
past
together.
that. Yeah.
Right.
Cleared the oppression before the Stardust could protect it.
Jeez, the fact that he was able to actually successfully summon the Stardust is trouble. That means Red Med can bring it back.
Right. See, Rob here has his sub loop going.
Not much Stardust.
I
can
say
do
if
about
he's able
2
to throw a
Duke
Fishborg
Frogs.
in the mix, it might be difficult for Chris to deal with this. Well, I mean, I'm not. I haven't seen Rob's hand, so I don't know if a Fishborg is in there, but
Also, with a turn like this, I'm really
it wouldn't
interested in
matter.
this
He would
number
have
here.
to-
Time left in the round. With how Rob
Not-
meticulously sequences these substitute
keep
plays,
ignoring the round timer. Like,
this could take a couple minutes. And right now, that's not in his favor. Since Chris was able to break parity, win on the draw, going second, game 1.
Right. Setting
Uh,
up a dupe block here does not favor Rob with his
Yeah.
life points being almost at half.
He needs
well, not
to
in
get
that,
something
not
going.
with one being in attack mode.
Some
Yeah,
kind of synchro play.
Right.
Fishborg Blaster, Brionic, returning things to their hand, attacking directly.
if I'm not mistaken, it was a Book of Moon that we saw game 1.
The Book
From,
of Moon
from
game
Chris-
1
from
was
Chris.
huge.
Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a Duke Frog that he didn't have a choice but to make. It's just that with that one being in attack position, is god damn is that unfavorable. Well, I've still done it. I mean, yeah, if you ain't got a choice, you ain't got a choice. But that shit finna be serious damage if he flips that defense mode Duke Frog down or brain controls it. Like that
Right.
shit.
Interesting.
Red
The big
Med,
Stardust and the little Stardust are both going for the red MD.
Yes, they're beautiful. Showing off some of the Feel Good Gaming prize cards.
Oh. And
lot
here we got
just from
special
entering.
summon, Infernal from hand, normal summon,
Normal summon. That puts Dark End.
double. So Chris is on double Rose Warrior, the mad lad.
Dark
He
End
is
Dragon.
on the technology. And as you said, that Duke Frog and attack is gonna bite
Yeah.
Rob here.
Heavily.
Now he needs a hand trap, or else this is going to be 27 and 21.
It's when it's sent. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's when
It
it's
is
sent.
sent. Yeah.
And the 500 attack thing doesn't make it miss timing because it happens together.
Yeah,
Only
just-
battle fader here. No battle
Oh,
fader.
no battle
means
fader,
Chris
and
Yeah,
is
no
down.
fader. All right. Good. Please send Chris back for the player interview. Yeah. Can you send Chris back for the player interview? If Rob wants to come back for it, he can as well.
Love to see so many of these unique cards. A deck dev, this Infernal Dragon, Blizzard Dragon.
I mean, I think we can all agree the MVP here was definitely Rose Warrior.
That 4
And-
stars.
Yeah,
tuner,
it's so funny
versatile.
because when I was revising his deck, I made one with the Rose Warrior and one without. I hate Rose Warrior. I
Yeah.
do not like it because it's only for Stardust Strike. But if you
Is it-
successfully bring the Stardust out,
Is it
it's
just for Stardust?
dangerous.
Because I mean, he
No,
just brought a
it's-
Dark End out with it. You know what
Well,
I mean?
when I say that, it's like
Yeah.
he does it to get the dragons up. I don't
And
like
Black
Rose.
Rose Dragon was huge.
Yeah,
Black
I don't
Rose
like
is huge.
Rose Warrior only because it has no. How can I put it? He always uses a real card to make the synchro summon. Like he doesn't have like free fodder like spy or like dandy
Right.
tokens or like
He's
he always
using a
uses
real card. I
material.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he always has to go minus to later on turn it into a neutral and then
Right.
turn that neutral into a plus. But this game is about getting your opponent to zero. So sometimes I guess you can just forego fundamentals and just do what you meant to fucking do. And
Yeah.
if it costs you 3 cards to make sure you're able to do 2,000 and then lock some other cards down, then yeah, go ahead and make that decision. Do I like Rose Warrior in his deck? No. But when we were discussing his deck, he definitely made a valid argument for it. And it was enough for me to just be like, nah, go ahead, keep it in. Not saying he can't run like what he wants to run. It's just it's not a card that I favor, but I do understand why he runs it, and it definitely put in work that match.
Absolutely.
Definitely
yeah.
put in work that
He
match.
made Rose Warrior look good. Or
Nah,
made her look good.
He did. I'm an advocate for it now. Like Chris, you convinced me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good every
But-
time. Mind control.
Yeah.
I remember playing it in Synchro Cat decks back in the day with Summoner Monk.
That was
Get
a
that,
thing.
get that
was
4-star
a thing.
tuner,
Yeah.
make Stardust right away.
I remember when that thing was the fucking when it was wasn't it the Duelist Genesis promo? Yeah, it was the sneak peek promo. Yeah, it was like this.
yeah, something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
It was one of those sneak peek promos. And I'm
Mhm.
like, oh, this shit is ugh.
Yeah,
It's just
Yeah,
four
he used to
star
come in the
tuner
back
has
of those 3-pack
300
blisters.
damage. So
Yeah.
what? Like, but
Yeah.
hey, I mean, 14. Like, no, whoa. 15 years later, that shit finally
Yeah,
looking
he's using
good.
that 300 is using his effect. 300 damage, extra
Yo,
effect
is
damage
someone-
when it attacks directly.
Imagine someone loses the game
shoot.
from that 300 points
I
of
actually gotta
damage.
go.
Yo.
Round about to be over.
Good luck to here.
I'll be back for top 8.
Heck
probably.
yeah.
I'm about to say, you might want to take that shit with you, but you was, I don't know why I thought you was like setting it down, like, nah, that's yours. Like, yeah.
Always looking forward to guests. And yeah, once we get to top 8, we got 48 players. We got a place on this couch.
It was only like 3.
Yeah, I doubt there'll be time. The players gotta focus on playing. This is a grind. Red MD. Oh, we got some secret technology here from Joseph.
And yeah,
Red
no,
MD
no, you are right.
Goes
It's,
+1 back to 0.
No, yeah, like to go minus for the red med to plus it back up. Let's
Yeah.
go ahead and get Chris on here
Oh
real
yeah,
quick.
Chris.
Give him about 2
Ooh.
minutes. Go grab that third headset real quick.
Yeah, we don't want to hold you up.
How y'all doing?
Great.
We
That was
doing
a great
Probably
match.
Not as great as you.
No.
He'll let you know when it's time to go.
So how are you
Alright.
feeling about your deck? It looked like it was working out pretty well.
Hold on, it's kind of hard to hear. Say it again.
Yeah, you gotta do like the one year not
Yeah,
used.
Just flip this one over. My bad.
Oh, all right, bet.
Yeah, or you-
Yeah, how are you feeling about your deck? We were talking about all the choices. It looked good.
So I gotta give JB a shout out because a couple of cards I'm playing, I'm not gonna lie, he definitely told me to play.
yeah,
And
we were in the lab with the testing for
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
man.
yeah.
We were in the lab.
2 of them came up already.
You
So
burst somebody?
I wasn't gonna say it.
Oh,
Yes, I did. I did do that. And I deck div somebody today too. I sided in the second deck div against dang, what is his name? I feel so bad. I just forgot my opponent's
Robert,
name.
you just played.
Rob, yeah.
Okay.
I sided both of them in, but I ain't see it. But yeah, I flipped skill drain on somebody with the Infernal Dragon. It was crazy. It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It is actually really good.
No, I'm
So-
glad you was able to make it work, man. Once
Yeah.
I saw you was at the table, you was sitting there, I'm like, man, let's go ahead and get this feature match out the way, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
only
yeah.
need to win one more. What's been your most difficult matchup so far?
Still frogs.
Now, yeah,
It's still frogs.
I feel like frogs when you go second and they set up the dupe block and you have all these trap cards.
You have to see the cards that you're playing for them. Like that's the
Yeah,
reason
you
you're
have
playing
to,
them, obviously. But you have to see
have
them,
to
or
see
they
it,
still
yeah.
just. It's oh my gosh! Like just playing him just now, I had to sit there and think about like, yo, I need to kill you, like,
Yeah.
because if I give you another turn and another turn, like. Eventually, I'm not gonna have enough ways to do what I need to do. And I thought about it. I'm like, do I really want to banish this Stardust Dragon?
for this red mid.
I'm like, but hold up.
Pay it off.
The Infernal and the Rose
Hey,
and then
Dark
in the
Ends.
dark end, as long as he don't got Gores, like I should win this game. And actually, to be honest with you, Gores wouldn't
Yeah,
have
through Gores
did it
because it was in attack mode.
yeah. So the Gores wouldn't have did anything because when I attack with Red MD, that's 27. He's at 15. He can't drop Gores there.
Actually,
It's not direct, right?
Now, one thing I was on stream talking about is how much I dislike Rose Warrior because you don't have like free fodder to make the Stardust Dragon or
Yeah.
whatever synchro you make.
Yeah.
But then I was also telling them like in our testing, like I mean,
It
you
was
made it pretty
working.
convincing. Like if you resolve a Stardust Dragon, like if you successfully summon a Stardust Dragon,
It's really hard to win.
the Rose Warrior just makes sense.
Yeah.
Like so even if you use a real card to bring out to sync with like Rose Warrior to make the Stardust Dragon, it works, man. Like I'm an advocate for Rose now. Like
I'm gonna tell you,
I'm an advocate.
we're actually talking about playing Instant Fusion in it too.
I'm not
Like
against that.
the
yo.
one of
like,
Instant Fusion.
I'm not against that. I thought it
Michael
would be
Kelly's been making that
greedy.
card look good. He won a feature
So
match.
yeah,
with
like you
2 of
can
them.
Instant Fusion out Dark Fire Dragon and then banish for Red MD, or you can Dark Fire and then
And get
Rose
material.
Warrior.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shit, Dark Fire Dragon
Yeah.
is a fuck.
It's actually kind of good. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on,
So-
wait. I just thought about something. Dark Fire Dragon is a Dragon Monster, though,
And
right?
it is, right?
So if you need to, you can actually red that motherfucker back
Yep.
because Instant Fusion is a legit sync or something. I mean,
Yep.
it's a legit fusion summon.
Yeah. So I'm cooking.
Who told you about that, Mike?
No, I was talking to Mike about it actually. It's been an idea for a little
Instant
while,
Fusion? Yeah, I
but
would have never thought about Instant
it's-
Fusion. Like, not for that deck in
It's
particular.
expensive. The
Yeah.
cost.
But yes.
it's pretty.
yes.
It's
good,
spicy,
good,
right?
good.
It's spicy. So
Nah,
we,
Instant Fusion
we gonna
sound
test
nice,
it.
yo.
We gonna test
I
it.
was say no. Yeah, me and you guys talk about that next week. Though.
We gonna
Yeah,
test it, we
I
gonna
want to
test
try to find a way to like safely fit Instant Fusion into that deck.
Yeah.
That's good inclusion. That's good
Yeah.
inclusion. I like that shit.
Appreciate that.
Nah, but I'm glad you X1 right now, man. You only
Let
need to
him
win one
cook.
more to get
Hell
back in
yeah,
that top
look, you
cut,
got
man.
some people cheering you on in the chat.
Nah,
Chris.
yeah, Panda think you got it, man.
Oh, yeah, I
Panda think
appreciate
you
that,
got it,
appreciate that.
yo.
People love dragons.
Glory to God,
they
man.
love dragons.
Yes, I do.
You
Yeah,
always rep the dragons.
always.
Another reason I wanted you to be featured is because we're not seeing Trap Dragons on stream with a good record.
Yeah.
Like not enough people play it.
I'm trying to
Like,
represent.
I mean, nah, for sure. You doing well. It's just like I like to make sure we get shit on stream that's not gonna be commonly seen.
Yeah.
Shit, that's how Rom got featured.
Mhm.
We wasn't doing it for Daniel.
Uh-huh.
We're doing
Oh,
it for you. Like you're
Yeah.
playing Diva Hero in the last
Mhm.
round of Swiss, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
let's see
yeah,
it.
no one else is gonna
How'd you
be
do?
playing Diva Hero.
Daniel
Like,
went undefeated last tournament.
yeah, last month.
So
yeah. For
I
all
was
who
one of
weren't
his-
watching last month.
he was the Grim
monthly,
Reaper, and I was along the way. He took me out.
Golly.
Eliminated me in the feature match.
It's all right. At least you
Yeah.
topped.
Yeah. Oh, I did not top 8.
I'm
He
hoping.
eliminated me.
Yeah,
You're on
so-
your way. You're one away.
Yeah.
But nah, you only one away. So, what was your easiest matchup today?
The easiest
Yeah.
one?
What's an easy matchup for
Yeah.
you?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and
Um,
clear this. Just
let's
tell us
just-
your easiest matchup, and
let's
then you
take-
go
I
ahead
gotta
and
Yeah,
think
talk
about
you've
it.
got Corey, Joseph, Doom, Panda. They all want
Yeah,
you to
nah,
succeed.
Appreciate y'all.
yeah.
Appreciate that so much. Thank y'all.
Yeah, what was your
Easiest matchup. Dang. Okay, hold up. I gotta think. I played 2 frogs today. Played Vayu mix. That's not a bad matchup. The Glad Beast matchup. None of them were
Your glad matchup was.
easy.
Well, I mean, you got big bodies.
I was
so
gonna say
yeah.
Glad, but he made Herculinos game 3,
Mm.
and I top deck Exploder Dragon. Crashed Exploder, and then he had call. So he in the battle phase activate call, but I had call. He does shoot me turn 1, so I call back to Exploder Dragon. Crash again. Activate Future Fusion. So that I mean, none of my matchups today, bruh, none of my matchups today were easy. That one was probably the most exciting, but I can't say any of them were easy. None of them were easy. None of them.
He brought it back in the battle phase
Yeah.
to stop you from playing spell cards in the main phase 2.
Right, because if he'd have let it go to main phase 2, because I asked him why he did that, and he said, well, if you go to main phase 2, you get priority, which is true.
You do.
So
Wow.
I understand why he did it, but yeah, I was praying like, oh my god, I need Exploder Dragon, and I drew it, and I'm supposed to be playing 2 today, but I'm only playing 1. Next time I will be playing 2.
Yeah, because you said the third Infernal came, so you had to switch the Exploder
Yep.
out. Go ahead and secure that last W, man.
Appreciate that, man. Y'all be safe, be blessed. Thank y'all for having me. Absolutely.
Of course, man.
Pairings are up. Technology is happening in the back, behind the scenes, behind this bush.
Yeah, definitely not surprised.
Chris is just super
definitely
friendly.
not
I played
surprised
against
that
him
he's
once
still
in
in
the
contention.
locals. It's just like some guys you just friends with everyone, you know.
Did it again?
I played against Chris once at a locals, so weekly, and it's just like you just want to be friends with certain people. Like they just got the charisma, they're friendly.
Oh yeah. Nah, Chris.
He's got his
Chris
deck
is
that he's like
positive
he's
vibes,
been fine tuning this deck for so long. It's nice to see
he's
that
heavy
success.
on dragons, but I mean he plays Edison, but he also plays advanced too. He plays modern
Yeah,
too.
he does.
Like, it's
I
dragon.
seen him there
anything.
too.
Like any format he's playing is dragons. Like he was telling me he was on Dragon Link and in advance.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, he's definitely a friendly dude. Shit, in fact,
Just a
like
chill guy.
I didn't
Exactly.
meet Chris until the RBT in Maryland. Like
Mhm.
like I was telling you, like I was playing back like 10 years ago and everything. Like
Mhm.
I didn't know Chris back then. I don't even think Chris was around back then, but met him at RBT Maryland. Positive attitude, blah blah blah. Damn near like one of the boys I already knew.
Oh, his modern career is in the shambles.
I don't know. I don't keep up with modern now, but I don't know if there's any dragon decks out right now in modern. But I mean, I kind of believe Panda. If he says he made him quit, I believe him. But no, yeah, Chris is good energy, man. Like I
Yeah.
hope to see him in top 8 again, man. Like if he's able to secure a W, that'd be good, especially with an uncommon deck. No one really be playing
Mhm.
trap dragons like
Yeah,
that.
it's still waiting for that card to be found that like puts it over the edge. Maybe it's instant fusion, maybe it's some combination of these cards. Somebody said a true hero. Joseph did. Deck dev. That's what
I mean, no,
Daniel
DDV is,
shouted
yeah.
out deck dev more than any other card from his win last week. He said deck devastation virus.
Yeah.
Really strong card.
DDV is strong. Shit. He was the first person. A true hero was the first person using DDV.
Yeah, he was
in the
using
main
it in all
deck.
types of decks.
I
Heroes.
think he
and-
was. In fact, I think he was shoehorning that shit into Diva Hero.
Yes,
He was,
absolutely.
yeah, because
I think that
Diva
there's some
Hero
potential
and-
there.
Yeah, Catastor is a DDV. Yeah, he was shoehorning
Yep, you can
that shit.
Diva and Gilman 5 stars, Catastor, set deck dev, just like really hard to get around.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. Joseph mentioning that playing modern helps people become better Edison players too. I don't play modern, but Daniel Shogun is probably a great example of that. He's a modern player that recently got into Edison and undefeated our last monthly. So I'm guessing that the fundamentals from modern kind of translates or safely carries over into retro or into
Mhm.
Edison. But I could believe you when you say that.
Yeah, different
Shout
card
out to
games.
including that.
You play poker to pick up on like certain tells and certain probabilities. You can play Magic the Gathering to pick up on certain fundamentals in that way, with like resources and timing of certain cards. Like playing in the NBA helps for Saturday morning pickup. Well, that would definitely help. Maybe one way. I think it would probably be the other people in the NBA might benefit from playing Saturday morning pickup, from playing with your locals. Maybe pick up certain techniques. Poker makes sense. Yeah, it's you can learn from that. Lorcana, Disney Lorcana, all caps. I love Lorcana. Disney card game. Instead of dragons, it's like princesses and Winnie the Pooh, stuff like that.
But no, I can get the modern reference for the whole better
Modern
Edison
Yu-Gi-Oh.
player thing. Like
Mhm.
I can get that.
Yeah, and like once you're at the card game store, that's how it happens. Is you'll see somebody playing One Piece, and you'll say, "I could do that." How much? I just went up to the storekeep and was like, "How much does it cost to buy a deck? How much can I rent one for? What are the options here?" And you could oftentimes, if you go to people playing in locals and you say, "I have 0 cards and 0 knowledge. Can I borrow some cards? Can you help me get started?" People will be very accommodating to that. Aw, the kiddos. That's cute. Yeah, Disney
People
Lorcana is
rent
very child friendly.
Lorcana decks.
Lorcana. Yeah, yeah, you
People
can.
rent the decks.
I don't know, you could. If it's just something creative. Good.
Oh,
I've
I'm
got
saying,
like
I don't
5
know
decks
how
in my
I don't know
backpack right
their
now.
market. So like I don't know if there's like
Yeah, I mean, if just
expensive
I've got like 5.
or
Everybody has 5 decks in their backpack or whatever. Lorcana, because the cards are pretty cheap.
Oh,
So
okay,
you can just
okay.
like have all the, and there's like these different colors. The most of people have every color of cards. So if you wanted to borrow it, it's like I have for my deck today. Oh, here you go. Like we have a whole briefcase of Edison format decks.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We
I need a
gotta.
deck. Oh, Morphtronics are right here.
Okay, I was wondering when we would see Jesse.
Here,
Good,
no
good, good.
Morphtronics, but
Another
it's
Machina and Hero Frog matchup.
Machina. So we got some
Both two.
robots still being represented, and Hero Frogs X2 means these players are on the bubble.
Yeah, on the
Yeah, not the
bubble.
enchanted.
Surprised to see
It's good to have
Jax
a
Warren with
balance.
2 losses, but it's not always your day, to say the least. Jax Warren is our monthly champion from 2 events ago,
Yes. He's been
and
repping the Hero Frogs consistently.
heavily. You can actually find one of his Hero Frog lists on Format Library. Jesse actually topped RBT Maryland with Machina. I'm not sure exactly what kind of build he's on today, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised to see him playing it. This is
Yep.
going to be a good match too.
Yeah, this
Wouldn't
is
be surprised if it goes to game
the
3.
3rd time we've seen this matchup, right?
Yeah,
Machina against Frogs.
I guess so. Like,
I
this is the
guess if you're
3rd
looking
time.
for a deck to play, at some of the
It
top
must be one of these
tables,
two.
Machina against
And,
Frogs.
and we didn't favor the pairings for the feature matches, but representation matters here too. So
Mhm.
maybe these are 2 heavily
And whatever
played
the
decks for the day.
counter that these 2 decks could be a good strategy as well.
Yeah, sometimes you have to play for your environment,
Mm-hmm.
like or for your local. And with that being said, take that into
Black
consideration when you visit
Blackwings
us.
have not seen a big, and then a bunch of dragons. We haven't seen a ton of Blackwings or Value Turbo since round 1.
Maybe
Jack.
we'll see one in the top 8. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
Jack's
just
real
eluded
strong
us this
player.
whole time, but
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be surprised if a Blackwing is in the top 8.
See, he's got the Pokemon card token up at the top left there.
I heard
Another
someone
great
got
game.
a-
It's now Pokemon TCG Pocket.
heard someone
Right at
got
your
a DQ
fingertips.
from doing that shit at a recent event.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but it was on stream that the Pokemon token was on the board, and they got like a game loss or some shit for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, chess. That's another good game to learn from. Certain probabilities, how not to make a blunder. Like, chess is all about some computer could solve the game. So if you can find that move every time, plan it moves ahead.
We see that a main deck Crow was milled along with a Machina gear frame. Main deck Crow seems to be like
Mm-hmm.
the spice here today.
Yeah, if you're going to face
in
a lot of frogs,
Machina.
it's good. If you're facing a lot of dragons, it's not as good. But even then, it still hits red med targets, debris dragon targets.
Well, yeah. I mean, Machina don't have a favorable frog matchup, so main deck and the Crow
Mm-hmm.
just doesn't seem like a bad thing to do.
Yeah. If your deck has darks, like, you might be able to see it in more decks.
Oh shit.
Here we have a hero hitting the graveyard and a water coming to the board. Substitute means
definitely
his
getting
whole
a-
deck is live now of waters.
Definitely getting a tree born in the grave, that's for sure.
Freeborn Frog less of a priority in the hero frogs versus the monarchs that we saw earlier. Still always nice to have the value there. I see a Miracle Fusion. He could pop it right now, but he plays more patient. We're seeing this a lot at top tables.
Ooh.
The players
Hate to see it.
are waiting on their power cards. He has Miracle Fusion. He has a Hero Water. and he waits.
Oh yeah. Activating a miracle there would just be straight greed.
People see the cards. We call it the cards glowing. Like if you're able to activate this card, let's just throw it on the board. But here, that back row, that set monster could have easily been a Raikou, and then he loses this powerful card to nothing. At least this waiting a turn forces Jesse into a weird spot where if he plays another monster, it's gonna get destroyed by Absolute Zero's big Death Rattle effect, Hearthstone reference. So he waits. He says, okay, I'll just wait. Attack with my hamster, set another face down. Still kind of committing with 2 face down monsters. Only 4 cards left in hand. If Jack's able to, let's say, sweep the whole board with a single Miracle Fusion,
Sometimes walling
worth
up
it.
does you a lot of justice.
takes the hamster. I saw a Junk Synchron. Do you think he's going for a Black Rose Dragon play?
Wouldn't be the worst play.
He can also just go into a dupe lock and start fighting. But why not just take this advantage, use 2 cards to clear 4 cards, and it looks like it's going to resolve. So it looks like Jesse kind of committed a lot with that second Raikou.
Yeah.
Like maybe he was looking to force this, but now Jack has 5 cards. Jesse has 4.
Here's a miracle
And one of those
drop.
cards was that Miracle Fusion. Looks like players are trying to clear the back rows before playing their big cards. Makes sense. Rain Control, Caius, Torrential Tribute, 3
a pretty
more
healthy hand, too.
sweepers, and then Swap Frog to reuse that Caius.
Yeah.
Means Jack's in a really strong position. He doesn't even set the Torrential, though. He says, whatever you trade with my Absolute Zero is going to fight back. I'm going to save this Torrential, play a long game. Makes a lot of sense. No reason to set the Torrential. No heavy storm from Jack
Yeah.
means these
Set
back
two
rows are
before
very
the-
live.
Setting 2 before the heavy. Heavy's not been used yet, right?
Yep, not yet. Brain control with no face-up monsters. Now does he summon this Caius? Feels like overcommitting into a possible
Honestly,
torrential.
I don't think he needs to summon a Caius. I really don't. Like, just accept the fact that Zero's gonna trade for a single card. Oh, okay.
So instead of summoning Caius, he brings out another water monster.
The worst that he could have is Torrential Tribute.
Yep.
That's the only punishing card. Anything else, he's good. What do you see happening?
He
Dupe
establishes the dupe frogs. Why not?
Dupe Uni or Dupe or Dupe Dupe?
Yeah, 2 dupe frogs. Makes sense. Absolute Zero keeps fighting. He has to assume this set monster is another Raikou or another hamster.
Okay.
And he
Smart man.
tributes his
Clear
own
the-
Absolute Zero to remove the hamster. Jack really respecting the
Frog.
abilities that Jesse can have. He's being very efficient with his resources. I see how this can be intimidating. It feels like even if Jesse had a mirror force here, it's like he can't
He's
use it efficiently anymore.
taking it. So the grind game paying off. He gonna pick the cards off one
I think
by
that was
one.
a bottomless trap hole again.
Damn. Slowly but surely gonna just grind them into a loss.
That's how it feels against frogs. I think somebody said a boo frogs in the chat earlier, and they're a really
Yeah.
scary deck.
It is for sure. That dupe block just makes it so that you do not want to play. Well, you can't play.
You
Like,
can't.
Yeah, that's the
There's a very narrow set of cards that deal with it.
dupe
Just-
block has forced me to main Lightning Vortex in a couple of decks.
Mm.
Like you cannot play if they have it established.
And then when you play Lightning Vortex, they both get their effects, right? They don't
Yeah.
miss the timing.
That's the part I don't care about them getting the swap frogs back. That's all they're getting back is swap
Yeah,
frogs.
they just get a couple
You know,
of free
swap frogs are
summons.
going to just be used to recycle monarchs, but it's the fact that I cannot do damage to you. I can't get you closer to losing the game for as long as you have those two fucks on the field.
So Jesse
can't.
said a bottomless and a bluffed heavy storm.
Damn.
Caius in the main phase 2, he waits patiently
And
until
it
all
pays.
back rows are cleared before playing a power monster. That's what I'm learning from Jack's play here. And he just dismantled that game. We've seen the Frog players set up this board so many times. The opponent has the answer. In McCutcheon's case, that's what he did. He had the answers again and again. We saw Chris have the answers with the Black Rose Dragon, Lightning Vortex, Dark End Dragon. Book of Moon was so clutch in the main deck.
Yeah.
One game to get around that, and Jesse just not seeing it. He sees two bottomlesses and two hamsters and a Raikou. Never able to get his engine online.
So versatile disruptors in the main deck seem to be advantageous against something like Hero Frogs.
Mhm.
We've seen a Book of Moon. We've
Mhm.
seen something like well, I mean, guys can break a lot. It's not a disruptor, but
Mhm.
Book of Moon and Machina from Indy, Fiendish Chain and
Mhm.
Machina from
Yeah,
McCutcheon.
Caius is just everybody
Caius
knows
helps
is a
break
good
the lock
card,
as
but
well.
it breaks the lock by itself. If it was ever able to flip those Raikous against that board, but he wasn't because of the way that Jack played around it. Jack waited to get the absolute zero until the board back row was clear, and then Unifrog,
Uniform cleared the bottomless. It's
yeah,
crazy.
cleared
Like,
both the back rows and lets Jack do the rest of his plan. But like you said earlier, Frogs, one of the strongest game one decks.
it's the
It's
strongest game one
yeah,
deck.
there's
It's definitely
there's
the
so many
strongest game one deck
niche
for sure.
Specific cards to play around it. That are all in the side deck. That's why most side decks have 5, 6, 7. You see this big stack of cards Jesse has here.
Yeah, like it's
All
their
in
worst
consideration.
matchup, man. Like they definitely side for frogs. They definitely
Yep.
side for frogs.
That's what Chris said is the one
Man.
matchup he doesn't really want to play against. If you
A
want to
lot
beat
of decks
frogs,
don't want to play against
we
frogs.
talked to Daniel earlier, who felt pretty confident in the frog matchup. I've heard
Yeah.
Gladiator Beasts are good against frogs because
Because they are.
they are.
It's not an auto win, but they definitely
Yeah.
have a pretty good
As
frog
long as you're
matchup.
tagging out and setting up a war chariot in the main deck, it's kind of like pulling the rugs. Cold Wave. Clear the back row, then attack. So what if a deck like Hero Frogs played Cold Wave? My first thought is you can't activate your big cards if they're spells.
I mean,
So Miracle Fusion you can't use after using Cold Wave yourself. A card like Giant Trunade does allow you to use spells. Enemy Controller, Brain Control. These are a lot of often involved. Future Fusion was something Chris mentioned before, that he wanted to clear the back row and play Future Fusion main phase 2. Clear the Heraclinos, then do this stuff. Cold Wave is only good if you're playing a bunch of monsters as your main payoffs. It's a little bit more rare. His spell cards are so strong. I think Light Sworns and Fairies may be able to use a card like Cold Wave, where you're really trying to get Judgment Dragon and Chrysia. Is you have Herald of the Orange Light to cover your trap cards. You don't have to set something main phase 2. Definitely a card a bit underexplored. I remember Cold Wave was one of the best cards in Synchro Cat format, where you would have Summoner Monk discard your spell card, summon out Rescue Cat. Rescue Cat, one of the best follow-ups of Cold Wave, so any deck that uses that, like X-Sabers, maybe could make use of it, something you could chain to it.
Yeah, now, I'm not sure if he meant, okay, so Cold Wave going against something like Frogs? I'm not sure if I'd be pressed to leave it in, but if I had to leave it in because I had no other optimal card choice, I wouldn't be upset with that either. You Cold Wave and you force them to use that Raigeki break early, so they're not interrupting your push. You have to have them preemptively activate that Raigeki break or that Karma Cut or whatever they're using against you. So I don't think Cold Wave is terrible against them. They don't set a lot of spells and traps, but games 2 and 3, they definitely put them shits in. Like, people are no longer thinking like, oh, Frogs don't play traps in games 2 or 3, because that's already debunked. Like, no one takes out spell and trap removal against Frogs anymore, because even though they use chainables, they are still traps when it's all said and done. They do use them. Cold Wave against that shit, I would do it. I would definitely do it. Now, Frogs using it against other people, I mean, they find the slot to put Cold Wave in, yeah, by all means, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it's definitely a card to explore. It's not removing anything on play, and it kind of disrupts your own plays. But if you're able to subvert some of those negatives,
Oh,
look at Jesse
shit.
putting the
We
pressure
going
on
in.
Fossil
We going
Dino, one
in.
of those hateful
Duke Frog at
Frogs
the
cards.
worst. Oh shit! It wasn't
because
even
it
a Duke
stops
Frog. Duke
all
Frog at the
special
worst.
summons.
Treeborn at best. Like, we might be ending this shit early.
This card's like a power filter for everything. Its
He
downside
has
is
to have
it
a
stops
soul
your
exchange to
Yep,
stand the
It
chance at
has to
clearing
be
this.
Soul Exchange. We've said it. I won't even say LV again. This would out this board, Lightning Vortex. But to be able to go first, go wide, and then play the Fossil Dyna,
Yeah.
it's like a dupe frog for summons.
Oh man.
Doesn't even bother playing around Lightning Vortex by
No
equipping
point.
the gear frame, which is a bit
Unless
risky.
he gets vortexed, I mean, he can't special cyber and you
Mhm.
know.
Yep, no special summoning Cyber Dragon, no special summoning anything to tribute the Cyber Dragon. It would have to be Brain Control
Best
or
he could
Soul
do is
Exchange,
brain
like you
control
said.
the freaking Dyna. He would
Yeah.
have to.
Yeah, and even it has to be Brain Control or Soul Exchange, tribute the Dyna.
Damn. Sorry.
And after watching Jack be so dominant game 1, we see how side decks can just eviscerate Frogs. Fossil Dyna putting in a lot of work. I think Jack could have played through that board if it weren't for that one card. A single dupe block would shut down a lot of what he was doing.
And the results of that game that we just witnessed shows how dominant of a deck that Frogs can be game 1, but to be honest, the fragility of it in games 2 and 3. We have YouTube videos like showcasing how people like hate side deck against Frogs. Like, it is the most annoying deck of the big 3 to play against. Like, it's vulnerable. Let's just put it that way. It gets neutered by Frog. I mean, it gets neutered by Crow, Kaiku, Soul Release, Fossil Dyna, Masker Restrict.
We saw power filters.
Yeah, Power Filter is
Lightning
one of the
Vortex,
newest
take out the
newest
Duke
shining
block.
stars against the deck. Yeah,
I used to
but
see pulling the rug a lot more.
I mean, people
stopping all normal
still
summons.
use Rug. The only reason some people try to not use it as much is because people are trying to play around the pulling the rug by dropping Vanity's Fiend, or I've even encountered Genzos on Dueling Book. But they know we're doing game 2 and 3.
Hmm.
They know we hate frogs and monarchs, so we're gonna put the rugs in. They're gonna drop the Genzo and clear our monster. Big fucking deal. But no, like for that game to be done in under 2 minutes, yeah, frogs can be fragile. Like they really can. Still one of the most consistent decks ever in Edison. Period. It just goes to show that we do not have a perfect deck. We don't have a perfect deck in Edison, but that's healthy for any format. Do we have some pretty unbalanced shit? Yes, we do. Dust Shooter's a card.
Yep, Dust Shoot is
Future
a
Fusion
card.
is a
DD,
card.
Deck Activation
Like,
Virus, Future Fusion,
yeah,
certain single cards.
yeah, frogs thin into the dupe
Dark
block.
Arm Dragon,
Like,
Judgment Dragon, Arch
oh yeah,
Christia.
yeah. That Daddy is unfair.
If these cards hit the board,
But
immense value.
even still, nothing in this format is invincible.
These players playing for points for the circuit.
Points for the
X2,
circuit, and
get
we're
you
gonna
that
get
point.
those. We're gonna get the prize pool up soon too. I forgot
Mhm.
to post it at
Yeah,
the
but it goes a long
end
way
of
just
round
to
4.
have a better performance at a tournament. You always want to go X2 instead of 3-3 if you can. 3-3, respectable showing, absolutely. But these players, like everyone in the chat, they know Jack, they know Jesse. You want to be improving as a player, and that means playing well at a result like this. Big tournament, 50+ players. X2 always has a chance to slip in the top 8. Unlikely. Sometimes one will sneak in.
Oh,
Really
we
good
have X2
tiebreakers.
weaseling all the time.
Yep, it happens. He just passes his whole turn. Gonna play slow. I didn't see his hand, but he's saying I have Gores. When he passes a turn, it could be a bluff. I saw a torrential tribute, I think.
That or he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want to commit like anything to a monarch.
And I saw the torrential, so I think he wants his opponent to
Ooh.
commit into him.
1800
Thus, he
is
can use the torrential, play out of it. The monarch comes down, try to find more of his side deck cards a bit later. Like Daniel said, after round 1, frogs are usually a slower deck. Hero frogs can summon absolute 0, but even that is not going to push for so much damage that you can usually afford to take a turn like this. And if he attacks with a Stratos, and Jesse does have the Gores that he's saying he has, then he's able to probably 2-for-1 with it.
Yeah, dropping Gores, and my opponent's playing monarchs. I mean, all right, big deal. I'll try my best to get rid of it next turn. Might have a Caius ready and waiting for that shit for all we know.
Absolutely. So no Gores from Jesse. I see a lot of trap cards. There's a 6-card maximum in Yu-Gi-Oh! So he sets, stay at that 6 cards. Jack, you see, has a Cyber Dragon. He has the Substitute. He's got so many options. Just how much does he want to commit? In this case, he doesn't flip first. So he has priority to tribute this Stratos to get Swap Frog to then Torrential could be trained here, but then it wouldn't take out this card that he gets. So he waits until the Swap Frog comes down, then the Torrential.
He so he waited for
Eliminates
him
the dupe
to
block.
Activate the effect.
Yep, Swap still gets to put one thing in the graveyard.
Yeah, but the dupe doesn't get anything back.
Yes, I think it's a timing issue.
Yeah, that's why he did it.
Because the last thing to happen is this Swap Frog resolving. So, great reversal from Jesse.
Say it again.
Great reversal from
Nah,
Jesse.
for sure, definitely.
He's able to clear all those miscellaneous monsters. And a DD Crow here On the single hero,
Damn.
Jack a little bit
Fizzled.
could have played around that by waiting a bit longer.
Miracle fizzled.
But he chooses not to, and Jesse with 2 cards able to really make a good play out of that. You see Jack has a second Miracle Fusion. So he maybe didn't mind so much losing that one. Joseph, great point. He's just passing his turn, making it very awkward for Jack. That Hero Frogs only has a limited amount of big
Yep,
cards.
that's
He's
the
forced to
Ultra
just wait.
Treeborn. That's my favorite.
He's able to use second Miracle Fusion. You're able to do it through set monsters. There's no need for him to set it. It's just good fundamentals. 3,000 direct.
Yeah, setting it, I guess, is just to make sure you never summon it when you don't need to.
Yep, smart. You can always
Making
fuse
sure you're
with
not creating a
face
bad
downs.
habit. I like it.
So,
Yeah,
still no Gores.
Jesse is being really patient.
He's holding back on a Solemn Judgment. Jesse being very cautious not to overcommit into a Heavy Storm.
That's such a dope reveal.
5 monsters. 2 Caiuses is probably the best card in his hand, and he has redundancy as 2 of them. So I think you
Yeah.
get rid of the Cyber Dragon so you're allowed to play machine monsters. I don't know
He
Jesse's
also
exact
only has
hand.
5,000 left, too, so.
That's true. These Caius burns for 1,000 at worst.
It's just a hell of a lot of pressure, especially if that card isn't that
Yeah,
face
that's
down
a lot
isn't
of
real.
life point
Like
pressure.
if he takes 25 and 24, like 100
That's
left, you can't even
49.
afford to attack
And
your
then
opponent.
that second Caius is lethal.
They were saying the Kais will end the game, so
Yeah,
yeah,
it
this is
will
a
end the
tough spot
game.
to be in. Damn.
I think Jesse's second card might. I didn't get a good look at it. It's really gonna depend what that is. Patience, but is it gonna be enough? Cyber Dragon just makes sense because he only has 1 Cyber Dragon and 2 Caiuses. In general, like you said, in this specific instance, it all depends. He's gonna just go for it. Compulse. I think that's what I figured it was.
Good. What we doing?
24, and now a single Machina Fortress puts the pressure on. I see 2 Machina Forces. Very tragic to see that. I see Pot of Avarice, another terrible card to see early in the game. DD Crow, very irrelevant right now. And then 2 trap cards. Is that what he has? Not good. Is that Royal Oppression? His hand feels totally bricked. He could set DD Crow.
Good, cause 2 frogs, like.
And then the tribute for Caius is coming down anyway. Solemn that. Stay alive until next turn. Feels so bad. Yep, it's got to be set, pass. Triple Caius from Jack. Means he can tribute this one with impunity. There's no real way that this backfires for him. I think he targets the back row.
Unreal.
Just gets solemned anyway. It doesn't matter. His DD Crow will keep him alive for 1 more turn. But his hand is just so bad. Pot of Avarice, Double Force, Double Crow. A bunch of trap cards going second. Lightning Vortex, I think. They just drew. Yeah. Triple Force.
Damn. See. That's why. Oh shit. I actually run 2 because I hate breaking on it. Like,
It does brick.
I think one can play carefully enough to where they can justify not using Triple Force, double Caius.
It's
Hate
I
the
mean, Daniel,
idea.
game after his first match, he said he really recommends playing 3 if it's one card you want to see a lot, you want to play 3 of it. But in this specific case with Machina Force, it's only live rarely. Maybe you can afford to cut it down to 2.
Preferably if you have a fortress yarded, but even if you have one in the hand, you can still make use of force. No one wants to discard a force to summon one from hand, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
It's often
But
your
in that
best top deck.
situation, I mean, yeah, it's a monster reborn. It's
Yeah, it's a monster
basically,
reborn.
I just drew a fortress that I could bring to the field
Mhm.
immediately. Force just morphs into fortress. That's
We've
the
seen
only
that
way to
pay
think
off
about
for
it.
Indy in game in the second match. Indy used that. He top decked like Card Trooper and Machina Force.
Oh
or
yeah,
something
yeah, yeah.
to-
When
to
Indy
bring it back.
taught the Trooper dumb Fortress. Force
So
is
there's
now
definitely
alive.
sometimes looks like the best card
Yeah.
here. I mean, there's going second is already hard. I think if he was going first, it would be a completely different game. He could set that Solemn Judgment, set the Torrential Tribute, stop what Jack was doing, have time to draw into more of his outs. But going second is just so hard in Yu-Gi-Oh! You need ways to reverse the board, which you're seeing some of right here.
But
He
yeah,
just didn't see
so
anything. And
Hero Frogs moving on X2.
X2, Jack,
Thorne,
like you
our
said,
previous monthly champion,
it
may be able
down.
to squeeze in the top 8.
Feels good to get a point like that towards the circuit. That nobody can take that point away from you. That leaderboard's going to be, as Feel Good Gaming grows, it'll always be there that first season. And Jack has plenty of those points, so this could maybe contribute to some kind of run. I know he's won a tournament, so I think he's going to
Yeah.
be there for sure in
Yeah,
the
but
circuit
triple
without seeing a leaderboard.
Triple Force though, like you hate to see it.
You
That
hate to
shit
see
will
it.
never happen to me. Like I just can't allow it, man.
Yep. Lady luck isn't always on your side. There is luck absolutely in these games. It makes you. That's why your mind instantly goes to: could I build my deck differently? Could I side out Machina Force because I need to see other cards instead? Side it down to 2, or is this a card that you really need in this matchup where you need to top deck it going late in the game to get as much fortress as you can? He played it really well, like you said, playing patient. He got so much value out of that Torrential Tribute by timing it at the right way. He got so much value out of his Compulse, taking the Caius
Yeah.
hit and taking out the Absolute Zero. He bluffed Gores, so his opponent had to play around Gores, whether he had it or not. Just well played. Somebody has to win. Frogs, moving on. We got it. I'm so excited to see this top 8. The last
Yeah, I
holiday
am
bash,
too.
last tournament of the year.
I just like seeing like nice back and forth
Yes.
exchanges, but for that Triple Force shit was like, damn.
And Pot of Avarice and Double Crow.
But he built the deck the way he built the deck.
Yeah, first game he saw so many Raikou hamsters. In this game
Yeah.
he saw none. So it's like, if you got to cut some Raikou hamsters, keep drawing it. You got to add more in because you keep not drawing it. Maybe
But
going
no.
second, he sided some of those cards out because they're a lot less effective when your opponent gets to Caius them down.
Yeah, man, I think both players played well. It's just Triple Force is like, damn, yo.
Yep, it
Triple
happens.
Force with nothing to go with it. Like, what can you do?
Yeah, we see
That's
the
Yu-Gi-Oh,
upsides of these
man.
decks and the downsides of them.
Yeah, like that. I
Nothing's
can't, man. I
100%.
can't do that. Now, if I'm on double Lila, the only time I'll ever do Triple Force is if I'm on double Lila. Other than that, I'm not doing it.
Is then you have more mill potential.
Yeah, like your
Lila's
odds of being
guaranteed
able to
mill.
draw a live fortress are extremely increased if you're on double Lila. But
Yeah, he never was able to mill cards, get that Pot of Avarice live. He needed to get his engine.
not saying that Jesse wasn't running Lila, but I didn't see a single one that match.
That's true. Lila in the Frog matchup, not as good, but in general, something to get your graveyard filled. He just didn't draw anything like that in that game. something like Card Trooper would have been nice. Like, oh, I'll play Card Trooper, it'll mill 3, it'll draw me a card. It might make one of these forces live. And all you need is one fortress, and all 3 forces become live at the same time. I mean, like, as the fortress keeps getting banished. Or to the
Unless
the
it gets
discard.
banished, but
And there's Jack.
the odds of it getting banished are
Would
extremely
you like to do an
slim.
interview?
All right.
Yay!
Finna run it back, I see. Welcome back.
Yep, we have a third headset right here. And it's really noise canceling, so the technique is to put like one ear
Just flip one.
kind of behind it. You'll tell right away what's going on.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. So no stranger to the post-game interview as winner. Welcome back, Jackson. How you living?
Okay, this is not my best tournament, but
I mean, you
I
might
still got a
squeeze
point at least.
Well, yeah, but you can also squeeze in the next two.
I could get the Tahir spot.
That's a dope way of putting it. That's definitely a dope way of putting it. How did you feel about the way that match turned out?
I don't know. It was pretty unfortunate game 3 for him, opening 3 force, but
Yeah, 3/4, but it's the way you build the decks. I was just telling Rob, like, I can't stand running triple force. The only way I'll do it is if I run double Lila. That's it. Like, it's too risky. It's way too risky. That deck can brick. I think triple force without at least double Lila is just building on wishful thinking.
mhm.
That's one of the reasons I don't like play like, mill reliant decks. It's like building on wishful thinking, and it's like, you can kind of skill your way out of that, but you won't always be able to. Sometimes the cards just don't fall in your favor. Do you feel like you could have done anything differently in game 2?
No, there's nothing I could do. I don't.
What about game 1?
Game 1, I think I played that one fine. I mean, I could have gone aggressive, gone for the 1-for-1 turn 1, but I feel like I didn't have a need to because try to get max value out of that card.
Yep, I was saying a lot that you were clearing all back rows before you committed a card like Miracle Fusion or 1-for-1 onto the board, which seemed really smart.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think I had a question about early on. You had 2 Miracle Fusions, and you just played it when you only had the one hero, and he had a lot of cards in his hand. It was kind of telegraphing a DD Crow, where you just fine with playing like, oh, he's gonna Crow this Stratos, my Miracle Fusion will fizzle, but I got my second Miracle Fusion with this
Yeah.
Ocean next
Mhm.
turn. Like, I'm okay. You kind of
Yeah.
saw that coming.
Yeah, I just didn't want him to. I thought it was worth the risk because if he summoned like Dinah and was able to put like back row behind it,
Game
that
2,
was
yeah,
be pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, like, the simple fact, and most Machina decks had Dinah, so you probably felt like you were on the clock from him just drawing it.
hmm
So, no, I could understand that. That's fair. That shit ended so damn fast.
Yeah, game 2.
Ugh.
He went just wide.
Game 2 is one of the plights of playing Frog. Sometimes you just get floodgated out of the game.
I mean, no, it happens, though. Like, it wasn't a play error on either side. It's just he fucking drew it. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, the worst you can do is, the best you had was, like, a brain control, like, Caius or brain control Cyber Dragon. That's the most you could have did.
Yeah.
But you have to draw that shit, so I get it.
I know that me and you haven't played together, but I've seen you at all these events. You're always doing well at the top tables, winning events, top 8. We've seen a lot of Frog decks. 5 of the 6 feature matches were Frogs, and you're always playing Frogs. Do you have any insight into the Frog deck? Do you think it is like the best deck? It usually finds its way on the top of tier lists. Do you think it's there's like things that there's 3 different type of Frog decks we saw today: Dream Frogs, Frog Monarchs, and we saw your Hero Frogs a couple times, something similar to that. Do you think it's always Hero Frogs? Do you think there's some number of heroes? Like, what do you think about from all of your experience?
Well, I just think Hero Frog is probably the best variant. I'm not sure how much I believe in Dream Frog yet. I've never tried it. That was my round 1 Swiss loss, but
Wow.
it just came down to, it was a close game 3. Like, it basically came down to, I had Soul Released all his like Treeborns and Fishborg, but I just couldn't out his Vanity's Fiend, and that just I just couldn't draw that out. So I basically, if I was able to out that, it would have been game over, but I wasn't able to.
Good old floodgate.
And then yeah, game 1 I just bricked on like all monsters, and he just resolved like I think maybe two Avarices. So yeah, that was no shot for me there. But I think I played like 3 frogs today, or yeah,
Frogs
three
are heavily
frogs.
represented
Mhm.
today.
Especially at the top tables, which you were
Yeah.
at, winning a lot of matches. I was wondering, how many heroes do you play in your hero deck? Some people might play 1 or 2 or 3 extra
play
heroes in addition to Stratos.
Or
5.
5.
What's the
I think
fifth?
Sasha was on 5 too. He had
Uh,
1 Alias,
Stratos,
Ocean,
Alias,
yeah, my
Ocean, Prodigy.
and Malicious
Malicious
Edge.
and
Edge.
Malicious
yeah.
Edge, all 5. That seems to be the standard.
Some matchups 1 comes out. Like I side out Alias in the Frog Mirror
Yeah.
just because
It's
deck can't attack
it's
over
not doing
anything. It
anything,
doesn't.
yeah.
So it only ever comes up as name is kind of like it's usually just ends up being a discard fodder for a discard trap. So it's kind of just a liability. Just yeah. So that's why that one can come out. I think I sided out Prodigy versus the Machina. That's like I feel like you could leave that one in, but I just wanted more space for side deck cards because that's just one card that can be a little inconsistent. Like if you draw it mid late game, it's pretty bad. But
I get it.
That Machina deck, we've seen that quite a few times from Indy and McPherson.
No, Brandon, yeah.
Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah. Oddly
then
enough,
there at
they
the
topped
end-
the last yeah, oddly enough they did well
yeah,
the last
they
the
both
last
won their
tournament.
feature matches and were undefeated at the time, so looked really strong. You were able to take it down there. Do you have any insight against that kind of deck? What were you trying to make space for to side in? And how do you usually try to take out all those? They have machines, but it's not all machines. It's a lot of darks. Their trap cards seem to get a lot of value.
sorry, what was the question?
Like,
I
what's
can't
your
hear.
insight into beating them? What
Beating
were you
Do
trying to
actually
side in?
side for them? Do you just approach the matchup differently?
You don't usually side too much for that deck because you have bigger threats, and that's not. It's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, you already know y'all have the better matchup. You're
Mhm.
favored heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was playing the one Cyber Dragon, which is actually in the main deck, which I'm trying out.
Oh shit. Okay.
The theory is like you special summon it, attack over something, then main phase 2 you summon the Substitute. And it's another like beater for like the Blackwing, attack over Blackwings and stuff like
Okay.
that. It has been okay. I mean, what's nice is being able to special summon and baiting traps. Like it baited a bottomless versus my other Machina opponent at round 2. And then I was able to still normal summon the junk and just bring back swap. I just kept bringing back swap versus him every turn until I made a black rose.
All right.
Yeah, our chat itself is responding to you. The main deck Cyber Dragon could make sense for a local meta. Where
Yeah, also,
I think
that's
Evan,
another thing.
Evan
The local
chimed
meta
in.
is very Machina heavy.
So yeah, playing for your area is important. Like
We saw a
playing
lot
for
of
your
main
area is
deck
important.
DD Crows in that Machina deck.
Yeah.
I think they were all main
McCutcheon
decking
and
too.
Indy both main deck their crows. They built their deck together. Now we also saw that Jesse was main decking a crow. He milled one off of his opening when he charged you in game 1. I'm not sure if he snatched that idea from Brandon and Indy, but main deck crows in those fucking Machina decks might be getting closer to the new norm.
Mm.
Might be getting closer to the new norm.
Yeah, I
mean,
feel like that's pretty staple here, at least for the Machina players here. I think every single Machina player I played with here has mained crow.
maybe. I mean,
the one I played round 2, I actually lost game 1 to, I think he crowed and then averaged back, drew another crow.
Yeah, I mean, with that being your worst matchup, and then Crow being good, I mean, with Frogs being Machina's worst matchup, and then Crow actually being decent to good against Vayu Turbo, that's clearing 2 of the big 3 right there. It
Mhm.
justifies a main deck spot.
And it's not terrible versus Blackwings. You can stop the
It's
Blizzard.
really not, because you stopped the Blizzard. But not only that, but I mean, worst come to worst, you could discard that fucker. Like some of them actually play Regeki Break or some sort of discard trap. remember
Yeah,
one of
Karma
the top
Cut.
end lists from RBET New York. Jamal main decked the Karma Cut.
Mhm.
I think he main decked one. If I'm not mistaken, he main decked at least one. At least one Karma Cut he main decked, but they run discard outlets, so shit doesn't have to be dead if you choose to make a risky main deck choice.
Mm-hmm.
But no, definitely glad to hear your insight on that matchup. It's one that we've seen, as Rob mentioned, 3 damn times today. So for us to hear how a champion approaches that matchup,
Mm-hmm.
love to hear it. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't he the only one that beat that shit? Like,
Yep.
yeah, I would say because the other two Far players lost. So yeah,
I guess I'm the only one who knows the matchup.
Yes, you're able to take it down.
But it can be tough because like usually not too bad, but it can be a little awkward when they have a force on the field and like outing that can be a little weird because if you Caius it, they get to rip one.
Yeah,
so
they get this. They don't just get to take one; they get to see something too. So that's another thing.
okay, so
Yeah, congrats, Jack.
Thank you.
Sorry that it was to X2, but you put up a great showing.
I have a chance. Well, actually, since I got the X2, I should get a point, which means I
Yeah.
don't think Yi Ching Li's gonna win, which means I'll tie for first in the power rankings.
Blackwing
Dude,
do
It'll be
win
a
tied for
three-way
undefeated.
tie.
first. Congrats.
Blackwing
That's
do
huge.
win undefeated.
I'm really excited for that. I think it's going to be big. That invitational, the circuit thing.
Mhm.
I think everybody's excited
You know,
about
you know
that.
that's a thing though.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hope I got the 8th place, but we'll see.
We're hoping to. Out of anybody, I hope
We
it's
just
you.
want to
I
see a
haven't seen
good
any
show,
of the
man.
other
Hopefully you in
standings.
there, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sure at that tournament there will be side events for all of us not top 8 people. So you know Feel Good Gaming goes all out with their prizes, with their
We've
setup.
already started sides. Like, I'm not sure how many more we'll be doing
Mhm.
after the top 8 has started. Like, let's just say one finishes now.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if we'll be doing any more, but we'll try to get coverage of the side events. We'll try to get coverage of the side events.
Yeah, it can be good. I was thinking
Uh,
the side events, even for the invitational, how they are getting points. So for the top 8 players to have their own special tournament. I'm sure they'll have like another kind of event for people to play some kind of big side event.
Oh yeah, the invitational is gonna occur. It's still gonna have like a actual tournament.
Yeah, like an
we're
actual
not
tournament.
just hosting like the
Just 8
invitational and that's
people.
it. Like hell no. Like, no.
Exactly.
You know how much of a waste of time. that
So
would
we'll be there to cheer on your friends, Jack. Yeah, there will be a monthly at the same time. So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
8 people
exactly.
will, and it'll have the 8 best players playing over here. Maybe
The
they'll
people
give us
who
a
qualify for the
chance.
invitational have had their time to shine in the damn monthly. So shit, give somebody else a chance.
Yeah,
Like,
us top 16s. You were telling the story about how you were top 16.
oh, I mean that was whoa. I was
Yeah,
talking about
so
like
Shonen Jump
yeah, like
2006
way back when.
or
Like,
something.
I haven't played in the monthly yet. They keep asking me to.
This is your
but
time. Maybe next
rather
time we'll
commentate.
get somebody else in the commentator's chair, and you'll be in the interview chair after winning at be an XO in the feature
I do
match.
need to do a post game interview as winner. But I'm about to go look at the top 8 and see what's up, and
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's see what's up. I'm really interested in the diversity. So we have a big 3. We know that Machinas were undefeated after rounds 3 and round 4. We know there's a Blackwing player undefeated at round 4 as well. So it's very likely 1 Blackwings, 2 Machinas, a couple Hero Frogs, and you know Daniel S. He's just built different. So he won round 1 with the Value Turbo. He's always I'm always pulling for him to be in top 8 as well. So I'm expecting some decent diversity. Hopefully Chris won with his Dragons in round 6. He was a winning in after winning the feature match in round 5. So a lot of really exciting stuff going on. We're going to be able to get more people from the players pool here as they get eliminated. All these wonderful players. Voila. All of them. Look at this wonderful event. You got the Christmas lights. We have a vendors. We got the mobile camera. We're walking around just like you're here. Come on down any day. Here are the pairings. They're showing them to us. Number 1, Christopher Lee, Blackwings. Number 2, Brandon McCutcheon, Machina. Number 3, Michael Bryant. Number 4, Francisco. I recognize that name. He was playing Value Turbo last month. Number 5, Ricky. He's frog. Oh, what do you think he's playing? Frogs? Blackwings. Okay. I played against Ricky Frogs. He eliminated me in my top 4. Indy made it on the Machina. Sasha made it with the Hero Frogs. Michael Kelly got 9th, bubbles out. Daniel S. also bubbles out with 10th. And where's Jack? Jack should be on this list too, right? He is X2s. Got it. Yep, John, 6:15. Thanks, you're hearing it live. Chris got 12th, bubbles out. Michael Kelly, a lot of the winners of the feature matches. Michael Kelly, Daniel won round 1, gets 10th. Michael wins round 2, gets 9th. And Chris won round 5, gets down there. Nunez from round 2 is in 14th. Nick Nunez. Omar, I recognize that name. Tahir, we just saw him. Yeah, X2, he came here, 20th place. A lot of good names on here. Robert S., that's the Dream Frogs, 21st. Wow, what a stacked standings. And the top of the top, somebody rises. And today, that's Francisco right there in the red plaid. Recognize him. I played against him 2 monthlies in a row. Last month he beat me, eliminated me into the losers bracket, where Daniel eliminated me in the feature match. There's Chris, Blackwing player, Evan. Top 8 rankings are ready to go. Look at all these mats in those plastic bags. Extremely great mats. Looks like he's giving them away to top 8, to be honest. Well deserved, well earned. Very unique mat, the Monster Mash play mat on feelgoodgaming.games. Oh, we got people in the chat. GG's everyone. GG's Joseph. I saw you on there. Ayo, my boys. Brayden and Francisco, both in the top. Let's go. Thanks, Jacqueline, for the support. I'm always reading, and the people here really appreciate your support. Just tuning in, chatting a little bit helps a lot. If everybody just contributes like a tiny amount, like I'm just a player who had fun at one of these tournaments, kept coming back, made friends with all the vendors through different games, all the players here, and share. Oh yeah, absolutely. Anybody who's here, yeah, the littlest amount of support helps. So if you can put a like, a little heart, you can do a little subscribe, a little action, I'll take the hit and call out for your help even more than you already have. But if not, just being a viewer for the tiniest bit of time goes a long way. I think the fall had like 2,000 viewers, 2.3K. That's kind of the scale that we're looking at, like 75 concurrent. Hi, Curtis. Yeah, we play tested last night with Chris. Let's go, Chris. Over to the Enchanted Ballroom. We mentioned that before. They're going to get a picture probably against one of these nicely lit walls. They're probably being very delicate not to touch anything because it's a very valuable place there. Turn on the lights and see our top 8. Sasha, Chris, Francisco. So clutch to see Chris. I played against Chris last time as well. He also beat me. I went X3. Recognize all these people. Indy. There's Ricardo, Ricky again in the background. Should have came next time. There's always next time. These are every month. I know it's the holidays. Everybody's in hoodies. The weather was nice and sunny, but cold here. Very well climate controlled. Xanadu Games, one of the last tournaments here for a while. Evan told us earlier about how until March we'll be at a different venue for January, February. But then he's organizing events in that ballroom you just saw for March. He wants to do every quarter 4 times a year, bigger tournaments, which is just amazing. Like you said earlier, Evan is the best. Really supportive guy, growing all of this behind the scenes. And shout out to everybody behind the scenes, from the vendors, Kevin and Chase, to Ryder, doing all the match slips, body bags, coordinating all of this stuff. Quentin in the background, and I'm in his ear, listening the whole way. He was carrying the camera just now. Everybody preparing for top 8, which is, I think, what a lot of people like to see. Top 8 is where you'll see winners. Everybody here is a great player, but only 8 are the top 8, the best of the best, cream of the cream. And there's definitely something to be said for the people who have won these games to get there. So I'm alone at this table. Top 8 soon. Let's go. Franny and Chris, Francisco, let's go. Super nice guy. All of them. What's next for you guys? Any holiday plans? Anything going on? Any other card games? Any other games? Traveling? East Coast, West Coast? They're getting crazy with the mic. Not trying to jinx it. He's playing out of his mind with everything going his way. The time works out in his favor. Sometimes you're just running hot. And I agree, to be undefeated requires something a little bit unique about your run. And sometimes there's nothing that can be done to stop it. The right side deck choices coming in clutch. Excuse me. Really excited to see the top 8. Going to see some new people on this chair. That'll probably still be muscles, but maybe in the back here we'll have more company. Just really trying to grow the scene and grow in general as people. I think people do their daily 9 to 5 stuff. I mean, nowadays a 9 to 5 job is pretty much non-existent. They're all 8 to 5, 6 to 5, 6 to 6. So you work all day for weeks, going to school, studying, to come to somewhere like this. You get to tune in, play in a different type of way, compete, learn all these cards and all these interactions. It's very complicated. So you get to put it to the test, and you're meeting people who have bought into this unique way of using your time. And I think it brings people together. Then you're able to leverage it into more opportunities, making friends with each other, to help each other out. Exactly. Automotive service technician. We got engineers. We got nurses. A lot of different fields. These are the people who keep the world going. I know automotive service technician is incredibly valuable. Everybody's driving to get here. And very thankful for your service and your expertise, because I don't know how cars work. I think most people can kind of be similar in that. And then we all cover for each other. Some people don't know how frogs work, so you go to Jack and he helps you with learn the frog matchup. This is a skill set that started in 2010, and even before that with Yu-Gi-Oh! Starting in the early 2000s in general. And you stick with it, it goes a long way. You can start anytime. I was at the card store in 2023. Chose to go in because I saw a sign on a door on a billboard, Edison Format. So if you can see a stream like this, maybe it inspires you, maybe it's up your alley, consider buying an Edison Format deck. All the deck lists will be made public in the Feel Good Gaming Discord. My understanding is that's where a lot of the social media stuff is posted. So if you use Discord, if you're familiar with it, there's a link down below the description of this video where you can get invited and you can see the tournament deck lists, all of them, not only from this tournament, but all the tournaments in the past. Build it yourself and come to a tournament like this of your own.
Hello.
We got Mike and Gabe. Maybe we'll see how this goes. Top 8.
Quentin, I'm here. I'm ready to show real quick what the prizing looks like.
Yes,
got
we
a
saw it
second.
flashed out.
This is what they can win today.
Yeah, I want to see his prizes.
Top 4, our top 5th through 8th is gonna each get 2 snowman eater. There's 2 in here, 2 in here, 2 here, and 2 in here. So, and then 3rd, 4th, they're gonna get a solemn with some store credit. So we have a lot of cards, and then 1st and 2nd are gonna get. One's gonna get a DT Brio, they're near mint,
Wow.
and then the other one's gonna get DT Brio and 150 vendor credit. So
Get any card they want.
yeah, any more cards, 150 in cards. We got a lot. We just picked up a lot, maybe like 4,000 in cards too. So they got a lot more to choose from.
Yeah,
So-
I was looking at it's really organized over there. There's a lot of great choices.
Yeah.
Dual terminal. I remember when those came out, how rare it was to get one of these chase cards. Brionic was the chase card at that time from Hidden Arsenal, the very original dual
The
terminal.
crazy thing is, I think no matter what you got out of the dual terminal at the beginning, you were making money, because there were so few of them.
Yes.
You could like pay $1 and get $8.
Yeah, it's printing money, literally.
Oh shit!
They did not last
Hold
very
on.
long because of that
I will be
business
right
strategy.
back.
And here you can get one of the prettiest, most valuable card. It's useful in all the games. Let's go, Gabe. Let's go, Mike. Let's go. We got a set from Gabe and a Black Whirlwind, which is Blackwing's best friend. Set Starlight Road and set Icarus Attack. We also, he knows he's in the frog matchup, so he was just jumping the gun a little bit. But in general, you want to wait to set, unless in case it's a Raikou, something like that. Like we all knew was coming there, but he figured he'd be a bit more cautious. He takes 200 damage. He's got 2 random back rows, which we know what they are. One of them is going to be Icarus Attack. He's going to declare it on the summon, and he's going to trade 2 of his cards, go to the discard, and they destroy 2 of Gabe's cards, but Gabe gets a frog of his choice, which is Swap Frog from his deck. So it's kind of like a favorable trade for Gabe. Very well played. From going second, he's been able to 1-for-1 with the Black Whirlwind and then get a +1 off of this Icarus Attack into the Dupe Frog. So Gabe is up a card. But now it's Mike's turn, and Gabe has no field. So Mike was able to take the tempo of the game into his favor. Starlight Road set, very irrelevant card against frogs. So that's kind of like Gabe is up +2 right now. Elemental Hero Stratos is going to be a +1 himself. Sounds like he's +3 in cards, generating immense advantage so fast. I wonder if he's going to special summon this Swap Frog and he gets a Treeborn Frog, which is going to get even more advantage over time. And Treeborn Frog, big threat. And now he's got Heroes and Waters. Gabe, extremely efficient start to this game. From going first, he was able to T-set first. Stops the Black Whirlwind. Unifrog to force the Icarus Attack. And Gabe has a big lead, even though it may not look like it. They both have a similar amount of cards in hand and a similar board. Sirocco, already big enough to attack that Stratos, but he has a Gale. Does he use it? What do you think? Should he commit this Gale? I think he's Blackwing, so he probably has to just put as much pressure on the board as possible, set the suppression, and hope.
I don't think there's anything wrong with committing the Gale. I want to know what he's going to synchro summon into. Like, committing the Gale, I mean, hey, sure. The worst that can happen is they torrential. But does he go for the Stardust, or does he
You know his
go
back
for
row?
the
Starlight Road.
Oh, he knows the back row.
Well, he doesn't, but we saw his back row.
Oh,
Is a Starlight
okay.
Road. So what?
Oh,
that
in
might
that
change.
case, then yeah, fuck that. Start.
He could
attacking.
keep it. He could keep it going wide.
But see, that's did he chain that Regeki break to
It
something?
looks like it.
or-
He looks like he's chaining it to the summon.
Okay. And that's what I was wondering, like, what is he gonna synchro into? Because you wonder what the back row is. Is it gonna be like?
Yep. So now Gale is strong enough to attack Stratos because of Gale's effect to half monster's attack. Regeki Break is a. You have to take 2 cards to destroy 1. But now it's pretty much just that Royal Oppression is the only thing keeping Mike in the game. And I think Gabe should target the monster because Bottomless Trap Hole is still alive. Now he knows it's not bottomless. Royal Oppression won't get him out of this situation. I think his last card might be a Ghost Rare Dark Armed, which I think he only has 2 darks. So Miracle Fusion, no real reason to commit anything here. Just attack for 24 every turn, I would say. He can get the. I would still get. He doesn't even take the Treeborn Frog. That's a good point because he doesn't want to give Bora or Shura more value. Gabe just took this game down really aggressively. Heavy Storm when you have 3 back rows and a Dark Arm, like with only 2 darks. Bottomless was a top deck. Gabe goes first and just the MST stopping that Black Whirlwind, so huge. Didn't even involve the dupe lock, just Unifrog and MST. We're seeing it a lot in these games. The removal of your opponent's back row is usually the way people win, and the way people lose is by drawing these, like he drew Heavy Storm there. And he had Starlight Road. So he lost because of these protective cards. And
You
Gabe
said
won
the
because of
Whirlwind
them.
was MST, correct?
Yep.
Now here's the thing, like, so does it play to that whole? Oh, well, Blackwings have to resolve Whirlwind to win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's that serious, but damn, Whirlwind definitely helps them secure a W, for sure. You can get through with that game.
Gabe wins fast. And now they're side decking. Plenty of time to side deck. Still time rules in the top 8.
Shit, this first game didn't even take 7 minutes.
Yep.
Like-
Didn't even take. Barely took
Good
5
gosh,
minutes.
they got plenty of time left.
They can take their time siding.
Shout out to anyone who complains to them for taking longer than 3 minutes to side. You know, that's like the old standard time for side decking. It's
Mhm.
like you can't spend any more than 3
Yeah,
minutes.
3
doing
minutes.
It.
Put the clock on. Do your sides.
Okay.
And technically, you really should have a plan for the big 3 decks with your deck,
Yeah.
and you
Make
should
a
be able
side
to
deck
side
guide.
pretty fast in general. Because you know you're gonna face frogs. You know you're gonna face Blackwings.
You know you're going against Vayu Turbo.
You know you're gonna face Vayu Turbo. That's the other one. Other decks, heroes. There's a lot of different versions of it. Zombies, like there's a lot of variety, but these decks kind of know what you're getting as soon as you see a couple of the cards.
But yeah, when you're going into a tournament that you plan on winning, I think it's important to build a side deck guide. Like, I have
Yep.
a life outside of Edison, so I don't remember every single thing. So yeah, I will make a side deck guide. It shows me what to make. It shows me what to put in going first and second against the big 3 and against tier 1.5 decks as well. Now, do I build my side deck to combat 1.5, like tier 1.5 decks? No. But the stuff that's in my side deck will, I'll put that in the guide too, just in case it comes up. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Usually when your side deck to cover the most common matchups and the most
Most,
powerful matchups
I would say, yeah.
and
The
your
most
weakest
common,
matchup.
the most common, the most problematic or weak, or your
Mhm.
weakness, and
And the most
the most
powerful in general.
improbable. I hate to say that too. I hate to say that, but like Amaryllis is a very improbable matchup. You probably will not encounter it, but let's be honest, man. Like you don't run one vortex because you might run into Titanium. You run at least two because you may.
Yeah.
And it just so happens to break the dupe block too. Like it's
That's been the
some
card of the
matchups
day.
like
It's
a
been the
big
card of the
three.
day for sure.
Yeah, a big three matchup isn't enough for me to just be like, oh, I can run into the dupe block. I'm gonna use Vortex. But the simple fact that Titanium's a card too means that hey, I'm gonna choose Vortex over Smashing Ground. Like, does Vortex have a cost? Yes, but it gets rid of more than one fucking thing. Or better yet, it's a non-targeting destruction spell. So yeah, that
I
actually
think we're seeing a
matters.
lot of people going the next step to start playing around it more. Like all this not committing to the board stuff, people are expecting their opponent to have
Oh,
Lightning Vortex
yeah,
some
they're
of the
sharp.
time,
Yeah.
which is really cool to see. And then there's going to be some kind of next step to that where you can put more pressure on where your opponent's not putting pressure on and kind of punish it. I'm really interested to see how the format develops, and this tournament will
Huh.
be a meta maker. Pulling the rug is there, which is exactly what you want to see going first.
Happens to be a lightning vortex in the frog player saying too. Go figure.
Black Whirlwind, is that Black Whirlwind? He doesn't have a big
Is it?
Blackwing,
Oh, must be
but you
nice.
love to start with Black Whirlwind
I
going
mean,
first with the pulling
hey,
the rug.
resolving it is resolving it.
Yep,
Even if
Aura.
it's, I would say, yeah, even if it's not
Yeah, even
sure,
if it was
hey.
Kalut, it would be fine.
I would
Here,
say, yeah, if it was Kalut, yeah, sure.
I
Go
would
ahead, snatch the
say,
blizzard while you can.
yeah, he's going to just get the Blizzard. He's probably expecting it to go away next turn. So he's probably only going to set the pulling the rug, save the Mirror Force, and just pass. If Gabe gets a heavy storm here, it's just a really great comeback
Yeah.
card. If he doesn't, he's going to e-call into Stratos into the pulling the rug.
Random sidebar, but I actually shoehorned Urbellum into my extra deck just so I could like actually like whirlwind and then gale and then attack them directly and put them back a draw phase. But
Yeah, Urbellum can connect sometimes.
I think it's a shitty inclusion, but I somehow made it work. It doesn't happen that often, but it helped me win a Dragon Turbo match.
If you have the space in your side deck,
I mean,
put in certain tech cards.
it, yeah, if you got the space, I mean, I kind of forced it in there, but whatever. Like
That
help
was a
me.
bit of a commitment from Gabe, a little bit faster than we've seen today in general. He, instead of just playing his Stratos and trying to attack over the Bora, he plays the Brain Control and uses the pulling the rug on his Caius Brain Control as opposed to just being the Stratos.
Yeah, he had to play the odds though. Like once
Maybe he
Whirlwind
felt
resolves,
like he needs to get rid of that Whirlwind.
Yeah.
That
if it resolves twice,
But he
Vic.
knows he is enabling this blizzard,
Yeah.
and it's just feels like he was hoping it was bottomless.
Yeah, he was just playing the odds, man. Like
Yeah,
you
hoping it
do
could
not want
resolve.
them to resolve Whirlwind more than once. You don't
Mhm.
want them to resolve it at all, but
So he uses
to get
power
away with
cards. He just
one.
doesn't have the. He didn't have. It's not like he had Dust Tornado or anything that he could set up or Regeki
Right.
Break
Yeah.
to clear the way for this Caius. He felt like he had to play the odds, like you said,
He
and
had
just
to. Like I mean,
do
because
it right away.
that's their breadwinner.
Yeah,
Like
and
Whirlwind is Blackwing's breadwinner.
it's getting a
Like,
lot of value already.
it's resolved twice. He's winning.
Yep.
He's
He
winning.
goes Goyo. He had 3 choices that time. But he's got Trap Dust Shoot. He's probably feeling really good about this.
That's crazy. He has dust shoot, yeah. And then like
He
to
just
be
top
up
decked
this
it.
far
Yep.
and then to have the knowledge That's it.
He'll see his opponent's lightning vortex to know not to commit. He'll see his opponent's he doesn't get a great hit
Wow.
off this, but it's just the knowledge, like you said, so powerful.
He hits a fair hit in the Treeborn. He's putting that shit back.
Yep, make sure that he can't
He's
just
gonna
use
make
lightning
him work
vortex
to
and
get that
discard it.
damn thing back. Like he could set the dupe.
Gabe is still alive. His hand is pretty solid.
No, yeah, he has
It's
a solid.
just it's just an uphill battle.
But it's just that fucking frog going back kind of neuters the engine, you know. So now he has to wait at least. Well, never mind. He has to wait at least 2 more turns before he can even see a treeborn frog.
And then he's going to Miracle Fusion. No, he saves it. Smart. He doesn't have a great way to get the Miracle Fusion live with the only cards in his graveyard, the Caius and the Ocean. He'd have to remove his Stratos on the board. No point in doing that. Here, Mike could try to go for game. I think it's normal summon Pollute or normal summon Vayu, can special summon the Gale. This does 400. Vayu attacks does 800. Kind of a weird way to do it, but it gets the job done. Without committing too much. I probably would have normal summoned Kalut. Gotten the Blizzard. But he can just do that this turn, so it's fine. So much power from Gabe used here on early turns.
Probably just make the more damaging.
And here it's going to pay off because he just drew another monster, right? Bora. So you can use that Kalut with this Bora to attack over this Dupe Frog. You saw Gabe flash the life points. Yep, he has 2 Kaluts now if he adds Kalut here.
He's attacking it.
Yep.
Won't be game, but
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Or he can just go for Blizzard. That's what he's looking at here.
You're not a Blizzard.
I think you already have the Kalut. You're going to use it. I would still take Kalut, though. I think having that kind of... I think both are probably fine. I could see the merit to this because his back row is Mirror Force. Looking like both players got a great turn 1. Normal summon. Set the Pulling the Rug. Gabe had the set Mystical Space Typhoon into the Unifrog. So we're going to see if game 3 goes any differently, where Mike is going second, which is a downside, but he gets to have his full side deck against the Frog deck, which kind of gives him an advantage. There's a lot of hateful cards that you can put in against Frogs.
And to be honest, I mean, going second with Blackwings isn't always a bad thing. You get the attack. He'd have to have some sort of defense. Like, ain't no summon swap bounce and pass. Like, I mean, unless you got Gores or Fader, but try that shit without either one of those hand trap blockers, and yeah, you might be gaming yourself. Look how comfortable this is. Like, oh.
I think
Okay, how
Gabe's
about
last card is
you
some kind of
looking to
battle trap,
Gray
like Dimensional
first?
Prison. So Mike might not win this turn if he plays conservatively enough, which is fine. He's just setting up a lot of pressure. He has no more values in his deck. I saw him side out one. I think this sets up lethal because he still has the Kalut in hand.
Yeah.
So both of them will deal
Oh,
21.
Deep Prison wouldn't even matter.
So Deep Prison wouldn't even matter, or Regeki
If
Break.
he decided it in.
Yeah. Has to be D prison. He has to attack with the Bora, and there's no battle fader. Thought that he had a Kalut, but maybe doesn't. Still alive for one more turn. Oh, and he gets the Substitute. So
Uh-oh. Well,
this
there's
is
already
a
in
dupe
the
block
game,
right
so
here. Mike is in the
soft lock it
lead
back.
by a lot. It's just Gabe has a lot of ways to get this dupe block off. Mike's back row is a Mirror Force. I thought his last card was Kalut, but it turns out it's something else.
Okay, so
It depends what that card is going to be.
he's yet to dump Unifrog, so he might take the chance. Okay, good. With 400 points, I'm glad he didn't take the chance. Soft lock at best, unless
Oh,
shit.
you're
Okay,
right. The
he will
Unifrog.
dupe. Okay, I didn't think he would take that chance, but damn.
Huh.
Okay.
Instead of setting the okay,
I thought he was just going to soft lock.
it's
I thought he would
brain
just soft
control.
lock with Substitute.
Oh, his last card is Vayu, which is not useful. Wow.
Liking the way this
This
match
is
is looking.
super interesting how that developed.
Game 3.
But Mike just got such a big lead and was able to push it and get the win. Gabe played it really well, though, to try to come back from behind. Now going second, or going first, Gabe's going to put this Dust Shoot back in. Looking at this side deck. Not a lot to switch around. He's keeping Dust Tornadoes, which are great against Blackwings, shut off Icarus attacks. Soul Exchange is not a going first card. It's going second card. He put in a Ryza, I think. That was it. He left the Dust Shoot out. He's not going to rely on Trap Dust Shoot, it looks like. Yay, Mike. 1-1. Game 3. Such a big difference between top 8 and top 4 in these tournaments.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of keeping Dust Shoot in, even if I'm going first, going into games 2 and 3, once I know the matchup already. I mean, yeah, it's great when you resolve it, but go ahead and draw that shit late game if you want to, or mid game if you want. Some decks you can't afford to do that against. Game 1 is amazing because you get that knowledge.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Sometimes
good
it's-
point. Also, another point to that is games 2 and 3, some of the best side deck cards are spells and traps. So Mike is liable to have cards like Soul Release, cards like Power Filter we've seen, Mask of Restrict, pulling the rug we just saw. These are all spells and trap cards where Trap Dust Shoot doesn't interact with those. You'd almost rather it just be a Dust Tornado and move along. Stopping their monsters for one turn doesn't mean much when they can lock you out of the whole game. This is Mike's night. Mike, Gabe, top 8. We have 4 different matches going on. This is the feature match, chosen arbitrarily, I think. Great matchup. We know there's at least one other Blackwing player and one other Hero Frog player, and Sasha and Chris.
You just mentioned Power Filter in this matchup, and it's funny because no, like
Yeah, it could come up.
no, I'm not knocking it. I like the fact that you mentioned it.
Hmm?
No Blackwing deck sides Power Filter, but Power Filter doesn't hurt anything in their deck.
yeah.
When they special summon stuff, everything's over 1,000. So I mean, except for Vayu, but come on
Yeah,
now,
you
like,
never.
it's
you
only
can't
off of
really
Shura,
special summon
so
him.
whatever.
Yeah, off of Shura. That's it.
So with that being said, no, I like the fact that you mentioned that. Like, if they had the space or they wanted to commit, they could do it. They
yeah,
could do it.
there's a lot of options, and they're all spells and traps. Fossil Dino would be a monster that Blackwings often. I've seen that a lot, where her Trap Dust Shoot could take that.
Yeah.
So that's like a meta call. If you expect a lot of Fossil Dinos, you can take it. Here, Mike, just kind of a medium start. He's got a Book of Moon and some other spell. 2 Book of Moons, it looks like. A
Book of
bit
Moon is
clumped. It's
amazing
not
in
bad. It's
Blackwings.
not good. I think he's playing around Unifrog and some of the things that Gabe could have. He's
Well,
not even going to bother setting the book.
He kept that damn Treeborn in the grave. That's probably a dust or MST.
He kept that frog
Now
in the
look at him.
grave. Very smart
Notice how he
play.
attacked and just was like, "Fuck it, I'm not setting anything."
Yeah, I'm not going to play into this.
Yeah. So and bounce.
Patience.
So he's getting at least another 1,800 in there.
Yeah,
Ba-
he gets a-
that was probably his saver right there. That's
Mhm.
probably your Mirror Force or your D prison that you sided in.
I see. Yeah, Gabe, that turn
Love
2 was really
this.
weak. And like you
and
said,
Battle Trap. Oh,
there it
shit.
is.
Even
So there's the
still.
Regeki break.
That,
And
that
is he
one
just gonna
Battle
replace
Trap
it?
is still locked in though. Like that's the funny part. I love it. I
Mhm.
love it. He can't.
He's
Oh,
committing
why you?
to the
Oh,
MST.
don't play into it now.
Now you know what it is. You know it's going to be
Yeah,
end
come
phase
on.
MST.
What are
Maybe
you
commits
doing?
2.
You had that.
Uh,
I shouldn't be raising my voice, but damn.
played right into Gabe's hand. Now the dupe lock is live. Mike feels
Okay,
like he has to
so-
put the pressure on and set this card. He guys had his hand thinking maybe he enabled that Dust
See it.
Tornado, which is putting him into a rough spot right now. He
Yeah,
can
Mike
obviously
seems to
play
be
play
reeling.
through this dupe lock with Shura, Kalut, and Book of Moon, but that's a lot of resources that he didn't necessarily have to expend here.
I gotta put it out there now. Mike was winning. Mike was winning.
He
that
had
card
the-
was an
he had the
MST or Dust
chance.
Tornado. And Mike, that card was an MST or Dust Tornado from the turn
He
it was
called
set.
it. He
I'm-
called it right on
I'm,
turn
I'm
1
surprised that he.
to
I'm
not
surprised that
set.
he decided to like commit.
And
like
then turn 2, he just sets 1. Even if he just set 2, you feel like he's at least doing
My-
something.
my thought behind it was, well, Gabe's not gonna GG you the next turn if you don't
If you
set
don't, yeah.
backfield. So why not just keep the train going? You got heat in your hand to keep it going. There's another Shura in your hand. I don't like to look at the player's hands while we're playing. I like to be like the blind spectator, but like, I see the Shura. Like now you got to break a dupe lock, and he has back row to combat the Icarus attack that you can possibly set. Well, now you have to preemptively. Now you have to preemptively activate cards.
Yeah, he has to attack
That's
with
resource
Kalut.
burning in itself. Oof. Oh.
Gabe just
Use
putting
the
the
whole
pressure on,
Kalut and
getting so
book
much value.
to break even.
Unifrog, it's like he knows
Shit.
that back row is coming now.
Hit.
MST on 1, D prison.
Oh, my
Unifrog is
gosh.
going to absorb the second one, and when he flips up
This
this
game
Dupe
is
Frog, he could also just tribute for Kaya or tribute for this Ryza that he sided in, or he could just summon the Unifrog.
Oh, take it easy on him,
His
man. Like,
heroes aren't live yet, so this miracle is going to be a turn.
relax,
Gonna be
Rob.
next turn.
Relax, Rob. The number of punishes that you're naming right now is
Yeah,
immense.
it's
Like,
so
good
many.
God.
Gabe
Yo,
is
it's-
looking in
it's
the
so many
lead.
punishes now.
So many
Like,
punishes to this.
Okay, at
board.
least he had a D prison. Like,
Yep,
oh my God.
It just trades
dude.
1 for 1. Like we've seen, players are. He saves his Ryza until the back rows are all clear.
Yeah, until you can guarantee that it's truly
Yep,
going to put them back a
guarantee.
turn.
Shura's able to give value here. Let his Rekeki break face down. So you got to flip this, discard Alias. No point in attacking because it just comes back. It's just giving your opponent the choice whether to bring it back or not. Doesn't really matter, but
I love the patience and
bottomless. Now Miracle Fusion. And Mike's empty-handed.
it's fair.
There's only Blizzard is a 1-card Goyo that can at least trade with this Absolute Zero. Which is why if I was Gabe, I would consider flipping my Dupe Frog into attack position. I know
okay.
it makes Shura live, which maybe is a bit worse too. Maybe you kind of have to do it this way, but
It does, but you also have to play the odds.
Mhm.
He's already been through
yeah,
2 Shuras
you've
too.
seen
So
a
I
couple
like the fact
Shuras
that
already.
Duke Frog into attack is not a bad decision right there.
Yeah, because it forces the
not.
attack to go onto it. But here, I mean,
But-
Gabe's maybe feeling like he's in a good enough position anyway.
But in his defense, Goyo is the only out,
Yeah,
and it still has to
and
trade
it
one
still
for
has to
one.
trade 1-for-1.
What the? Wait, hold on. It looked like he signaled effect. Did you see him point at the Goyo?
He stinkered into Goya with the Blizzard and attacked. There it is. Now Gabe just needs any type of follow-up, which he doesn't have. Second Blizzard. Mike's coming
Yo,
back.
that's crazy.
Blizzard's exactly what you want to see
Second
here.
Blizzard is crazy.
Runner. I think so, right? I think
Well, I didn't see the
I
card.
didn't see it
You-
either. That's
you
what I
did.
thought, but
Was
maybe
it, was
not.
it really a second Blizzard?
Reborn Frog.
Oh, damn. Show the audience, Mike.
I thought he drew a Blizzard, but I wonder what it was. It was something that looked like a
We'll
Blizzard.
find out soon enough.
It was a Kalut,
Shit.
maybe? I don't know. Yeah, he just
So
held on to it for a
he
turn.
just waited a turn.
Now he has a Kalut with this. So he can go Armed Wing, go for piercing damage.
Yeah,
maybe
but
that's
this
just
is
like-
frogs, so
They will have defense
he
position
gave him an
monsters.
extra turn to draw into a Kai's or Ryza.
Yep. He gets this Swap Frog back.
In which case, anything he topped would beat the Arm
Mhm.
Wing anyway. I guess I'm saying I don't think I would have waited a turn.
Yeah, I'll just gone for it anyway, but here the Ryza's gonna just
Oh, gee, this is it, bro.
put so
Good
much pressure
gosh.
on. I think you said
Not
the
by
Regeki
life,
break
but
this
just
time.
by like resources and advantage, and he gets a chance to recycle the.
Yeah, you can recycle it at this main phase 2 after attacking. That's 34. You can set up a lethal next turn. Yeah, it accelerated the pace of the game for sure. Overcommitted. Even a back row is an overcommit. It's risky to do. Yeah, Pergeki break is still alive, and the Ryza's live. It's a little
This
awkward
isn't
that he
good
can't
at all.
use the Ryza that
OMG.
effectively right now, but
Yo,
he's just
This-
in such a dominant position.
it's got dark very fast. Like,
I think he set Regeki break again to just destroy whatever Mike plays this turn,
Yo.
or deprison.
damn.
Now he should have a line. I think he has a second Treeborn in the graveyard, right? Maybe not. If he did, he could tribute and get
I don't-
3,400
I don't
damage.
think he does though. He's probably just keeping the Treeborn from being banished,
Yeah, he's protecting it, I guess.
which makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to deal with it. It's kind of interesting. Next turn,
I guess
definitely
he knows he can't
lethal
afford to
line.
lose it.
And
Oh,
that's
that
it.
Sucks, man.
Great match for Gabe.
Well, think about it this way. He has the frog in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say he wants to take the chance of special and swapping it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, set a spell.
Spin
Spin his own card. And Gabe with a clutch game. The Gabe versus Mike battle in the comments. Somebody had to win. It's just how the game works.
I mean, yeah,
Good
someone
games to
did have
both
to
players.
win.
Gabe
Probably
got to
didn't
go
have to.
first, and he got to set up the initiative.
He did. He was also able to. I'm not. I'm not gonna keep reeling on the whole plan.
Yeah, I mean, Mike had to clear the way for his back rows at some point.
It just didn't have to be
it
that
didn't have to
soon.
be
Like,
at
my
that
whole thing is,
point.
if you get a guaranteed 18 once, do the same thing to get a guaranteed
Yes,
18 again.
that is a Yu-Gi-Oh fundamental.
Even if he commits,
You don't commit an extra monster or a trap card.
And once he shows that he's going to summon, that he's going to set an extra to like actually kill the monster that you're trying to attack with.
Mhm.
All right, he kills the fucking monster that you're trying to do damage with. Like,
That's fine.
but do not play into the card that you consider being Dust or MST in the
Process
beginning.
of elimination, skill, even at the top 8.
Yeah, like
That's when you need it the most.
I guess his decision only bothers me because he assumed that it was
In the
a
first
background
turn.
Yes,
He had double Book of Moon, and he keeps them both in his hand.
So stay on that same train
He
of
just
thought.
like has a mind lapse. He switches it up.
I don't like it, man. I was like, I guess I'm only upset by it because he could have kept with his original thought and just put more pressure. 18 per turn is not easy to take. It's
Yeah,
not.
he was putting a lot of pressure. Mike applied with the Blizzard top decks. All 3 games, like you said in the chat. Congrats to top 8. That's a Snowman Eater foil. I think from some kind of turbo pack, champion pack, something like that. Very valuable prize for top 8.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Secures
you
it.
definitely don't leave empty-handed when you make top cut of FGG.
At FGG,
gaming
yeah. He got
monthlies,
gets the
but,
mat, and the points towards the invitational. Just the reputation, all of this building a Edison Format resume is really nice. Who knows where it'll take you? And 8 out of 56. That's what 1 out of how many? 5, 6, 7. 1 out of 7 chance.
and maybe it was something I didn't see.
I think you saw it. I think we all saw it. His hand was just not that good. It was just very mid. Just very mid. It was just Shura, Kalut, double book. Drew into 2 deep prisons. It's just mid. Gabe's hand was just a bit stronger on the play. So much frogs. Chris Lee and Mike were the 2 Blackwings representing. I know Francisco was always playing some type of value deck. Last week he was playing value turbo.
Yeah, it's a
Last
lot
month.
of frogs today. Piggybacking on the Curtis comment, definitely a lot of frogs.
Glad you got the top 8. Me too.
Yeah,
Very
no,
big
good showing,
congrats
good
there.
showing. Like
Yeah.
we have pretty good competition here, so you know.
Very
it's,
good competition here. We
definitely
saw
have to earn your
9th,
spot in top
9th,
8.
10th, 11th, 12th, like stacked players.
Sure.
These are winners of past 50-player events. These are people who are known in the worldwide circuit of Edison, Yu-Gi-Oh! Some of the best in the country, in the world. Dueling book players, friends. Christopher Lee, really friendly guy. Played against him last month. First seed. We have Brandon McPherson, something like that. Representing the Machina along with Indy, same deck list, both in top 8. Using the same, it's his same kind of Raiko Caius hamster engine as a Vayu Turbo, just instead of the Vayus and the Sirocco's, it plays Machina Fortress, Machina Gear Frame, just like dark, good stuff. With
just a bit more.
a
Just a bit more thriving on the mill, but they also have a lot more bomb cards.
a bit more
So
on the mill.
while
Mike, would you like to come on and do an interview? Yeah, come on in. There's a lot of wires. It's tight space over here, but the couch is nice and spacious. Yes, you need to put on the headset. It's very noise canceling, so we've been putting one ear, the left ear, a little bit off.
so your
center.
right ear will. Oh, I'm sorry, your left ear will be flipped out. Yeah.
Yeah, you just put it on regularly, but you'll see it cancels all the noise.
Like that?
So like that.
Yes.
You got it. Congrats.
Thanks.
Top 8.
Top 8.
Yeah, my first top 8 year.
Oh,
Can't
congrats.
get lucky. Like you
Big
can't just
win.
luck your way into the top
I'll
8
say way
here,
to
so
finish off the
congratulations.
year.
I
That's
agree.
fair. That's fair.
It's been fun for everyone, especially top 8 to get the Snowman Eater, some kind of mat, right? Big prizes. The points towards the Invitational, always nice to be on the leaderboard. How'd you feel about your run today?
I made a few misplays, but it happens. So, but I learned for the next time.
Always learning for the next time.
Are you referring to misplays leading into the top 8, or are you referring to something you think happened like just like in this
No,
match
like
alone?
some misplays when I was playing like round one and then stuff like that. And then yeah, there was a couple misplays in top 8, but
It's a hard Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh. A lot to think about. Got to consider what's in their deck, what's in your deck, the probabilities. Anything that stands out to you. You're playing Blackwings. Did the deck feel good? Did the matchups feel tough? Did you face a lot of frogs? Frogs have been kind of everywhere today.
I faced at least I think 3 frogs today, like
And
hero
how'd you
frogs.
feel about that matchup? You've had to
Frogs
face
have
it in
been
the
every-
top
I
8
had
there.
mixed feelings, like because I was kind of sketchy of what to really side for him, but it worked out in the end till top 8.
Okay, cool.
But
All
yeah,
right,
in
so
those games I did also make a couple misplays, but it happens.
all right, we
I
could put
just gotta
some
learn for the next time.
All right, we could put some shine on this match that you just got finished with. How did you feel going into it? You knew what he was playing?
No, I actually did not. I didn't really look at everyone's games. I was focused on my friends' games while they were playing.
Woo! One
And
thing
he
about
started out
major
with a
competition.
set, right? So it was still a mystery when you took your first turn. You went Black Whirlwind and tried to summon, and he had the MST right away, right?
Yeah.
I was like, darn, that really put. And then you attacked with Shura into a dupe frog, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, darn again. Next turn, he found a way to really put a lot of pressure on, and it felt like really hard to come back right away. A big advantage to going first in general. Seemed like a person who went first and was able to set up trap cards. Generally, in game 2, you were able to set up the pulling the rug. Felt like that really helped. He brain controlled your monster, and you stopped his Caius.
So that boosted you. But what I want to talk about is the final game. When he had the possible Dust or MST set and you got away with the first 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he set a new card, meaning like, shit, I can't take another 1800. So I'm going to set this card that I can actually use. But then you gave him some food once he cleared the shore. And then he was able to bring his frog back online. He was able to bring his Treeborn frog online. You didn't think that it could have been a Dust or MST?
I didn't think about it.
Damn, man. Yeah, when you did that, I was like, fuck.
Yeah, there's a
It
people,
was a
people
little
in the
bit
chat
more,
were cheering you on. We were all like, yeah, let's go. It was such a great match.
I said a little bit more than that during the stream. If you get the playback, don't take it personally. But I just wanted you to keep that lead because it's like you went into it and you got to wait the first attack. So you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I'm not going to set anything because you could have, but you didn't. So
Yeah,
I
you
was
had
like, all
2
right,
Book
cool.
of
So
Moons, right?
Yeah.
So
So
at
you had
turn
it.
1, it was really smart of you not to set. We were like,
you
that
had
was
some
really
sort of
smart.
idea that it might be a back row clear. But then when he set that second, when he cleared that shore, you were like, damn, I guess you felt like, well, shit. Like,
Yeah, I got no
he
board.
might be able, yeah,
I
I
need
have
to
no
set
board. He
something
may be able to
defensive.
do some damage now. But typically, if they're not about to drop a Vanity's Fiend on you, the most he's going to do is summon a swap and attack, or he's going to do a. But yeah, I was just kind of disappointed when that happened because I was like, yeah, you might lose control of the game from there. And slowly but surely, he was starting to get a leg up, and he started getting his footing once you gave him that Treeborn Frog access.
Well,
But I'm sorry, go ahead and speak on that.
I
I'm
was
gonna
gonna
let
say,
you
I'll
close
be
it out.
honest. This was like my first time playing Blackwings in a tournament, an actual tournament setting, since God knows how long. Because I used to play back in the old days. So it's like, after that, I knocked the rust off as I was playing the games, and I still got a little rust to knock off.
And you crushed it. Top 8.
Man,
Against
top
Hero
eight ain't no
Frogs,
slouch.
just
You
super
already
tough.
here. You want
Super
to
tough
kind of
matchup.
chime in on what we doing here, man, or you?
Nah, I think I'm good.
All right, man. Well,
Congrats.
congrats on the top 8, man.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it though.
Yeah, you crushed it. Keep them coming. What deck do you usually play if not Blackwings?
It just varies, like what I feel like playing.
There's
or
so
what my
many
friends
great
play
decks.
because we all share like decks and stuff.
Oh, look here, Chris against Ricky, Blackwing against Blackwing in top 4.
Blackwing Mirror is so It'd be so boring.
It'll be
But
spicy. You know Ricky brings the spice, and Chris has been on a heater today. I'm really interested to see how
yeah,
this
Chris
matchup
was the
goes.
undefeated, I believe.
And maybe we're trying to take notes as well, see what these Blackwing players can do, which one comes on top. If it comes down to Black Whirlwind, who sees it more, or if there's some kind of strategy that we
She
can take
does.
away for next
I
time.
think it's also the way to where how you use Black Whirlwind, because if you put both down, then you're just setting yourself up for a bad Icarus play.
Yeah, some people shotgun their whirlwind. I actually like to test it first. If I don't get bottomless on my first summon, then I'll put the whirlwind out there and then go for it on the second, if I can afford to do it.
Right.
No reason not to go for it right there. That's already 4,900 that he's at.
Yes, Ricky has a Black Whirlwind in his hand. I think he has no monsters. So he just passed his whole turn.
Damn.
He has half of the combo and usually have like 15 Blackwing monsters that you can summon, but he had nothing to compare it with. It's just
What?
super awkward. He passes the whole turn.
Chris doesn't have anything to punish a whirlwind summon either.
Yeah,
his traps are deep prison and torrential.
torrential.
The torrential isn't in his favor by
Yeah,
any means.
I'm surprised he
just said
committed.
it. Well,
He
okay,
commits
he's not
so
gonna
much
set
to
it,
the
but
board
okay.
with a torrential tribute. Wait, I see a Shura. I thought he had Whirlwind with this Shura. No, yeah, I see Whirlwind.
No, I think that's a Sirocco,
Oh, it's Sirocco.
which is
But-
even better, like considering
Yes.
like his back row because he set a deep prison. So
So you can use the Whirlwind now and tribute this Armor Master.
Ooh. He'll probably attack before doing the whirlwind.
Yeah, why not? Just attack. If you absorb the deep prison, I mean, there's no way Chris deep prisons his own monster.
Well, he probably sees what's coming too, so he might actually do that shit.
We'll see.
Okay,
Ricky
no, he
very
didn't.
methodically fighting this game, while Chris kind of just committed to the board really fast. I see Black Whirlwind Shura. I think he had Black
Oh,
Whirlwind Shura
he does
on
have
turn
short in
1.
hand. Yeah, okay.
But he
does.
has no traps. He has monsters and he has the Whirlwind, but he doesn't have any trap cards. So he didn't want to just raw
Eh,
commit his Whirlwind.
Oh.
Instead,
have
he
just
uses the
decided to
brain control,
game.
plays around the Icarus attack, like you said, protects his Whirlwind to try to get a second resolution of it next
I
turn.
like this. And then the Kalu Surge guarantees that he's resolving Whirlwind next turn too. I
Yes,
mean, unless
through
he
bottomless.
torrentials, but I mean, he's probably not gonna do that.
And he's got Heavy Storm, and a Book of Moon was his draw for this turn. So he probably sets the book, because why not?
Yep. It's hilarious. I love this. But this is actually the star of the mirror match, Sirocco.
Can pump up
Because
itself.
it's effortless. It's effortless board clearing.
Mind Control. Not sure why he would do it
No,
in
to
this.
do
He
4,000
had to
direct.
do it in this way. Pumps it up.
Yeah.
It's booked. And
now,
then
turning mind control into 4,000 damage, I don't blame him for doing that. I really don't. That's a hell of a lot of pressure. You can't even afford to mount an attack anymore. Like, you subject yourself to collude at that point. So, with that being said, it's like, bother. So, I don't blame him for doing the mind control thingy. Shouldn't have took the mic away. I hope they heard that. But
wow. Ricky,
it
so
shows actually kinda
patient
sharp.
in a matchup that's so explosive. Like you said, it's so easy to deal that much damage.
Yeah, no, Sirocco shines in the fucking mirror match. It really does.
He's got Dark Arm Dragon in his hand. He has 2 back rows that he's facing, so Heavy Storm is in his mind. Should I just cast this? Maybe 2 for 2, and I know his face down monster is Sirocco. I can summon this Shura. Just do it. I think at this
Oh,
point you're
buddy
just
got
playing
the
around Starlight Road,
death. Let's go.
Deep Prison, and Torrential. He gets to summon this. I think go into something like Stardust Dragon with Gale. He has no protection except the Kalute that he got last turn. His hand is Dark Arm Dragon and Kalut. And something else. But he elects to go into Vayu.
I like that. I like
More
that.
value. Ricky.
I mean, he could do that, and then he could make an arm wing if he wanted, and then
Yeah,
make
when
like a second arm wing on
inevitably-
backup if he wanted to, or he could go into freaking Android for life points. He got options. Oh shit! Let me get
Yep,
rid
he
of
had
that.
a lot of options. I think he has so much card advantage that doesn't really matter. He drew a D Prism for turn so he can protect it.
Arm wing, 23 and then that extra.
Yep,
body.
it's once
And
again.
that arm wing is now gonna be Vayu and arm wing for armor master.
hmm He can use Kalut on it as different than Stardust Dragon.
Let's not forget Sirocco is still a thing, so
Yep, Sirocco is still
he
a
can draw
thing.
Sirocco, summon that Sirocco, and then do the whole Vayu thing for armor master just for extra 2,500 and out the park if he need
Wow.
to.
So Ricky went first, passed his whole turn instead of doing the Black Whirlwind Shura. Chris commits, and it's the W. I wonder if Chris should have played a bit slower. You know, he committed really fast and just said, if you have the Heavy Storm, if you have the Brain Control, like if you have certain answers, you just kind of will win. Maybe his hand just kind of forced to play that way. Mm-hmm. Do you have any insight on that, Mike? You're in the Blackwing mirror. Your opponent passes turn 1. You have the Torrential Tribute, so you can play it slow, or you have Shura Gale, and you can push a lot of damage.
Depends, like, go through. Not free. Or you get those points. Like, and something to come back and get you.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. I think Blackwings, you have to play to your deck strengths, and that's what Blackwings can do, is deal a lot of damage really fast. Ricky took a bit of a gamble to pass his turn, but I think he had the kind of answers that it was a calculated risk. Like, without any gores or anything, Chris could have manufactured 5,000 damage that turn. But Ricky had faith in his deck that it could come back from that with the Brain Control. And then he just needed to draw one piece of removal. That time it was Book of Moon, and he was good to go. The Edison Club chiming in for Chris. So is Curtis. Let's go, Chris. Coming into game 2. Ricky, a fantastic player. I made top 4 in November of last year and was eliminated by Ricky. He was playing Hero Frogs, and it was extremely close game. And last November, yes, it was such a good tournament. And my highlight, I was in top 4, and I got eliminated by Ricky. Heck yeah. That was a great tournament. I was there, so I remember it. And this one will be another one of these tournaments for the ages. Blackwing versus Blackwing matchup. Yeah, nice meeting you, Mike. I'm really looking forward to seeing you next time. Yes, that was a perfect timing to have Mike come on after playing Blackwings and then represent the Blackwing mirror. That means both of these players won their top 8 matches, which means I'm wondering about the Machina and the... I wonder who the other top 2 are going on right now. Really? They're playing each other? Machina versus Machina and Blackwing versus Blackwing? And there they are in top 4 playing against each other. It can't be because the person who just beat Mike is in top 4, Gabe. So it's got to be Machina and versus Hero Frog. Yeah. So it's Gabe as Hero Frogs, and probably we're thinking is the Machina player. Yeah, it has to be. Hero Frogs versus Machina in the other top 4 match, and 2 Blackwings. Guarantees a Blackwing. And to start off the game, Chris starts out with a Sirocco set, then he summons this Vayu and pushes for 800 damage. Ricky, again, very patient. Just sets a D prison and passes. While Chris just applies pressure. I see a lot of other cards that Ricky could have played last turn. He had the Sirocco. He could have ran into that bottomless. He held back. Sets 1, pass. Sirocco, like you said, a power card in this matchup, getting banished.
Sirocco truly
Huge for
shines in the
Chris.
mirror. It really does.
Shines. I see a Blizzard. I see a Black. Do I see a Black
It's
Whirlwind? There's no
guaranteeing at
way.
least 2,000. Unless they want to use a card to block it.
Shura again. Banished again. Another key card.
Yo,
Ricky
he is
just
not letting him yard Shura.
yes,
like,
he's
that
not
Blizzard
letting
is
him do
getting
it,
cut
and Chris
off.
using his Vayu to attack while Ricky has a Vayu, being more patient with it. It's like he's waiting for a different way to get value out of his cards. Hand is very awkward. He drew a second Vayu. Probably the worst card in his deck to draw.
Yeah.
Both players
At
kind of
least he
laughing
got rid
that
of
off.
that chip damage that Chris kept giving
Finally
him.
stops the chip damage.
Yeah.
Ricky, so here's the thing. Ricky summoned that Sirocco. He had a Black Whirlwind in his hand. He intentionally knew that it wouldn't resolve.
Yeah. Sometimes
through-
you have to hold your whirlwind.
So he
like,
holds his Whirlwind.
Yeah, you're not. I mean, and then you make that whirlwind vulnerable to Icarus attack. So yeah, you can't always shotgun your whirlwind. You can't.
And now
That's what
is a
separates the
time
puppies from the
where
big
he's
dogs.
gonna, it might pay off.
He has a greater chance of resolving whirlwind.
Now that
Oh, something to think
There's
about.
no
Huh?
winged
It's
beast
not just an
monsters.
immediate decision, right?
and he resolves his Whirlwind.
That's experience right
Mhm.
there. That's experience because he could have been did that shit. He chose to take the guarantee or the greater chance of resolving it.
Yes, after clearing all of the winged beasts, he clears the Vayu and 2 Shuras patiently, then uses his Whirlwind. Chris started out with the lead, and Ricky was able to come back going second.
Yeah, didn't accidentally end up in the top 4. Shit like that makes it obvious.
He's expecting the D prison
He
to
is
come.
like, oh, you got the deep prison?
Yeah,
I
if you
mean,
didn't
hey,
have bottomless, you must have the D prison. Nope.
like, I don't care if you do. This shit kind of already paid for itself, so.
Chris has the brain control, so maybe he's trying to get value out of it since Ricky has been so patient to play around it.
Okay, there's
Chris
his.
draws the Black Whirlwind. He slams it down. He's like, I want this to resolve. Book of Moon.
Is that worth the solemn?
If he has a
Is that worth
solemn,
the solemn?
somehow Ricky
Is that worth
just
the solemn?
applying the pressure.
I guess so.
Chris.
Guess so. Hey. Don't tell me he's debating an Icarus.
Yeah, you don't have to use Icarus attack here, so the only real choice is Solemn Judgment.
Solemn, like is he debating a
I think you have to be
Here.
patient with it. In general, the more patient players are generally being rewarded today.
must be a hell of a way of bluffing like something useful.
I wonder if he should have brain controlled and tributed. I think it's probably smarter this way because it doesn't give Ricky a Blizzard target. Second Bora, Torrential. Well played by Chris. So that's what he's saying. He said he had Torrential. He could have chained it to the Book of Moon.
Mm.
And
That's fair.
traded one for one like that, but instead he's able to get an extra piece of value by taking out this Bora.
Yeah.
Ricky is fine with that because he has a Blizzard in his hand.
Oh.
Gonna take out the Kalut
Well,
is what he
yeah,
knows
he
in his
remembers
hand.
the shit, so yeah, that's fair.
3 darks for Dark Armed are live. Ricky down.
Great
It's just a
spot.
Vayu and a Blizzard. Oh, 4 darks. 4 darks for Ricky. Chris just using every card at his disposal. Vayu is synchroing in the graveyard. Very unique property of this card. 2 cards left in his hand. One is one is brain control. The other, if it can stop this Blizzard from resolving, which is difficult. Looks like Ricky drew a monster. So he's probably thinking, do I play this monster I just drew, whether it's Sirocco or Shura, Bora, or do I just go with the Blizzard? Synchro, and then you can go into Brionic and discard his cards. This is a huge decision. We don't know everybody's exact cards. He has a chance to just set his value and pass, try to live another turn, but I think in this situation, chooses the Shura.
Oh shit.
Top
Resolve?
deck Shura. Chris
Resolve.
was not hoping to see that. Didn't have a bottomless trap hole, and it's not Icarus attack. That lowers the cards that this set card could be by a lot. It's not going to be some kind of bluff like the brain control. It's too valuable to lose that to Icarus attack. So it pretty much has to be Royal Oppression or Dimensional Prison or Mirror Force. Legacy of Yatagarasu, possibly. Is already in the graveyard is his torrential and bottomless. Ricky is probably thinking, should I go 3rd Bora to my hand to keep the Black Whirlwind train going? That would sacrifice his Shura and just go to the next turn. Or he could go Gale, special summon the Gale, try to attack that way. Have 2 monsters that can do it. Or he could go Kalut and not attack in general. This seems a little bit riskier into Mirror Force specifically, a little bit better into Dimensional Prison.
But at
He's
least
he's not going to synchro yet, and he's going to attack with the
of course he's
Shura.
gonna attack, yeah. Or at least the arm wing isn't as threatening once you
Yeah,
have
now
it.
that it's halved, the damage is done.
Yeah.
That it's a lot weaker.
Any other Blackwing monster can just come down and like attack over it.
Mm-hmm.
Save value, of course, but
It's probably Dimensional Prison, and he probably has to use it on the Shura. You can't let that get its effect. Then next turn, hope to draw Blackwing, resolve your Whirlwind, and play it that way. That makes me think it's not Dimensional Prison. Could be
curious
Legacy
as
of
to what it can be. Like it might be one of those draw traps, man.
But
like,
even then, he would have casted it there, looking to draw Kalut.
yeah, sometimes you're supposed to sack your way into a Kalut, man.
Yeah, you could do it there, so that leaves that off the table. That Royal Oppression is now very much on the table for what this card could be.
At
So
this point, it has to be, man. God damn. Can't be a
this
solemn.
has to be Kalut, I think. Yeah, I think 2 Vayus is how much Blackwings often will play without Dark Refer. And Ricky has drawn them both. This makes Ricky a lot more confident to synchro, even
Oh,
into a
yeah.
Royal Oppression. That he gets to leave a monster on the board.
Serious amount of damage.
And after all this, I think Chris can still win.
Not impossible, especially if Ricky doesn't set a back row.
Yeah, is this game? Yeah, this is game 2. Royal Oppression could be out. Very, very could be Starlight Road.
Actually, yeah. Like for the card to be as dead as it's been, like it probably is Starlight.
Jeez.
This is the mirror match too, so
Yeah, he must
It-
have sided
yeah,
out
yeah.
his
yeah. No, Josh makes a good point. Like it could be a fucking Starlight Road. Yeah, exactly. Only useless card. Like,
shout out to Johnson Boss. If that's the person I recognize
is
From-
King GB. Yeah,
from the top of a lot of games on Dueling Book.
man.
the
What?
ladder.
Actually, I think ranking wise, I think he's #1 right now.
Yeah, very shout out to that. Thanks for keeping us
That's the-
company, helping
that's
us out,
GB
trying
King
to
right
deduce
there.
what this last card is. Welcome to anybody new tuning in for just the top 4, or for people watching YouTube video in the future. Welcome. Ricky, a lot of options, extremely skilled player. Chris has been like the hometown hero all day on a hot streak with his Blackwings.
Yeah, Ricky's no stranger to the top cut of this tournament.
Mm.
As you mentioned, last November he made it to the finals. So
Mm.
it was with a different deck too. It was with Hero Frog. So for him to do it with something different is pretty amazing.
Plans change this week, that's fine. We got tournaments every month. What an interesting choice. He puts his own card back to his hand. Seems very intelligent to me. If his face down is Starlight Road, that'd be tragic. If it's Deck Devastation Virus, he would have used it when he had a 2000 attack Dark. You said not that many useless cards here. It could be Compulsory Evacuation Device, maybe. No,
He's being super patient if it's a compulsory. Like,
yeah, he
good
would have
God.
used it on the
He's
Shura
being
summon
extremely patient.
to stop Whirlwinds. There's just not that many options. Got a bunch of spells. I know one of them's Brain Control. If he just drew any monster with the Brain Control, then he could have lethal here, right? Just attack for 40, attack for lethal. 23 plus 18 is 41. Super tough for Chris here. The Swift 2-0.
It probably is. Probably is. Oh no, yeah, sure thing, Josh. Josh is probably the only time we'll get a chance to see GBs in our top cut, but whatever. Like, hopefully you can make it in January.
Yes, January, February. And the big one's coming in March, according to the boss.
Yeah, you have to make it to that.
You got to be here for that. So that's going to be here, Xanadu, in the ballroom at the racetrack.
We might actually do the venue change by then.
Well, he said he's going to do the venue change, and then he's going to try to come back here in the ballroom.
For the ballroom, yeah.
For the
Oh yeah,
quarterly.
for the larger one,
For
yeah.
the
My bad.
larger
The larger one would be here. Yeah.
So I got to see a Mirror Force finally on the left. Is one of the newly set cards. One of them's Brain Control, one of them's Mirror Force. You gotta assume one is the Starlight Road, I guess. And some other spell card that he wasn't able to make good use of. Ricky with a ton of options, facing 4 face downs. He could just discard his whole hand, add all the face downs back, but then he does. And then can he make a Sirocco, Vayu? He just has so many.
I know he has a Vayu in there.
Yeah, but he only has a second Vayu. Never seen a Sirocco. It's banished over
The
there.
Sirocco's banished. Yeah, I don't think he has one in grave. Does he have one in hand? Like
It's yeah, probably. Sometimes I just think like it's not that complicated. I'll just play my cards. I got so much card advantage. It's a risky place for Ricky to be in. He just hasn't seen much defense, and you see Chris has a lot of spells, which are usually very powerful, but here he wasn't able to make good use of them.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
funny how that works. Like,
Ricky
he's
just
attacking into a bunch of face downs, and it's like, punish me. But at this stage, you have to do that, though. What are you gonna?
can he make 4,100 damage on this turn? It's Kalut.
No.
Something.
But he has no
Gale.
back row, so if he has a Roko engrave, he could. Well, I don't know if he has a Vayu in hand or not, but oh, okay, that's
Tough choice. He
fair.
could play more aggressive or more patient.
Well, he's not gaming him this turn, that's for sure.
So he's going to play to game him next turn by attacking for 14 now. Puts down to 27. He's looking at these two cards really closely.
Well, heavy ain't happening. Like, that useless card may really be a Starlight Road.
Icarus himself. Okay. Stardust. If that last card was a Starlight Road and he also has an Icarus attack, I know one of them is Brain Control.
That would be crazy.
The other one, I thought it was a different spell card, to be honest. That he doesn't have Icarus. He decides to special it, attack, and leave them both. We got to see these face downs at some point. Because like Johnson
the
says
suspense is
there,
building.
there's plays with pretty much every sequence of cards that Chris could have.
Bouncing 3 cards is madness. Referring to what Barry said.
Already used Gale. Blackwings used to be the frogs. But Blackwings used to be the deck that nobody wants to face. They just felt so oppressive. And then people came up with enough answers. Consecrated Lights and a lot of side decks. Dust Tornadoes everywhere. People kind of learned how to play against this typical Blackwing build. Such that now I think Blackwings have innovated a lot. Which is what can help the mirror be a bit better. Pure Blackwings, though, pretty rough.
Ooh,
Sides
I like
and
that.
Fisher in the mirror match here, for
I
that
like that.
consecrated light.
I like that because it kind of tests for Icarus. Like, I mean, yes and no at the same time. If it was only one monster there, it would really test for the Icarus, but now he has to slowly but surely try to get rid of the back row.
Deep Prison was one of the new traps, I guess. I think it's Brain Control and that Starlight
It's
Road.
still that one bullshit card, though.
Yeah,
That's just
still that
sitting
one
there.
card still sitting there.
That's just
This
sitting
one.
there.
What is
Josh
it?
was right. It's a
He keeps
fucking
looking at
Starlight
it.
Road.
Brain Control.
What the fuck?
Maybe that's what it was. It was Brain Control and Mind Control. That was it. So it wasn't Starlight Road. It was just a bluff.
Yeah.
It was just Brain Control and Mind Control.
Damn.
Brain Control, Mind Control, Deep Prison, Mirror Force. What a bad sequence of draws. And wasn't that game 2? 2 out of 2?
It's game 2, yeah. Game 3.
Is not happening.
It's beautiful when like a local can win the monthly.
Hmm.
Yeah, Ricky lives here, so
Yeah.
in the city.
And he is
Like, so it's
Been playing
just
for a while.
lovely when like someone from the area just wins the monthly or
thanks for all the help trying to deduce that card. It was the Brain Control early on. His cards were all worse than Brain Control. How is that
Yeah.
not the Swift?
Yeah,
Because he kept bluffing that Brain Control.
now the bluff was crazy
He
though.
kept
Like,
looking at
yeah,
it
like
10 minutes.
if Ricky
looking
wanted to
at
put
this
the
Brain Control.
No, yeah, hey, like, nah, Chris is sharp for that. if Ricky wanted to just like man up and say, "Hey, I'm only playing for prizes,"
Hmm.
he could have just manned up and just started rushing them. But let's be real, like motherfuckers are trying to win as best as they can. Sometimes you can't be that helmety.
I guess if you have the time, why not use it? Chris had a very limited set of outs in general. I don't know how he got a deep prison and a mirror force in his hand at the same time. I don't know why he wouldn't have deep prisoned the Shura at some point. I think that's it. Oh, they're going to game 3? Yeah, game 3. Got it. Yeah, I might have misspoke.
Oh yeah, nah, yeah, they're going to get big. Nah, the one is on. The one is
I
on
see.
ringside first.
I see he was able to win with the brain control. It was the bluff all along that came in clutch.
Yeah, the crazy bluff.
The way that they flipped the cards made it look like he was conceding, but he was winning. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's how tired I am.
We got that entertainment for y'all. Our top cuts are never boring. That's the best. That's the best part about our monthly. Like we seem to get pretty good top cut matches. Like I'm trying to think of the last time we had a Swift 2-0 in the top cut. I don't think we have, which is good. Like let me not jinx it and be the first when I start playing.
So we are entering game 3.
Yo. Oh. I don't think I haven't left yet.
And it was not Swift. Ricky wasn't able to take it down.
He got one more chance though.
My friend had a story about you.
You
When
said
I
what?
mentioned you in this channel, is at the bottom there. See if you recognize it.
I was at an SJC one time, and my buddy Jordan was asking to arm wrestle people. Guy I'm chatting with goes, "I got a guy who will arm wrestle you for 50." Sure, turns Ayo Muscles. What the fuck is his name? Muscles? Yes, it was. Well, it is. It technically it still is. Yeah.
It still is.
I mean, that's like I said, I was, yeah, like I was kind of like on the scene back then, man. Might not make sense now, but all that retro shit, like Dale mentioning, oh, hey, blah, 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 and yeah. I actually did a couple of those arm wrestling things in tournaments back then.
Wow. This hand is pretty now it's awkward for Ricky. He can't compete.
Up being 2 for 2. But no, yeah, no taking. I just whip my phone out on Dueling Book, take a picture of the screen. I'm good. Press the
This game has been shaking up in a really interesting way. The Icarus attack resolves. The chain to trap stun. So it doesn't
made it
resolve.
an even exchange.
Yeah, it turns into an even exchange, kind
Yeah.
of. Mike's still acting up.
Oh shit. Damage.
Ricky able to make a big push.
It's a lot of damage.
We
too.
know Chris has the brain control. And the heavy storm.
Yeah.
So if Chris gets the kind of monsters he needs.
That's one thing he's been pretty short on this tournament. I mean, this game. Monsters.
Yes, he had a lot of power traps.
His opponent does shoot at him to reveal 0 monsters.
Which is a -1 on Ricky's side. But he gets the advantage of card knowledge.
-1, but the knowledge can go plus for turns on end. Like,
Yes.
man.
That paid off. He knew
And
the
then
Icarus
the-
attack would run into trap stun.
Then the Armor Master didn't get punished? Good God. Well, there's the brain control we knew about.
And then
Well,
is it
we knew
Sirocco?
about it,
Yeah,
so-
it's Whirlwind, Heavy, Mind Control. Again, this card breaks his hand. The Icarus attacks. Smart play. That puts Ricky down to 1 card. Ricky still at 8,000 life points, and Chris has not found a single monster all game. Heavy Storm. Him 1 for 1 now.
Like, the posture is crazy. Like, Chris's posture is crazy.
It's a
like,
long day. He
looks
can't
mad
find a
nervous right
monster.
now.
Got Heavy Storm. Black Whirlwind and Mind Control. Ricky also has Heavy Storm,
life
which he
points
can
need to
1 for
be-
1 right now, and he can set Bottomless Trap Hole. Chris is,
How are we on life points?
it's 1,000 to 8. Yeah, he's been chipping away, and then he did that big blast right there. I think he hasn't had a single monster. So he's at 8,000, and the Kalute is so clutch to sneak under that bottomless. That's the best. That's the best monster there because Ricky
Yeah,
needs a Heavy
yeah.
Storm right now. So that's just a free resolution there. Ricky can't afford to let that
This
Black
might,
Whirlwind stay.
This game might have just turned around.
But if Ricky can just get a Sirocco as lethal, as it buffs up, he Heavy Storms. He's committing into a Heavy Storm, which he has to cast here. And there it is, right? There it is. There it is. I don't think I'm saying this one wrong. That one is right.
Oh, fuck.
Ricky off the top.
Oh, shit. Hey, look. Damn, that is crazy. Don't call the top decks here. It just might happen.
Wow.
OMG. Wow. He's so happy. Yeah, I
So
would be too.
it
That's
actually turned into a tragic card for Chris to have, the Kalute, because the top deck Sirocco would actually do nothing otherwise.
It allowed him to board the Sirocco.
It allows
yeah.
him to play the Sirocco and win.
Damn. That's so unfortunate, dude. That is crazy. Yu-Gi-Oh!
How the best card can turn into the worst card
That's
at any given
crazy.
moment.
That is
Ricky probably
fucking
thought that
crazy.
Trap Dust Shoe was the best card he could have turn 1. It turns out to be the worst. Chris in
The
game
handshake
2
was
draws
kinda
a
I
brain
didn't even
control.
see the handshake. Like that, I'm gonna play this shit back when I get home. But I ain't see
Yeah.
the handshake, Barry. That's crazy.
Large sigh after that one.
I said the mic's still acting.
All 3
oh, no, he said
games,
we
the
good now.
worst
Okay.
card turned out to be the best card, and vice versa. It's so awkward.
Go figure.
Game 2, Chris's brain control, which was about to lose him the game, turned out to be the win. And game 3, Ricky's uses the Heavy Storm, which is getting no value, turn a Sirocco into lethal.
Shit.
It would have also been lethal with brain control because his opponent was at 1,000. There were some outs in general. Blizzard would be able to special summon a monster, Synchro Nagoyo, attack for 14. I swear I'm looking up, but it's I was looking down at that moment. We're both looking up. Oh, it's frozen.
Oh, that's
All
crazy.
the technology is just going crazy.
That's crazy.
Everything's going
he
crazy.
said looking down, and I looked up, and I'm looking down. I'm like, what the fuck? But oh shit! Yeah.
What a
so
roller coaster of a match.
we might have to consider the commentators not calling out the top decks. It's fucking.
Yeah,
it
it
must
just
be nice, like
happens.
to get the Sirocco for game, like. Woo.
There were so many other cards that were for game, but it's
I
just
mean, yeah, but
Sirocco
Sirocco was
specifically
it.
is one of the few cards that punishes the Kalute specifically. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Arturo, Curtis, Mayberry. I know I misspoke a couple times. You were really helping us out. I know the mics were acting up, so thanks for pointing that out. That helps a lot to the team here.
We got a tag team that hops on that type of stuff very quickly. I'm glad we have it fixed, but when I say our streams are like entertaining to say the least, like whether it's a top deck or us gassing the smallest things, like that Sirocco top was fucking crazy. Like,
Yeah, it was looking bad for him. His opponent's gonna do
Oh,
Blizzard next turn, and once Blizzard resolves into something like Goyo to play around future Siroccos, there's not much that Ricky can do.
I mean, agreed. Agreed.
He drew half of his engine with the whirlwind.
He got a little
He
something.
just drew
It just came
no
extremely
monsters
late,
whatsoever.
Yeah,
His
like, he
only
was only
draw
able to
was
activate
Kalute.
it towards the end of the game. To
Even
no
if he had
avail.
drawn a monster turn 1, it would have gotten put back with Dust Shoot.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Even if he had drawn
Great
2
point, yeah,
monsters, his better
'cause-
monster would have been put back. So
I mean, he didn't draw an engine, but at the same time, his opponent does
Yeah, his
shoot it to no
opponent
monsters.
put a lot
so
of pressure
that's
on.
pretty fair. Like, that's pretty fucking fair.
it was extremely rough.
Straight into the finals. Okay, I
Yep,
like
it's,
it.
it's 8 p.m. here. People got lives, kids, wives, families, work.
I would say, yeah, I just
And
got work in the
Ricky
morning
is
for
putting
real,
in
like-
work. Another top 2. I know that he has at least one of these because he beat me in top 4 once. And
yeah, that was last November when my brother won. So Ricky's back in the finals.
so he's back in the
this
finals.
time it's with Blackwings instead of Hero Frog.
Yeah, back in the finals. Now facing the Hero Frogs. Ricky, the way he played Hero Frogs was extremely unique. It's just so patient and calculated.
It's funny to be on the other side of it because he was running Hero Frogs
Yes.
while my
Now he's
brother
on the
was
other
running
side of it.
Blackwings and beat him last November. So
Gabe took down a Machina player
yeah,
to get into the finals. We saw the Machina player win in that same matchup earlier. And now they rolled the dice. That's a 10 for Gabe. This is a huge dice roll.
shit, yeah. I'll
And-
say good luck on getting 11 or 12, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Gosh, what you got? What you got? Yahtzee. Yeah, it was not 11
9.
or 12, so.
Close. Hero Frogs going first in the matchup.
Yeah.
You'd
I mean,
expect Hero Frogs to just win
I'm,
this
I'm,
game.
I'm never against. I'm never upset when I'm using Blackwings on Dueling Book and I go second. 'cause
Look
I
at his
know I get
hand.
to
It's
attack first.
Unifrog, Treeborn, Dupe.
I mean, he has a dupe, so
Pious.
that's nice. Like,
What's his card closest to us?
what the fuck? Is that a 1-for-1?
It looks really weird.
Looks like that alternate art 1-for-1 that I saw in Dueling Book.
Oh,
I didn't know they were like really printing those. I thought it was like,
there it is.
yeah, that's what it is.
Just has 3 things
Bro, that's
on it.
crazy. Like,
And I know the regular art is Jeweled Lotus. Definitely congrats to both top 4. Like you said, didn't get to see Engine. He had to go second a lot of times. Person who goes first wins. And it was a Blackwing mirror. He didn't get to resolve Whirlwind in the way he wanted to. Ricky played it really calculated. Applied a lot of pressure that third final game. I thought Ricky won game 2, to be honest. He applied so much pressure and navigated that one. Lost to the brain control.
it just goes
Now
to show
we're
how
in the
far
finals.
knowledge can go.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, you use a card to go minus, but you have the knowledge, which is plus enough.
Yeah, that
to,
trap does shoot.
Yeah, to play around certain cards just means that is a plus in itself.
Gabe's got the Syracuse hoodie. Anybody know the Gabe lore, where he came from?
I don't know, Barry. He might be a New Yorker.
I don't recognize him, but I recognize a good player when I see one. And he looked very dominant so far in this tournament. His
Let's see,
feature
he
match
wasn't-
was
yeah,
the
he
top
wasn't
8.
on no bullshit when he played in this feature, yeah.
What are the chances 2 of the games we highlight, the winner moves on? MST. Probably just tribute for Caius, miss your timing yourself, and I would target back row. You see a bottomless right there? Unifrog.
Oh, this is the safer play.
Yep. This is why Gabe is in the finals and I'm here on the couch. Smart play to use a Unifrog.
Oh,
And
let's
then-
be fair. You chose not to play today.
They use the 1-for-1 and turned it into a triple dupe lock. That sounds a bit better than my play. I probably would have considered that if I had seen all the cards. This play makes a lot of sense. And he has another substitute in hand. Kind of
Well,
awkward.
yeah, but only a second dupe is coming from this. Well, that's after he yards a couple. Oh, okay. He's gonna.
He leaves the Unifrog on the board to threaten.
Oh no, yeah, you're
Additional
supposed to leave the
attacks.
uni. I was thinking he might cycle through like more frogs and stuff like that, but I haven't looked at his hand either.
Yeah, how many? He could do more swap frogs, right? Like he must have a bunch of swap
There,
frogs
there
in
was a
there.
swap in there, but I mean, if he already has a Treeborn engrave, he may not feel the need to waste
And
a swap
maybe it's
frog.
he can't really do it because he needs to tribute it in this way where he gets rid of the substitute, so he only gets to do it once.
So he has a sub in hand.
And now he feels pretty confident about doing this.
Hell yeah, he does.
Ricky had a hard time setting a back row into this Unifrog.
Yo, what if he manned up and attacked the face down?
As if it's Vayu and it's
yeah,
gonna go
that would
through.
be so crazy. Like, yo, that would be sick.
attacked
Oh
direct.
my god, he would have ate if he did it.
Yeah,
Like,
it looks like he attacked
man.
directly with Unifrog's unique ability.
But he can't act as if he might not be main decking the gore. You know, Blackwing decks are doing that shit, right? They're main decking the gores.
Yes, we've seen that from Chris. Would have been a smart play here that he played around it.
I don't think he answering Josh's question. I don't think
Yeah, it
he
looks
has
like
3
two.
dupe frogs. I don't remember seeing it in his last match.
Yeah, it looks like a 2 frog hero frogs deck. We just haven't seen any heroes this game, and the frogs are putting in the work.
Yeah, this game 1 looked like it might be on lock, man. Like Ricky, my boy, and all, but I don't use any bias when it comes to this shit. Like, this is not looking good for Ricky.
Sasha, thanks for the shout out. Thanks for
too.
the great performance today. Congrats on top 8. If this is the same Sasha.
Sure thing. Congrats on the top. Not surprised he top, but you know.
Delicious Edge. He's got full monster card zones. Does piercing damage. I think Bora has 800 defense. That's something like 1800.
This shit has got dark very fast.
And 28. Big damage. Set pass is just not what you want to do in Blackwings.
I mean, sometimes you ain't got no choice. Yo.
This game was really heavily favored towards frogs in game 1 against Blackwings going first.
Like, breaking that dupe block right now ain't happening, man.
And we're kind of seeing why. Once you're able to, he was able to set his dupe frog turn 1 and then turn that into a 1-for-1 substitute, get the dupe block, summon Caius, and this is how most frog matches go, game 1. Not a lot that most decks can do about it, game 1, which is why most side decks are very devoted to taking this stuff down. I know Ricky had a handful of cards here, 5 cards. He had a Brain Control. Has a Black Whirlwind.
Oh.
He could try to go for just Black Rose Dragon and start from scratch here.
He got no choice. That's it. He has to do it.
It's fine. Blow up his own
He has
board.
to
He's got
Black
2
Rose.
cards left in hand. It's something. Black Rose isn't out to the dupe block, which Blackwings notoriously do not have a lot of. One of
Both
the
players
weaknesses
just
in this
like, we know
matchup.
what time it is. Come on, man.
Icarus attack is the other one. It wasn't Brain Control. It's Blizzard and Book of Moon. He has a hero now with Evil Hero Infernal.
Oh, shit.
Evil Hero
that's
Malicious
it.
Edge. So he wants to remove that back row before he does anything too fancy here. He can set up lethal this way.
Well, he has it just with these alone.
Yeah,
Like,
so maybe he just holds off a turn on the Miracle Fusion. But if he plays this Miracle Fusion, it will guarantee a win for Gabe
whoa.
with the Book of
I mean,
Moon.
Mirror Force hasn't been used. Torrential
Yeah,
hasn't
but
been used.
Miracle,
So I could
yeah.
understand him why waiting it out.
Yeah, Mirror
I mean,
Force and
resource-wise,
Torrential.
like, he still has the advantage.
Yep.
Oh, damn. He has to book here?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got to.
Damn.
And now Blizzard is a great card. Enemy controller should be able to shut down whatever this Blizzard does. But even then, you can kind of Gabe has so many life points. Such good advantage with that Miracle Fusion. That, like you said, time for game 2.
Yeah. Such an uphill battle. Good gosh.
Yeah, I would.
Game one
It
against
doesn't matter at
Frogs
this
is
point. He can hold on to
crazy.
the econ. He can just fire it off right here. I think in general, people have been rewarded for patient play. There's no reason to rush and use it right now. I think that's been one of the main takeaways from this tournament. And Lightning Vortex was the other one that I saw. Card really shined. Would have been your kind of consistencies. We're 7 matches in now. 8 matches. Have you seen any type of what's setting apart the winners from the losers? What's doing well?
Other than, you said, have I seen anything that's...
Yeah, like what's your been your takeaway from this top tournament, top players?
People not shotgunning their best cards.
That's been huge.
People not shotgunning their
number
best. Just
one.
because the card is amazing doesn't mean you need to use it immediately. So now we saw it from Ricky in his last match when he didn't shotgun his dust shoot. I mean, when he didn't shotgun his whirlwind.
Yeah, if he had Whirlwind, sure, game
Yeah,
1.
well, sure, just was like,
and
hey,
he
you know what?
just
You might have a
passes.
bottomless, so you know what? Let me make sure I resolve the whirlwind and don't give you Icarus food. And sure enough, it worked in his favor because he cleared the bottomless and then resolved the whirlwind afterwards.
Game 1, his opponent had an empty board. Ricky was going first, and he still chose to wait because he wanted to get his Whirlwind to resolve twice.
I mean,
He knew he
that's
could get
what
it to resolve once right now, but having a Shura and a Whirlwind without any trap cards, he
Like-
knew that was not the right play.
Yeah, optimizing your power cards
Yes,
is how you make
optimizing
it to the
them.
finals. Like, he isn't accidentally sitting across from this guy in the finals. It's not a
And
real
we
thing.
saw Gabe doing the same thing in this game 1. Just slowly, consistently using his
Frogs
frogs.
can play a hell of a grind game, man. They have they amongst the big 3, they have the best game 1.
Yes, the
They
game
do.
1 on the play is extremely hard to stop. He was consistently saving his Monarch play, using the Unifrog instead. It's a card that some people should be main decking, everybody I guess, in their Frog deck. How it can clear the way for your power cards.
I love it. Like, whoever's going, well, Ricky's definitely not keeping the dust shooter and going, wait, hold on, no, Ricky's
Ricky's
just
going
lost.
first now.
So, yeah, he's keeping that dust shoot
And
in.
hopefully he's got a lot of answers
Now-
for these frogs.
Ricky's
He's about to start with Deck Devastation Virus and put this to game 3.
Like, maybe, but, man. I like this. The only thing I don't like about this right now is that the grand finals includes the big 3. Like, I'm okay with one deck being of the big 3, but both players using 2 out of the big 3 or 1 of the big 3 is kind of, I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't make it look as if nothing else can win, but damn it, when it comes to diversity, you kind of want to see something that's not in the big 3 in the grand finals or something, just to keep that longevity of the possibility of something other than the big 3 being able to actually take something down.
Even the top 8 in general.
It's just
Game
more
1 was
convincing.
Blackwings Frogs. Game 2 was Blackwings. Game 3, Blackwings Frogs.
Yeah, and the
Like-
only reason we didn't feature the Machina players is because it happened to be a mirror match that we actually had on stream last event. So don't think that Top Cut didn't consist of anything that wasn't the big 3. It's just it happened to be 2 people that you saw play on stream last monthly. They built their decks together, so you're seeing damn near a mirror match save 3 cards. Yeah, it just wouldn't have made sense to feature them in the Top
That was a
Cut.
great deck. We got to see it twice.
2 good players, but even
Swiss.
still, like, it just did not make sense to feature them. But either way, both players in the grand finals today, They're on their A game.
They are.
Neither's a slouch.
They're
I
going to
don't know much
leave
about
with
Gabe.
dual terminal Brionic Dragons of
say,
the Ice
oh,
Barriers.
that
So
DT
making the
Brio.
grand finals is the real win. They're
Worth
only
it.
playing for $150 store credit right now, or vendor credit. So
Wait, what?
they both get dual terminal Brionics. Evan came on and showed the prize pool.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the big prize. Now winner just gets $150.
I
That's all that
you mentioned
separates it.
something about like store credit, right?
Yeah, towards buying any card they want from the booth, which is just got
That's
restocked.
for first and second.
Just first. That's the difference between this game. One gets just the Brionic, one gets the Brionic plus 150.
Oh, okay.
So that's what they're playing for is the difference between those two.
Oh shit.
And right now the
I
difference.
still like DT Baronic though, man.
Yeah, that's a great
I'll say,
card.
yeah,
I was just talking
I've
about.
only owned one out of all of
That's
my.
the chase card from this time period when those dual terminals came out. Hidden Arsenal was live. Everything was secret rare, and that card was beautiful. It's from the OCG Japan set, and here we are. Ricky sets and passes. Gabe does his swap frog thing and sets pass. We see Gabe's hand. We don't see Ricky's hand. On the left side, swap, Unifrog, Regeki break, Miracle Fusion, Brain Control. Hi, Nick.
What did you do to deserve the?
He said 2 of his losses
Probably-
are in GF.
Hey, probably didn't play as bad as you think you did, and the cards just didn't fall in your favor today. I mean, hey, 2 of your losses are in the grand finals. Like,
Mhm.
you might actually end up top in the next tournament. But
Yeah, so you had to face Gabe and Ricky. That's a tough road to the tough bracket. There's a lot of great players here, so a lot of people had some tough brackets. They had tough brackets to have to face you. And here they are. Somebody's got to win. Ricky having a really hard time getting his engine going. Patient, methodical player, but here
at least leave
Blackwings
some
have
damn
to.
damage in there.
He's
Good
got to
gosh.
get something going.
Only problem is if he does and he responds with that back row,
It's
then
Regeki
Frog
break.
is live.
It's a raw
And then the train
blizzard.
starts. Oh. Well, see, there it is. Now the Frog is live.
Okay, where's the deep prison? Sorry, I called it wrong. I guess he kept Regeki break in his hand. Maybe it's not a Regeki break. It was deep prison all along. Looks like it's Regeki break in his hand still. So Ricky may be smart. He's kind of able to bait out this dimensional prison with a card that's not getting that much value right now.
Well, I mean, that chip damage ain't no joke. Like, you keep taking 1,000 and damn, like.
Yeah, it does add up. So that one Monarch puts him into a lethal range.
Shit,
Gabe playing
I mean,
very
hey,
slow,
like,
calculated as well. At this point, he's just dumping cards that are not great top decks. So he's making his draws a bit more live. He's got Icarus for sure. That makes a lot of sense.
and
This
you know it's
time-
on when he chooses to keep the swap on the field. It's like, man, like.
He kept the swap
But
on
at the same
field.
time, it makes sense to keep the Frog out of the grave too, the Treeborn out the grave. But
Hmm.
it's still like. Swap has done 3,000 so far. This shit
That's
is
a Blue Eyes
looking
White Dragon right there.
nasty right now.
Allure. This is a
Look-
card we haven't seen at all today. And what
Actually,
a great card Allure of
You
Darkness
would think they
is.
didn't run it.
You'd think they're missing out. This card thins your deck. It draws you 2 cards. You
Hopefully
banish
gets
one.
him into his engine. Like, god
Yeah,
damn,
gets
this shit
you
is looking dry.
What
Game
you
2 is looking
need.
very dry.
I love it, Allure of Darkness. He chose to play the Sirocco over Shura. He knows that this card is not going to resolve, essentially. So he wants to put in the graveyard where it's more relevant. He'd rather have a Sirocco than the Shura at this point. Deck
Ah,
Devastation Virus.
Okay. Knowledge. Okay.
This somebody called this. Somebody in the
With what
chat.
heroes?
Who was it that called this Deck Devastation Virus? Mirror Force, Miracle Fusion, Brain Control. 3 cards that cannot do anything right now. No heroes.
Now is your chance.
Ricky
You
knows that all he
better
has to do
fight back.
is get a Stardust Dragon out to survive this Mirror
Fight back.
Force. Keep his opponent off any heroes. And what a great card that is that he was able to put together here. Turn 1 is Dust Tornado. How many cards did that take out of Gabe's hand?
3.
Swap 3, jeez. The Swap Frog was on the board. Unifrog.
That's a heavy ass commitment. Go ahead and act like he might not have an Icarus that he can use.
Yep, he sets the Mirror Force and
What he's about to
passes
set too.
Ocean.
Bow, bow. But that Miracle Live now.
Yep, and like you said, the best players are not playing Miracle Fusion. If your opponent has back rows, they don't do it. He drew a second Dust Tornado. Take no further damage from the deck dev. Ricky slowly drawing up to 6 cards. Miracle will resolve at some point and do something. Right now, they're just trading 1 for 1 with the Dust Tornadoes Gabe drew. Ricky has to play very carefully around this brain control in general. Any face-up monster is a liability. Save Dust for his opponent for Oppression. Oppression. A lot of Blackwing players will side in the Oppression just like they sided it out in the Blackwing Mirror. Gabe, no monsters in his hand. It's Brain Control, Miracle, second Dust Tornado. It's the second deck dev. Miracle Fusion again. Could become relevant. Brain Control, Mirror Force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 Miracle Fusions and an Econ. How is this game going to shape up? Does he have the crow? He does.
Oh, shit. Took the only hero.
The only hero.
Okay.
DD
What the
Crazy
fuck?
Beast.
I was saying, unless they're running cat, we not gonna see Crazy Beast.
Yep, DD space CR has multiple options. Who would have thought? He knew the Mirror Force was coming. He's looking at his darks. You have 3 darks yet? 2 Sirocco's and this. Or a Sirocco. 2 Shuros or just 1? Gabe looking for monsters. Can't find one. Got enemy controller. Ricky, it feels like Ricky's games play like this pretty often. He has this unique style of patience. It just, he knows exactly when to commit and when not to in a way that I rarely see.
Oh yeah, no, Ricky's definitely been through the trenches. Like, he got experience under his belt, that's for sure.
And he knows the Hero Frog deck, like you said, better than.
I mean, shit, yeah, like he took it to the finals
Yeah.
before, so he's familiar with what can happen to him.
Heavy Storm draw, I think that is. I'm seeing it right. Very tempting just to fire that out. I wouldn't expect there to be a Starlight Road.
I wouldn't either, but unless you don't have a follow-up play, it usually doesn't
Yeah,
make sense to
there's
do
no
it.
big rush. You're just kind of trading it for a Solemn Judgment and then moving along. Might as well try to bait cards out. Ricky's draws, you can clearly see that he is not drawing the premium cards that he wants to see. Trying to make lemonade out of lemons. And saving a heavy storm could help out. It's keeping his opponent from committing more spell and trap cards. Top deck Treeborn Frog. Gabe drawing his worst cards as well. Miracle Fusion with no heroes. Treeborn Frog. No way to put in the graveyard. If Ricky had a Dark Arm Dragon, is it even worth it for him to play it here?
Oh, yeah, that's risky as hell. Like, you would think yes, but that's debatable. You could, I mean, right here.
Yeah, before he tributed. Instead, he's
Okay, I was
committing
gonna say
this way.
because if it takes him in, if it puts his opponent in brain range or knocks him out of brain control, then yeah, sure. But aside from that, I could understand someone not wanting to do it. But game.
Yeah, if he was able to just attack directly, throw a Kalut on there, and that's 43 plus 14 is 57. His opponent was at 54. Just able to manufacture a win from a tough position. Deck Devastation Virus, the MVP of this game. Hands down. Gabe had a kind of slow start, but Ricky's start was as slow as it gets. Pass, pass, pass. Bayou attack directly. Blizzard attack directly. We got a third headset.
Oh, so yeah, jump in if you need to. My bad. You said what?
It is the finals, game 3. What's your prediction? Blackwings against Hero Frogs. Gabe against Ricky.
I mean, well, that's biased opinion right there. Like, I say Ricky his ace. Like, he kills somebody for Ricky.
Ricky, the hometown hero, trying to take it down. He's going second, which is a disadvantage as always. But he has the side deck in his deck now. He gets all the time in the world. He's crafted his deck. Hero Frogs considered the #1 tier list deck for winning really big Edison Format Tournament Worlds. So Ricky, who has played this deck, very familiar with it, knows how to counter it, playing one of the other big 3 top decks. So it almost feels like Ricky is in an advantaged situation here. Somehow. Despite going second. They're both shuffling up, side decking. Both players laughing, having fun. Been a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! 8 o'clock p.m. Ricky, extremely friendly guy. Gabe, I got to pass by him earlier. Putting on a great show today. Experts at these decks in this format. Climbed to the top of the last Edison Format monthly tournament for Feel Good Gaming of the year. Lightning Vortex, Dust Tornado, Miracle Fusion, Substitute, Brain Control again, Heavy Storm. I think that's a Brain Control. This hand is not that great. It's Substitute, brings out Swap Frog, puts the Treeborn, bounce it back to hand.
As
Right.
mentioned, we're in the final tournament of the year. After this, the points will be totaled up for the invitational, and we'll have that decided soon enough. I like that our grand finals is going to a game 3. Try our best not to give y'all any dry competition.
What just happened here?
Yeah,
Why did Gabe pass turn 1? When he has the Substitute, he doesn't want to just turn into Swap Frog, get the Treeborn, and bounce it to his hand. He just passed. He's being even more cautious than.
Maybe he's not thinking he can get completely OTK'd in a single turn, but
He maybe doesn't see a lot of value in the Treeborn Frog right now, and he sees
probably
more
doesn't
value
want to
keeping a
expose the
Substitute in his
Treeborn
hand.
to being well, actually no. If you yard it too, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to yard it too soon.
Yeah.
But my whole thing with that is like you would eventually have to yard it anyway. Like I'd rather yard it now than to try to yard it later, and then the opponent finally has the out or the counter to it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You just pass. It's like he's. Yeah,
I'm
I
not
thought
an
I
experienced
saw
frog
a
player, though.
Substitute in there. I mean, maybe he just doesn't have Substitute. Scream's kind of frozen now. Wires running out of gas. I would have expected something a little bit different, but here we are. Ricky was able to get this board, which is frozen in time. Just pushing with the Bora, attacking directly. Gabe fights back with something that we can't quite see.
Yeah, sneaking 63. I mean, sneaking 17 in there is kind of nice.
Okay, he does Heavy Storm, Brain Control.
Brain control. Okay.
And
so,
then
okay.
here's the Substitute, which I would have thrown away into a Swap Frog. It now turns into tributing his opponent's Bora off the
Yeah.
Brain Control.
Okay, so
That's a next level play.
quick question.
And now it turns into the same Swap Frog.
So, quick question. Would
Which
you have
gets
had
the-
the patience to actually wait it out and brain control their
patience to
monster
wait it
to
out.
create a dupe block?
Has created a dupe block. Gets all of your frogs in the graveyard.
All right. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot.
Wow.
He's not in the finals for no reason.
He saved the brain. He saved the
it.
Brain Control Substitute instead of having Swap Frog Substitute.
Yeah, Gabe, you've convinced us.
That's
Dupe
why
block is
I'm
set.
here, and that's why he's there. What can I say? That's why I wasn't even making any claims that time. I was just saying if I was there, that's just how I learned to play frogs, is get Swap Frog rolling. I see a DD Crow draw. It feels like the worst thing when your opponent has two
Come to think of
Treeborns.
it, you can't.
But maybe he only has one right now.
The play can't really be punished.
Mhm.
I mean, it doesn't. How can I put it? You don't open yourself to Icarus attack when you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you brain control and then summon the sub, and then you can prio the sub.
Yeah,
so,
well, he
so
had
no,
Heavy
it was-
Storm
it
first.
Was great. It
He had,
was
he had
great
Heavy
play.
Storm first to sweep all the back rows, which has been the story of the tournament.
Damn,
Clear the
nigga's
back
real
rows.
Dark right here. Good gosh, man. He might even get a free uni out of this.
And like you said, you'd expect maybe Unifrog, but instead it's something completely different.
I mean, it's a safe play. I mean, he did just lose a frog to Crow, so he needs to yard a second.
Yes, he prioritizes the second frog. Gabe playing this game.
Well, he also
Very
has a monarch in
calculated.
hand too, so he needs a treeborn
Yes,
online.
he has a Ryza in hand that he
It's
really
funny
wants to
how he's like-
resolve.
It's funny how he's able to actually have both frogs. Like, it may actually end up mattering, but I mean, it's not like he can attack either one right now. But at least both of them are still halved.
There's some high-level play, and Ricky just not able to get anything going with his hand. His engine, like was said earlier, he had Bora, Gale, and he doesn't have a good deck devastation virus going on. He doesn't have much of a side deck at all. He lost the deck dev to the Heavy Storm. And Gabe's just in complete control. He has a chance to just summon this Ryza, spin the Gale. But he's thinking ahead. He's like, maybe I could do Rhoda, Stratos, and do that instead.
I mean,
He's going to wait and do that next turn.
the worst that could happen is that his Ryza just gets halved.
But yeah, he
It's
gets
not like
half,
he
but
can
again, he
attack
can get
over
attacked.
it. Like,
And
fuck,
then he's got the
like-
Miracle
Yeah.
Fusion and Lightning Vortex. I think Gabe is setting up a lethal line this turn. The game is like
Yeah, nah,
it
it
is
might be
toast.
over. Yeah.
Miracle Fusion with Absolute Zero will turn
sadly.
with two
Like,
water monsters, 3,500.
He's yet to
Ricky's
yard.
only
He
at
doesn't have a
39.
hero yet, though.
But he has Rhoda.
Oh shit! I didn't see that.
Yep, he's got Rhoda, Lightning Vortex to clear any monster, and Miracle Fusion.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Ricky needs some kind of
Cook.
trap card, and he just lost his Mirror Force to Regeki Break.
Yeah, cook.
Gabe
crazy.
just was able to use spell and trap removal extremely efficiently. Dust Tornado, Heavy Storm, and Regeki Break clear the way for a Duplock, Ryza, Brain Control to establish a Duplock. And he never had to attack a Blackwing. He never had to deal with an Icarus attack
Yeah.
and
it's
or a deck
crazy.
dev. And it almost looks like maybe Ricky overcommitted some of his back rows early on with the Heavy Storm, taking them all out. Gabe's got this. I think Ricky had to just pass his turn. Stratos, add Ocean, activate Miracle Fusion. Remove the... Okay, he didn't even do it then because there's no reason to. And there's your champion, folks.
Just like that, the grand finals are
Just like
decided.
that.
Damn. It be like that. Ricky can't get out of that finals, man. Good gosh. Hero Frogs takes down another. The month before, Hero Frogs.
It took down Nick.
Last month,
But congrats to both these
Value
players. They
Turbo.
both get dual terminal. You'll not be able to see how shiny these cards. It's literally impossible to show on a camera. They're just so beautiful. Iconic for anybody who was around when the dual terminals were actually being played and these cards were pumping out of them. To find a near mint Brionic dual terminal is extremely rare.
yeah, to say the least. Like, it's an old card for sure.
Yes,
Congratulations
old card,
to
rare
Gabe.
card, valuable card, iconic. For Christmas, holidays, winter time coming up. We're here on the East Coast where it is freezing.
Yeah, so you don't.
I got my jacket on. I'm over slouched back. You got your cool sweater
I'll
on.
say, yeah, definitely had to make sure I kept it warm or whatever. Like, then now the temperature control in here is usually pretty
has been
good,
really good.
but I mean, I didn't want to take any chances or whatever.
Exactly.
And I was able to show off the sweater game. But congratulations to Gabe, like one of the big three showing off Hero Frogs, but another one of the big three just happened to be in the finals. Congratulations to Ricky as well. Another great finals performance. He'll eventually claim a crown, but today is Gabe's day. Like, we'll hear from Ricky, but we're definitely gonna hear from Gabe as well. Like, no, we
You can
really-
tell. I just want to hear just them ramble on. They clearly these two have a unique view of what's
Yeah.
going on. that is just very ahead of the curve of what some other players are doing. I'm sure there's other players that are also really strong, and there's a whole 56 of them here today. And these two, the cream of the cream of the cream of the top 8, rose to the top, and honestly look pretty dominant in their games in general. Just seemed really composed and confident in all their matches. Of course, any game can go any direction. We saw the Blackwing mirror. Somebody said it was a rough matchup in general. Let's look at some of these choices. We got his 5 heroes, handful of frogs. The Ryza has been a key tech. Junk Synchron.
Yeah.
Searchable from Rhoda, reinforcement of the
yeah,
army.
I kind of paused. I was trying to see what he chose to take out, but I actually can't tell what he chose to remove.
Yeah, he's just kind of showing everything
basically.
off at this point.
Like, I don't think he's separating what he did or didn't side in. It's just But this is an impressive showing. Ricky's made the finals yet again. But the good thing about Ricky making the finals, he doesn't play in every monthly. Like, if I'm not mistaken, he hasn't played in like at least. In fact, I don't think he's played in the last 3. I haven't commentated a monthly tournament that he's participated in, so it couldn't have been the last 3. Like, if he's played in anything prior, that's fine, cool, but I know he doesn't show up often, but he showed up today and he cleaned up shit. He cleaned shit up for sure.
Yeah, second place, amazing
Second place
showing.
Ain't no slouch, and then it's not much of a difference in prizing except for 150 store credit. Man.
Yeah, exactly. It's the finals was the big cutoff. Him winning that mirror, I think you tell the frustration from Chris, who really wanted to make it. Is once you made it to the finals, kind of a victory lap almost. You get to play the maximum amount of games, which is really what we just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh around here. Prizes are prizes.
Yeah, I mean, you really come here to play Yu-Gi-Oh all day. It's
So
not like once you
love to
get
give that
finished with
extra
the
game.
tournament, you just fucking leave. Like, no, like,
Yeah.
we have side events, and
Oh, yeah,
you
there's
can
people
play in those if
playing
you want to.
all
like,
night. The people, as they get eliminated, at least half of them stay. We had side events.
But
the,
no, I like seeing
briefcase
this
of
performance
decks.
from Ricky. I've known Ricky for, like, a lot of years. And he's definitely improved over the years. So I like seeing, like, consistent finals performances like this. Like, I like that shit.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that, like, your friends aren't wasting time with doing what they're doing. But with us talking our talk, we're going to hear from the current champ.
Gabe, congrats.
And
Our
go ahead-
holiday
ooh,
bash winner.
Go ahead and slide in for the – I think I just logged this shit out. Well, we
Very
don't need it
impressive
anymore,
plays.
but
2 feature matches, so we were able to get
I
to
just
know you
logged it
through your
out,
plays
but
here. There's
I don't know what the hell that
headphones
was, like,
here.
but
They're very noise
doesn't matter.
canceling.
We're done with it,
So try them on. And we've been doing one ear, the left ear, like a little bit, like leave it a little bit off your ear, or else you can't really hear us that well. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a long day. But, you know, it's good to close this out.
Absolutely. You had a lot of people in the chat rooting for you.
I see Pana, everybody from Crebones. Pana gets a shout out. No, he also doesn't get a shout out because he invented DDB. Okay, he invented that deck. Everything with viruses, right? It got me a little bit game too. So Pana, get that out of here.
And you're innovating a lot as well. We saw you using some really good strategies. Anything in particular about your run that set you apart? We saw a lot of Hero Frog today, and a lot of frogs in general.
Yes.
Almost every feature match. What do you think kind of attributes your this run versus the other ones?
Yeah, so I switched to Hero Frog last week. I've been playing pretty much everything else, like Blackwing's Value, Hero Beat, and we can barely hear Gabe. That's okay. I'm not saying anything important.
Oh, you're not going to hear yourself.
Oh, wait, I'm reading the
Yeah,
chat.
somebody typed
from,
it in here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Whoa,
can barely hear
yeah.
you.
We're
Okay,
He said it's
okay.
fixed.
Okay, good. I was cursing a lot, and I said everybody was awful. So, good.
Okay, we're good to go? Okay, yeah, he said we're good to go, yeah.
No, but
we
so
don't care about the fucking cursing at all. Like,
What?
I said we don't care about the swearing.
Okay,
Say whatever the fuck you want, man. Like, it's your time.
thank you. All right, but I'll say a really bad swear soon. It'll cancel me, and you guys will never see me again. All right, so stay tuned. You guys look forward to it. All right. But anyway, getting back to Hero Frogs. No, I switched off to. I was playing a bunch of other decks: Blackwings, Vayu, Hero Beat. And I just thought Hero Frogs, like, just the way it plays, very controlling. It very much fit my play style. Just was grinding a lot on DB last week, and then right before the ladder switched.
Can you show your DB name real quick?
Yeah, Noob Sauce G7. Some people know me from I'm on Crebones on the World League team. Shout out.
Oh yeah, I saw a little bone emoji. That's
Yeah.
what they're shouting
Oh,
out.
that's what that was about. Okay, I didn't. The bone emoji was random as shit, but okay, now it makes sense. Okay, continue. Pardon me.
Yeah. I mean, just it. My list of Hero Frogs is incredibly standard. It's funny because I built that list. I mean, it's whatever, building the list. It's not like I built the arc or whatever, but it's standard. And then I saw Chill Phil won one of the online format. I think it was Format Library Worlds, or it was one of the worlds, and his list was pretty much like card for card for mine. And his lists are always incredibly standard, but incredibly consistent and very good. And once I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's a good list. So yeah.
All right, let's talk about your match. Do you feel like you would have done anything differently or could have done anything differently?
Game 2, I was trying to be a little bit patient and build up some card advantage after he DDV'd me. I had Econ, Heavy, and Miracle, so I could have maybe done something to get back from there. Though at that point, he had so many cards in hand that I felt like I would not have been able to really gone that efficient in trading my resources.
Have you found the Blackwing mirror? I mean, have you found the Blackwing matchup to be easy today, or?
I think Blackwing is not that hard of a matchup. It's only hard if they get Whirlwinds, and they're not always going to see Whirlwinds. So you got to kind of have outs to that, and just be patient. They kind of got to work a bit to out the dupe block, and with
work.
Yeah, an absolute zero. They have a tough time with that. Just outing that efficiently. They got to use a lot of cards, a lot of resources. So with Blackwings, it's mostly like Black Whirlwind you got to watch out for, or if they are able to get a dad online. So you got to be mindful of that too. Making sure you're counting darks and playing around that.
All right, that's valid. That's valid.
Yeah, it's really patient in general. I commented in the game 3, the finals. You have a substitute, and you're going first. And I literally said he's gonna summon the substitute, get a swap frog, put it a treeborn, bounce the swap frog. Then his thing's online. He's getting some value, and I'm like, wait, was he going first this game? He passed.
Yeah. Why the fuck did you do it?
He's thinking ahead. I said never said it was wrong. I said if I was there, I would be doing this.
Right. No.
So Gabe probably is thinking ahead, and then right away. You snap into action and just completely reversal this board out of nowhere. It was all calculated. It would go this way for you.
Yes. Yeah.
So you felt the 1700 was worth the do block.
Doing taking damage.
Of course, yeah.
Of
course.
Life points is a resource. I don't care if he attacks me for 7,999 damage. It's
fundamentally that's how a lot of people should approach this because you don't lose until you reach 0.
Yes. So he could attack me for almost everything that turn. I would not care because you gotta you see people who play, they put their whole hand, their whole field, just their whole everything out on the board, and they just lose a lot of momentum and resource that way. And I like to try and play patient. I knew I had Brain and Dust, so I figured I had Dust, Brain,
heavy.
Sub, some other stuff.
Heavy Storm.
Yes, I had Heavy. So I felt pretty safe from anything. I thought if he set multiple, I could Heavy. If wait to turn after, I could Dust. Yeah.
All right, that's valid.
Very well played in general, all across the board. Anything stand out as people in the chat and in general, from what I've seen, like you said, World Championship winners, this Frog deck.
Yeah.
Frogs have always been one of the top decks.
Yeah.
And just so hard to beat.
Yes.
Especially game 1. it feels like you don't have your side deck. Game 2
Yeah.
and 3, at least, there's a lot of hate. You've
Yes,
seen deck
yes.
dev, pulling the rug,
You've
power
seen-
filter.
Yeah, it's tough because game 1 with frogs, you should win most of the time because especially if they don't know what you're playing. Like people, if they're going first, they'll just set either like a Reich or whatever, just set a card, set stuff, and that's like when frogs are best because then you're you want them to commit to the board. And games 2 and 3, I gotta say it's with how the side plan is for frogs now, it's very you side out a lot of the DDV stuff. So it doesn't destroy
You're playing
you.
around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. An honest frog player, people.
Yeah. Well, you got the hero stuff for the DDV, and you got the Monarch stuff for the oppression, and you got everything else. So it works well. They need to have those specific side cards in order for it to really work off, in my opinion.
So since you won everything, do you have any insight to how we can take down the frogs?
Take down the
Frogs
frog?
are everywhere. Up until this past week, you said you weren't playing frogs.
No,
You kind of
I
couldn't
know. I
beat 'em,
joined.
joined them.
I joined the ponds as we
what,
said.
what can we do as a community? Band together? Is there anything? I mean, you just won, and you're probably
Mm-hmm.
qualifying for some kind of invitational at this point. Don't want to share any sauce that takes you down.
Yeah.
But like when you're facing a prog player, even in the mirror or from these other decks, is it just I'm going to lose game 1 and hopefully side deck in some good cards?
No,
or
no.
is there something better we can do?
I think you need to play. I think people need to play patient, and you see people who just commit a lot. Like if you set turn 1, like let's say you set bottomless,
Mhm.
and then somebody has a Unifrog.
Mhm.
You just lost that bottomless for free. You could save that for a bit, get something for the Caius. Bottomless isn't that great, honestly, in the frog matchup, but you gotta think of all the cards, because if you're playing on the field, it's not, you may lose it, and you may not get value off of it. And I mean with certain decks like Blackwings, you just gotta time it for how you can make the dupes miss timing with Icarus. Like Blackwings do have an easy out with that. A lot of people were maining DDV a few weeks ago. I think that's fallen out of favor a bit. I think DDV, if you really want to, get some stuff against frogs, that's something you can do. It doesn't always work, but it's something. And especially people don't expect it. And frogs, there are some bad matchups. I will not say what my least favorite deck is to play against, because I do not want more people to play this deck. But it is the worst deck in Edison. I hate this deck. I will not say it, okay? It is awful. Anybody who plays this deck,
Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess, Muscles?
Oh.
Do you have a guess? I know I have a guess about what deck it could be. What the worst matchup for frogs is?
Oh, I mean, I hate to say it's Gladiator Beast because y'all can actually survive it.
Gladiator Beast,
right now,
it is
Gladiator
annoying.
Beast is supposed to have a good matchup against frogs because
Yeah.
a lot of times your board is empty and they play Gladiator Beast War Chariot,
It is an
which
uphill
is like
battle,
Yeah.
stops monarchs in their tracks.
Yeah.
In the main deck.
Yeah. Gladiator Beast is an annoying matchup, and you have
Not
to
seeing
kind of
that
side
much.
for it weird. Uh-oh. Oh, shut the stream down, everybody. It's over. No. No, yeah, GB is
Doesn't wanna
definitely
hear
an
it
annoying
better.
matchup. That's not like my most hated deck. All right, if you know, you know.
Oh,
all right,
shit.
but-
Okay.
Okay, there's a mystery
What is
deck
it?
that we
Yeah.
all gotta find
You
together.
can tell us after.
I'll tell you after, yeah.
Yeah. After we cut the stream, you can just tell us. Yeah.
Great to see just all the smiles and all the sportsmanship. Do you get to meet? Is this one of your first Feel Good Gaming tournaments?
This is the third one I've been to. The first one I went to was last September. I got second at
That's
that
why I
one.
haven't seen you yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
I got
okay.
second at that one with Blackwings. I lost against one of my Philly buddies, another Dimitri, not the Dimitri, but there's a second Dimitri. So many Dimitri somehow play Yu-Gi-Oh! But that was a good match against him. He was on Vayu. Played Blackwings last time I was here actually last 2 times if we count the Ribbit. Ribbit and I was here in either March or April.
Okay,
and-
so that's why I haven't seen you in the thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
yeah.
just had a rough time with that because just had a very bad value matchup with Blackwings, and I was at that event. I'm thinking like, man, I just can't play Blackwings anymore. It's just a rough deck to play sometimes. If you win if you get Whirlwind, but if they have anything to stop you, you're
Yo,
done.
I
mean,
love when
if you have
Blackwing
bottomless,
players
you're
just
done.
be completely honest about that shit.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look at me. It's easier to win when you have Whirlwind, but
Yeah.
it's something you have to really, really work for when
Yeah.
you do not have it.
Like if you Whirlwind, just summon a guy, they bottomless, then like it's,
Yeah,
you're in a rough spot.
the top 4 match, the feature was Blackwings versus Blackwings. Ricky had to beat his opponent. Had Whirlwind, but no monsters.
Yeah.
For turns 1, 2, 3, 4. Those like turn 5, he draws a Kalute, and he was dead.
Yeah.
Just on that
By that
turn.
time. Yeah, I mean if you give Blackwings that
Or
many
on the
turns, it's
flip
rough.
side, you
That's how
have
it can go.
Ricky who has sure Whirlwind but decided not to shotgun it.
Yeah.
He instead threw a monster out, let that get bottomless,
Yeah.
and then later on decided to activate the Whirlwind that he already had, that he could have did first turn, and then successful Whirlwind resolution.
Yeah.
Like, the deck thrives off of Whirlwind.
Yeah.
Ricky, as an experienced player, knows that shit, and he cleared the problem, had a greater chance of resolving it, and he fucking resolved it. Had
Yeah.
he shotgunned it first turn, he would not have got the Whirlwind. He probably would have lost. And it was the mirror, too. So your Whirlwind is now vulnerable to a fucking Icarus attack or any other sort of removal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Whirlwind is – I say that to say Whirlwind is definitely, like, the backbone of that deck. Can they
It
win
is.
without it? Yeah, but it's honest work when you do.
It's a very strong deck. In general, the theme of the day from sitting here was people who could protect their power cards or clear the way for the power cards first. Like at one point it was against Mike in top 8. You were on here.
Yeah.
And you had a chance to either tribute for Caius or to summon a Unifrog.
Yeah.
Both would kind of accomplish the same thing
Yeah.
of taking out the back row and probably taking out the monster.
Yeah.
So a lot of people would say Caius is my bigger card.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the Caius. It's going to take out the monster if the back row is bottomless or deep prison. It's kind of going to guarantee take them both out.
Right.
And you instead play the Unifrog, a lot more patient.
Yeah.
Guarantee take out the back row. And then you're not as worried about his monster. You have another way to deal with it.
Right.
And the key is to pave the way, and you're going to try to use this Caius for
Yep.
even more value.
Yeah.
Which was just a theme I was seeing a lot. The more people were patient,
Yeah.
the more they were rewarded.
Yes.
And that's what you were kind of saying is the way to beat frogs and to kind of have the best chance in general. And it makes sense that you won, and we're using this strategy and had a similar kind of view of it.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
A card that came up, I've never said this card name so many times. Let's go do it one more. Lightning Vortex came up so many times as
Yeah.
a card people were teching in,
Yes.
main decking,
Yeah.
side decking.
It's very good now. A lot of people are playing it.
You
and-
think
and
it's
I
a
think
good card?
I think it is.
Because
Frogs are
I think it
using
helps this patient play style.
Yeah.
Your opponent sets up this dupe block at some point. It outs that. It outs Titanial. We didn't see
Yes.
much Amaryllis
Yeah.
in this tournament.
It outs also like Vanities and Fossil Dino, which is like, especially post side.
Yeah,
it's a bit very
Machina
annoying.
Fortress. At some
Yeah.
point, we've seen every board. I was like, that's a lot of Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragons.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Maybe Lightning Vortex is like the one card you can draw here. Is there... I'm just trying to theory craft. If everybody's going to be playing this card, a step ahead, if you're a frog player, you're playing the best deck, people are going to try to be playing this card against you. What's the next thing? Get us how do we play around Lightning Vortex
Right.
to get our dupe frogs?
I think the thing is, you don't mind if they Lightning Vortex if you have your Dupe Frogs, because then, I mean, you're still, at that point gaining some advantage.
Swap
I think
spot.
it's trying to save it and have the dupes there for when you have Vanities. You try to make sure that your Vanity sticks in the Frog Mirror. Just don't, I mean, as I was saying, don't throw your whole hand, have your dupe Vanities, and then if they Vortex, out it and...
I see. It's like using the dupe frogs as bait
Yes.
for something else.
Yeah.
Vanity's Fiend has a lot of applications. It's
Yeah.
a deck devastation virus target
Yep.
for your dark decks.
Yeah.
You can start to play that. If
Yeah.
frogs are a really big deck, you think that's a card that might be able to be favorable against you.
Yeah, Vanities?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anything like that. Dyna, I mean, you got to side a lot for that stuff. And somehow people were not playing that. Though a lot of the Machina players were playing that spell that stops special summon.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Power
filter.
filter,
That was it's a neat tech because a lot of people are going to think they're going to be on Dyna or Vanity's Fiend, so they're not going to side into back row hate. But But I was able to have a lot of like
you had all the
ways to
dust
out
tornadoes.
it. Yeah, I had dust tornadoes. I mean, Regeki break. So I
Regeki
had a lot
break.
of ways to out it. So I wasn't super concerned with it. But it's something.
We saw some Regeki break, and some Karma cut was kind of on the fringes of
Yeah.
some of these frog decks. Karma cut banishes the card.
Yes.
But it has to be monsters. Do you think anything's? I don't think you played that card.
I did side it, but it did not come in that often. It's mostly for the frog mirror. Just to have like easy out to the Treeborn if they send both. And not try to play around that or like soul release or things like that. It's pretty good against like the Dream Frog deck because they normally just send all their frogs to the grave. It's a bit better there. Similar to Crow, I think it's better against the Dream Frog deck. Crow's only I think okay against regular Hero Frogs. Some people have tried to they try to get you on that and it comes in sometimes, but it's not always a guaranteed way to stop anything, either the Treeborn or the Miracle.
That makes a lot of sense. And I, as you keep talking, I want to ask you about so many cards.
Sure.
We saw pulling the rug
Yeah.
in top 8, but that was the only time we saw it today.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of falling out of favor. Is it good? Not good?
I have not seen as much rug. I mean, I think rug's pretty good. I think you need to find. I think the thing is like a lot of frogs at least. They will side out of their deck heavy targets, so like they will side out of Unifrog. That way, like rugs may get a bit better. But yeah, rug comes in, but it also just clears the way to that way you can have like a miracle to go off and have an extender that way. So if it gets rid of a back row by a Caius summon, it's all right. But yeah, I think rug's pretty decent.
It's all right. It's still in the mix.
Yeah.
Soul Release, a card somebody mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
banishes a bunch of cards from your graveyard at the same
Yeah.
time. Relevant or feels like not doing much?
I think it depends. I think it's easy to play around. I think a lot of people. I mean, I personally every games 2 and 3, I was only sending one Treeborn to grave.
Yeah, you put it to
They
your
don't dump
hand.
both.
You were the one who
Yes.
did that more
Yeah,
than
yeah,
anybody
yeah.
else.
You do that a lot. Add it back to your hand. That way, it's just free Regeki
That was
break
really-
or Vortex.
That seems
That
like an
plus it just
advancement
protects it,
move to me.
like-
We used to always protect the swap.
Yes.
You'd leave Swap Frog
Yeah.
vulnerable. You're
Yeah,
like,
the Treeborn instead.
and
like, yeah.
people would prioritize Swap Frog bouncing a Monarch.
Yeah.
But it's like you'd rather protect this Treeborn Frog where it can make sure it gets its value when you need it.
Yes.
That was really smart, which makes me think of how it's playing around DD Crow.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
almost also like, I mean, if anybody's played Goat format, it's pretty similar to Sinister Serpent, where that's just the free +1. If you Treeborn Frog could be your free +1 that way with Regeki break or other discard outlets.
I see you want to have it in your hand where it's safe so you can discard it later.
Yeah.
It can't get banished.
It also, I mean, you could also trick some people. I mean, I played against Indiana in top 4, good player. And I added it back to hand with swap, set Mirror Force, and he had 2 a Caius and a Fortress attacked into Mirror Force thinking it was Regeki break because I brought it back, so.
Wow, Mirror Force.
Yes.
That's really swept. You had a good string of trap cards. You
Yeah.
had some D prison, right?
Yes.
Some
Yeah, I
Mirror
cited
Force, some
a lot of
Regeki break,
traps. Yeah. I like traps. I think traps are good.
Torrential Tribute.
Oh yeah,
in there?
I main Torrential. I think Torrential's very good. I think Regeki break again back to Regeki break versus Karma cut. I think Regeki break is
Just a
the best. If I could play,
Yeah.
if my deck was like 10 Regeki breaks, 10 Caiuses, the 2 Treeborns, whatever, I would be very happy with that.
Yeah, you have so many cards to discard. It clears back rows.
Yeah.
I see. I learned a lot about how the game functions and at a high level today, especially from your insights.
Thank you.
There was a lot of really great players,
Yeah.
and you came out on top.
Thank you.
Very
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah, it was a good event. Yeah. And I was talking a lot about frogs. With Edison, there's a reason we're playing Edison, guys. There are so many decks. Switch up your decks, okay? If Blackwings is not working, try Vayu. If Vayu's not working, try Frogs. If Frogs is working, try Machina. If Machina's not working, try Hero Beat. If that's not working, try GB. There are so many decks. We're not stuck playing the same decks, all right? It's all in a cycle. Just, have fun with it, all right?
Facts.
Yeah, that's my
valid, yeah.
final
needed that.
spiel for everybody.
Mhm.
Some of these fairy players who are stuck on fairies, you know who you are, all right?
Yeah, Machina's 2 people brought for the friends, Indy and
Yeah, Indy and Brandon make the
were the
they
same
made their deck
deck.
together.
Not only did they
Just 3
get
card
second
difference.
place
Yeah.
last monthly, but they also
They both
got
topped the
both
last
top
event.
8. Had to
Yeah.
place each other in
They
top
topped
8.
the event
Eliminated by
again
you in top
today.
4.
They played in top. They played in top 8, and then you played against Indy in top 4.
I played into. He was my final round of Swiss, so I played him round 6 and then top 4. And I had to win that one because my tiebreakers were really bad. I was like at the end of like the X1s the whole day, so like I had to win that. He was
Oh,
the
so
highest
you
X2.
weren't
I was the
gonna be
lowest
that.
X1, so I had to
Oh, he played you as an X2.
No, we were both X1.
Oh,
and
okay,
then
okay, gotcha.
X1.
Oh, so he
What
was
final
the
round
lucky
6,
X2
round
to
6.
squeeze then. Ah,
Yeah.
must be
There were 2.
nice.
Yeah, he was the
Must be
highest, and then
nice.
there was one other.
Well earned.
That's juicy, man. Glad you was able to claim it.
Yeah.
It's a deck that I hate playing against, but even still, you put on a good performance.
Thank you.
You didn't just let your deck do all the work for you.
Yeah.
Like, you really put a lot of thought into what you did. We appreciate shit like that because it just gives us something to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you like to shout anything out? You mentioned your team.
Yeah, shout out.
and-
Crebones on the War League. That's Pana, Not So Fast Traynaldo, who's a frequent
yeah,
winner.
Trey.
Yeah, Trey. Yeah.
He'd be up here with the Blackwings, yeah.
Yeah. Insidious, got it. John Wick.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Chris.
You know John
okay.
Wick. Everybody knows John Wick. He's in the
Oh, so
movies.
yeah.
All right, it's a good movie.
No. Me and Ivan go way back. Way back.
Oh, you know?
Personally.
Nice,
yeah.
cool. Yeah. He's on the team. Good guy, great player.
Nah, yeah.
The guys in Philly that I came with, Rob, Joe, Dimitri, who's also in Insidious. All right, don't what is it? Family, friends, everybody from Philly, AU, which was our locals. Yeah.
Another great tournament from Feel Good Gaming. Thanks for just being such a great representation of all the community has
Oh,
to
thank
offer.
you.
Yeah, sure
You-
thing. Positive attitude,
Yeah,
man.
the skill, like we're all trying to grow.
Yeah,
I think
I will say today, I thought the players were
a step up.
definitely had a step up compared to last time I was here in September. In September there were a few matches where I felt they were freebies. This one, the people,
I like the honesty.
they've really been practicing.
Yeah, last tournament of the year, and you're the champ.
I would
Yeah.
say,
The
yeah,
2024
great way to
champ.
close out the year, to
I
say
know.
the least.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
Gabe, our Hero Frog champion.
Yeah.
Don't
now go-
expect him
yeah.
to win with it next time.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
he may be playing something different.
Maybe.
He's gonna
Maybe I'll
come
play
back
that deck
in
I hate.
January for
Yeah.
the repeat,
counter the
and
frogs.
we'll let you close it out.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for watching. All right. I'm not gonna drop that slur. I'm joking there, but well, okay, I'll
All right,
myself.
so since he won't be getting the channel deleted, we're going to close everything out by saying thank you for a great year of our streaming. Well, technically, we just started the streaming in September, but aside from that, we appreciate y'all tuning in. We only, not a noob, but he got the
Got some peanut gallery in the chat.
I was saying we
Get
still got
outta
the chat. We
here.
still got the chat tapping in, but no, we really appreciate you for tapping in. Don't forget to like and share this. Don't forget to like and share the stream.
Yeah, Feel Good Gaming growing a lot of stuff, a lot of plans for next year. Big
And at the very
tournaments.
least, if you're not watching, be a part of the action.
Yeah.
We have a new quarterly coming up too, but we'll tune y'all into that a little bit later, and we're just gonna close it off with that. Bye.
Sure. See you
Bye.
guys.